This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Up until now, the drivers have pitted themselves against one another in tests of 4 or 6 hours in length. Those will seem paltry compared to today's behemoth. An incredible 10-hour-long trial faces them. The teams have been preparing, the drivers have been practicing, but with double points available, everybody knows that the pressure is on to perform. Today we'll decide it all as we get ready to watch the DGFX series finale, and you'll see it all live here on the Global Sim Racing channel and the iRacing Esports Network. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Adam Lindgren and Jeff Smith. Behind the scenes is our director, Sean Crackers Ambrose, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. One of the newest tracks on iRacing is our battleground today. Barcelona should offer little in the way of advantage to most of our drivers, but to really get a feel for this latest circuit, let's head down to our track guide. Welcome to Circuit de Barcelona. The home of the Spanish Grand Prix for nearly 30 years, it's easy to forget that this is a relatively recently built track in Europe. It's known for its long, sweeping corners and hosts the highest level of open wheel and motorcycle racing. Placing an emphasis on a good aerodynamic setup with high downforce cars, it's often overlooked that it offers plenty of overtaking for lower tier racing as well. In fact, most don't take into account that this adaptable track has 5 different layouts to choose from. These range from the nearly 3-mile-long Grand Prix version to the minuscule 1-mile club circuit. Because of the pit straight being the longest acceleration zone, Elf is the most likely spot for drivers to get it past them. After that, your next hope might be into La Caixa, which, depending on which layout you use, could be a sharpened set of 2 turns or one long hairpin with an opening radius. In the early 2000s, a chicane was added close to the end of the lap, but the old Europcar corner can still be run. The Spanish fans have some gorgeous views from the many hills dotted along the track. And with the international fame this place has built over time, it's no wonder they're almost always full come race day. You see some sights around here at Barcelona, but Adam, tell us a little bit more about this track that these drivers are going to get very familiar with.
Definitely, Joe. The Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya has long been a test bed for many an automotive machine today, and today is no different. Racing the historic circuit of 2003 today, which is 2.94 miles or 4.73 kilometers. The prototype classes will be much happier with that, as turns 10 and 13 are extended a little bit, making their additional downforce much more viable. The high curbs around the second sector of the circuit will be very threatening to them, though, so expect the drivers to give them a wide berth today. The GT cars will be fighting tire wear all race, as many of the camberless turns will put a lot of pressure on the front tires. The speed differentials within classes today will be some of the highest all season, as the aforementioned downforce from the prototypes will make their cornering speed around the many medium speed corners of this Italian circuit very high, but they will have to look out for GT cars washing out from the apexes later in runs. all in all, we're in for a very interesting race today, Joe.
Certainly are. And, well, it's the last one of the season, as we mentioned. So let's look at that championship again. Double the normal points are available today. This is the GT-AM standings, which are qualifying currently. Only 5 points separating TSB Racing's number 305 and the Real Pixel Motorsport number 312. And from there on back, it is still possible for third and fourth, Turbium and the World of Sim Racing 351 to win this championship because it's 40 points for a win. Graphite Racing back there could tie, but I do not believe they have enough wins to be able to challenge for the overall championship. They are fifth in the points. Right now, we've got most of the cars having put times in. I'm only seeing Usagi Racing having not set a time. And it looks like they are in the session, so they should get out here. But, Jeff, I'm looking forward to this one. Welcome to joining us here in the booth on the roadside for tonight. But it should be fun because, I mean, man, 10 hours, that's a lot of stuff, a lot of time for stuff to happen.
Yeah, Joe, it's going to be really exciting. This is my first adventure into the road, as you said. You know, I'm an oval guy, but I'm really excited to see these guys go 10 hours here. The pressure, the tire wear, it's all going to be really, really huge in how they manage it throughout that 10 hours.
Certainly should be interesting to see how the drivers deal with that and the pit strategy. At least you'll have cautions in this series like you do usually over on the oval side. So that'll be something you can help us out with that pit strategy. Right now, Adam, it looks like Till Norwig has our provisional pole, but that's only after one lap he's put down.
Yeah, these drivers are struggling a little bit with the off tracks I'm noticing in these GT-AM cars. These cars are a little bit more difficult on these medium speed corners because they're more mechanically downforce driven. So they're not getting a lot of, well, they're more mechanically, grip driven, whereas they don't have as much downforce as the GT Pro cars. So this is going to be very difficult for them. This track, even at this low temperature, can prove to be quite a difficult track to get right, especially around these long sweeping turns.
Now there you see it's about 77 degrees Fahrenheit right now, and it is actually 5 p.m. virtual standard time for this qualifying. So the sun is going down. It's only going to get cooler. A little bit of wind too there, it says, about 11 miles per hour currently. So by the time we get to the prototypes, it's going to be a little bit dark out here in qualifying. They'll each get about 15 minutes, and then we will be able to go to our race, which will be on the following day and take place mostly during the day before it goes at least a little bit into the night. So we ride on board with the Team Vikings. That was the Team Vikings Midgard car there.
And it looks like Usagi Racing has joined us now. They have just pulled out of the pits. So the only car from this class to not set a time yet. So that will be the full 6 cars from GTM right now. We're taking a look at Till Norwig, who sets another fastest lap, an impressive lap from him for sure.
And he was about 4/100ths quicker that time across the line. But, the other thing I'm noticing here, Jeff, is I'm looking at the gap from the Ripenmove team to the World of Sim Racing Junior team, and there is 0.8 between them. This isn't a short lap, but that's a huge gap here.
That's a huge gap, and 8 is just going to be, I think, just too much to try to make up in a qualifying session. That's just, I don't think that's necessarily going to be possible. So it looks like they're pretty much stuck where they're at.
Yeah, I'm watching the World of Sim Racing Junior team just cross the line, and they're actually pulling over now. So they're going to try and make some tweaks, I think, and take it back into the pits, see what they can do to try and improve the pace of that car in the couple minutes that they have left. Still watching that Midgard car down in 4th in the qualifying, coming around New Holland now towards the line. Let's see if this is an improvement for them. It is not. That 40.4 is going to stay put. Still waiting for Usagi to get a timed lap in. I believe they're on their out lap right now, so this is them just starting.
We're taking a look at the Graphite Racing AM team right now and their current challenges. And like you said, that 140.4 is just, it's like 1.3 seconds off of the lead. So they're quite a ways back. And my guess is that that's, it's probably mostly down to setup adjustments, and maybe they weren't quite ready for the weather that we're having today, but also just this track is super difficult, and not a lot of drivers have had as much practice as, well, I mean, no drivers had as much practice on this historic layout, much less any layout of this track as the other tracks on the service, considering it's brand new. So this is a big surprise to everybody.
Certainly throwing everyone for a little bit of a loop right now. So we continue to watch Graphite finish up their lap through Europe car and then up into New Holland. That 140.439 has them in third place, but they won on the front row. Is it going to be enough? They crossed the line. They had an off track, so that one will not count for them. It's World Sim Racing Junior Team, second place, looking to steal that pole away. Can they find something in the 8/10? I believe they're on an out lap since we saw them duck into the pits. And as they come across the line, yep, that one did not count. So they're just getting started now.
The Usagi Racing driver of Haynes Pitkanen is coming across the final corners now. He's going to be trying to set a lap. We're going to see how this one goes, see whether or not he can get somewhere up there in that top three.
This is going to be... Ooh, and they get one down. It's a 42-2. That'll put them in sixth. That is last on the board, but it is a time. And they've got about 1.5 seconds to make up to our pole sitter. No, excuse me. That's 1.5 seconds to the next driver, actually. So they've got a lot of work to do. That 333 late to the game, and they're not going to have much time left to try and improve on that.
It's going to be very difficult for them to improve on that time. It's when you have gaps of that big, it's definitely down to, it's one of those things where as a driver it can be really disconcerting, because you're thinking to yourself, man, am I really that far off pace? But it might not be you, it might be the setup, it might be the day. There are a lot of reasons why the pace differential could be that big, and we're going to see whether that makes that much of a difference when we get to the race.
1 minute warning has been given by the stewards, so we should be getting the checkered flag for this group very soon. Duenas coming around for the World of Sim Racing Junior Team. They can count this lap, and I believe they should cross with enough time to start their final hot lap. As they come down, is this one going to count this time? It will, but it's not quicker. They were 2 100ths slower than their quickest time. Should be getting that checkered flag pretty soon here.
It looks like Usagi is gonna be able to put another lap down too.
And it's a pretty good improvement. 41.5. That gets them closer, but they do not gain a position. Checkered flag just came out, so the first that is going to complete our qualifying is going to be the World of Sim Racing Team Junior. They are heading out through Seat, down into Worth, one of the more difficult corners. Wort, excuse me. Having one of our native German speakers in last time I was here, I was reminded that TH is a hard T. That was named after a German driver, I believe.
Yeah, this is a decent lap for them so far. Looks like they haven't had any dramas. They've been hitting all their apexes. Here's the most challenging corner for a lot of these drivers, because it's increasing camber corner, so it really tempts you to get on the throttle early. You can spin the tires like we saw there from Diego. So this is going to be a challenging lap for all these drivers in this GTN class, trying to keep the power down around these corners.
All right. This is their last chance to steal that pole away. Diego takes it across the line. He's got to improve on the 39.9, and he has an off track, so it does not count. Now we look towards the Real Pixel Motorsport 3 car. The 312, he's going to abandon his final lap. He'll have to settle for that 5th place. Pitkanen in the Usagi racing car, still looking for more time to move out of that final spot in the GT AM class. What is it going to be?
It looks like they had an off track there at the end also.
That's going to be it for our qualifying for the GTAM class. So they're going to take a very small break out on track to get things sorted out, get the track cleared for the GT Pros. We'll see them in a moment. That'll give us time to go over the GT Pro standings as well. So let's take a look at how that one sits. And it is a little bit farther apart. Hellraiser's 219 team has got a lot more work to do to try and catch up to Hoisingfeld, who have been relatively dominant this season. They've won 3 out of the 5 races that we've run so far this season. And it's pretty close back to Kinetic. It's only 8 more points back to that number 260 machine for the 3rd place. And then only 5 separating back to 4th for Fisher Motorsports. And then a mere 2 points back to Kinetic Racing. All of the top 5 could mathematically take the championship. And even though that 5th place BMW team won't be as likely to take the championship, they can certainly jump a lot of spots with a good finish here today. Everybody out now on track. And Adam, we were noting that it's somewhat of a small field for this series, but I get the feeling that this is going to be a bit like what we saw with the Real World Daytona 24 recently, where even though it was a smaller field, it was good racing just simply because I guess it was, it was more clean. So we had a lot more action on track without all kinds of kerfluffles out there.
Yeah, and for those of you who did watch the Daytona 24, it did not seem like it was, the track was empty, even with the amount of cars that they had on track. Especially the prototypes were having a really difficult time cutting through the traffic, and there were still big mobs that they had to work through. So this track's actually kind of smaller than a lot of the other tracks that DGFX runs. And so I can expect that the track's still going to feel pretty crowded for all of these cars when it comes to the multi-class component today.
Still waiting for times to go on the board as now everybody's coming across for that first timed lap. This one is multi-make, though, this time. We have a couple different types of cars outrunning the BMW M8. That's what you see there on your screen. That's a recent victory at Daytona, actually. And then, of course, the Ferrari 488, and then the Porsche RSR as well. Those are the 3 different kinds that they are allowed to choose from in this series. But they cannot switch cars throughout the season. What your team chooses is what you got to stick with.
That's going to make things very interesting here with the multi-class. It's awesome to see that all three of these cars are represented in the points championship right now, with the Porsche leading it. We're taking a look at Aaron Corey of the Fisher Motorsports as he's coming around. And yeah, the Porsche's been doing quite well in this series lately.
First one looks like to get a time is going to be Hafner, who is one of our BMW drivers in the Absolute Unit of Energy Racing team, which, by the way, I love that name. Well, let's see what he can get onto the board. As he comes around Europe car, tries to keep it within the bounds. We've seen that's been a talking point here today. As he comes to the line, it's going to be a 36 flat. And that's not going to be the quickest time, though, because immediately behind them in the Hexa Racing Team Purple, they go to the top spot. Looks like Virtual Motorsport not able to go quicker than them. Still holding on to it as more times tumble in.
Yeah, these first laps I'm going to expect to be a little bit slower than we're going to see once they get everything warmed up, once they get their feet under them. It takes a little bit of time to acclimatize to as drastic of a different track temperature. This track is usually warmer than this at this stage of the race, and a lot of drivers, especially when they race official series with this track, the track is significantly warmer. So it's going to be a time of adjustment for them, because they're not going to be able to get traction down quite as quickly coming out of the turns, but through the long sweeping bends and through the mid-speed corners, they're going to have a lot more traction than they're used to.
The only team able to go faster on that first lap is the number 248. That's the Hoisingfeld team that's leading this championship. So not too great of a surprise there. You know, we talked about the off tracks. One thing that we'll have to remind our audience of is they've got the new rules with iRacing implemented in here. It used to be tracked by the stewards that they handed out penalties, but now it's all automated. They are allowed 57 incident penalties before they are given a stop and go in pit lane. And then every 10 more after that. And again, this is over all 10 hours. They get another stop and go. Now, they have no DQ limit in this series. But, man, Jeff, I have to imagine if the teams are careless with that, those stop and go penalties, that could make a huge difference in this race.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a huge talking point as we get going through these 10 hours. I've noticed a lot on the exit of that final turn. It's just they have to really, really cut it down, and there's a lot of off tracks there, Joe.
So I have to watch that last corner. That's New Holland that Jeff's talking about. They'll carry a lot of speed through there in this old version of the layout, the historic version. Viberg yet to set a time. He's on the Hellracers Heresy team currently. Only his team and the Samba Racing team have not set a time. Now, I see the Graphite Racing Pro team not in their car currently. And I'm trying to see if they're in the session. Yes, they are in the session. So it looks like they should be taking part. Not sure why they haven't brought it out onto the track, though.
Yeah, this is not like Formula One qualifying in the sense that I think it's really a good idea to get out there on track and put in at least some time, especially with the amount of off tracks we've been seeing here today. You just want to have something in the bank so that just in case your qualifying strategy doesn't work out, you have something representative up there and you don't start at the back of this field.
Well, Viberg didn't get one down that time as we watched him cross the line, so we switched over to Yarnos, also trying to get one on the board. I mean, to be fair, Jeff, and you've even seen this over on oval races as well. When it's a long race, the qualifying, not as big of a deal. I mean, they do have 10 hours to make it up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've seen guys all over the oval side that would actually not even bother putting a time down at all just to start the back. But a lot of that tends to be on who you're racing with, who you can trust, who you can't, and what's going to go on, throughout the race. Now, 10 hours is a lot of time, and a lot of things can happen, but you really got to be careful on how much you trust yourself and your team to make up that time.
Yeah, and I'm with you, Jeff, here, because like one of the things to note from the real Daytona 24 was that the 77 car, the 77 DPI rather, he had one pit stop mistake, and that ended up costing him possibly a chance at winning the race. So even over the course of a long endurance race, just one mistake here or there, or even starting at the back, could affect whether or not you're able to finish in the lead today.
And you really got to just choose whether you trust yourself, again, not to mess up during the race. If you're going to take that risk, it's going to be rough.
And to the pole goes the Hellracers Heresy machine. Wow. So it took them a bit to get one on the board, but when they did get a clean one, it was fast. They're about half a tenth up on Team Hoisingveld's 248 machine, who are currently sitting in second. Hexa Racing Team Purple still on the inside of row 2. It's a lot closer up at the top of this GT Pro class. We're watching the Fisher Motorsports machine finish another one.
It's interesting to see where each driver's fastest time is. I'm seeing some drivers putting in their fastest time the first lap of a stint, other drivers putting in their fastest times the third lap of a stint. So it's either setup dependent or driver dependent, but in these cold temperatures, it really isn't a one-lap wonder. You can't just go out there and set a time and then drop back into the pits and restart. Looks like some of these times are being put in, the fast ones, later laps in the run.
And we saw on screen that Fisher Motorsport machine, the 284 with Pascal Tice in the car, managed to put it into third. That pushes the Hexa Purple team out to the outside of row 2 now. Viberg coming back around, trying to improve on that pole time. Definitely not safe with only half a tenth separating, but he's pulling over. He's not happy with that lap. He's going to take it back into the pits, reset, and see if he can tweak some things.
Pascal's going to pull over as well. Yeah, so a lot of these drivers are taking every opportunity to get as many fresh tires as they can. So as we see Pascal pull back out now, we're going to switch over to Stefan Overgaard. Stefan's been struggling a little bit today. He's not got the quickest time. In fact, he's down in 10th position right now. It looks like that BMW is just not treating him right today. He's done a lot of sliding out of the corners. So it looks like he might have a little bit of oversteer to contend with.
Yeah, and we're used to seeing him be much quicker. So let's see if he can improve. 36,329. And indeed, that'll bump him up to 7th. And the thing that I had noticed before was Graphite Racing is out there. Julian Bell is in the car. And now they are finally setting times. Very similar to what we saw with Usagi, where it took a bit, but they got it going eventually.
And the other team Hoisingfeld entry, the 248 coming around. Yeah, it looks like he's doing good, up there in second place. Good qualifying for him. It's awesome to see these fast drivers out here, ringing out these cars. We're going to see probably a little bit more conservative driving when it comes to the race, but seeing them really tackle these curves, it's kind of inspiring, Joe.
Yeah, and what's wild, too, is you think about that this is a 10-hour race compared to the 4 and the 6 hours from before. The timing that they do these in the real world, it allows a good variety of drivers from a lot of different areas of the globe to get in. 10 hours, though, we're going to be, it's about 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m. East Coast time right now. Here in the U.S. So a little bit early. And then by the end of the race, the European drivers, if they want to hop in the car, it's going to be pretty late at night over there on the other side of the pond.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the best things about endurance motorsport is seeing the multinationality, the multi-class, the multi-car within class. It's just awesome seeing a bunch of different cars and makes and a bunch of different drivers out there. I mean, it's probably one of the greatest gatherings in motorsports is endurance racing.
I always love seeing it. I love seeing the teams come together and the celebration when they do well. It is a unique feeling having taken part in it myself. Mark Torres currently in 6th, and he's actually going to let that other car by. That is Guignez in the Team Purple, the Hexa Racing Team Purple, who also is not happy with that time and is going to pull over. Seeing a lot of drivers do that, way more than what we saw with the Audis.
Yeah, they're pushing a little bit harder right now, Joe, and I could see a lot of them, sliding tires on exit, climbing curves, getting off tracks. These drivers realize how important these pole position is, and there we go. We have pole from the number 248 Hoisingfeld car who pulls up above the Hellraiser's Heresy machine.
Hutzfeld in that car. Matt Torg currently with the quickest time by 4/100ths of a second. And honestly, let's see, between our top 4, there is only 0.13 of a second separating them. That is how tight it is up at the top.
Yeah, and even all the way back down to 10th is only 0.8 of a second off of pole. So any of these drivers have an opportunity to get this pole at this point.
It's about a 12-car field. Yeah, 12 GTE cars out there for our GT Pro class currently. Julian Bell goes a little bit quicker and moves himself out of last place. That leaves Nacho Yarnos and the Samba Racing team to try and improve. Looking through to see who's on a flyer out here. See Bosman in the Virtual Motorsport number 278, who sits in 10th, is coming around. Let's see what this Ferrari has. Doesn't set a time, so he must have had an off track. Torres behind him also didn't improve. Hundhedge, looks like his was still slower than that 36.3 to put them in 8th place.
Pascal
it
on
looks
an
like
out
we're going
lap.
to be.
Go ahead, Jeff.
It looks like we're going to be wrapping up qualifying here for the GT class as well. So we just got the 1 minute one.
Indeed, and that means that if they want a flyer, they got to start one now. So Hafner crosses the line for the absolute unit of energy, does go quicker, and that puts him into 5th place.
Yeah, Hafner, a good climb there. I've been actually keeping my eye on the Hexa Racing Team purple car with Corentin Guinness in there, and he's struggling a little bit with this BMW. It's quite a challenge. Take a look at this though. Mark Torres on screen with Kinetic Racing Velocity in the draft of one of the Ferraris, trying to see whether that's going to be able to gain him a little bit more time.
Interesting strategy. I mean, it's not known as a draft track, but I guess take out anything that you can get around here. The qualifying is over, by the way. These are going to be our first drivers to take the checkered flag in this session. The virtual motorsport machine is pulling away, and indeed that BMW is going to pull in. So Kinetic is going to abandon that last lap. What can the 278 do? They improved with 36.6, and that does not get him a position, though.
Take a look at Pascal of Fisher Motorsports. He's on quite a lap. Let's see whether or not that improves his time. Does it? Oh, yeah, just a little bit by 2/1000ths of a second.
Wow. My goodness. So he doesn't gain a spot, unfortunately, but I guess that is one to hang your hat on to find some pace. Viberg, is he going to be the last one here? Nope. Got a couple more behind him, but he's going to abandon that lap. The Hell Racers Heresy car settles for second. Fisher Motorsports 285 machine also comes into the pits. That will end our qualifying for the GT Pro class. That was a thriller. Up at the top, just 4 100ths between first and second place. That bodes well for 10 hours of racing. But that means that now our focus shifts over to the HPDs. This is the LMP2 class that we are now covering. And the points for them also close. 8 between first and second. That's the CQR number 116 car and the Torque Freak Racing's number 181. And then you could see there is, even if it wasn't double points, it would still be between the top 5. 19 points from first to 5th place. So this is anybody's game. You have to really be on top of it, and you cannot give up today. The World Sim Racing 151, Adequate's 193 car, and then Nomad's 122 round out your top 5, all vying for that championship. And look, it's a traffic jam out here, Adam. This is ridiculous looking.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting start for them. The track, I mean, I'm not entirely sure why everybody felt the need to go out at once, considering the fact that, I mean, they might be thinking that draft is going to be a big factor here down the front straight, Joe. This is a very interesting thing here.
So as they get ready to set a time, again, this is just the warm-up lap. Track position, I guess, is everything for these drivers. Laps will be much quicker than what we saw for the GT classes. We're looking at over a minute and a half for those GT Pro and GT AMs. Now we're going to be getting down to under that minute and a half, probably in the realm of about 125 to 130. And then wait till you see the LMP1s as well get out there, especially with these long sustained corners. Those LMP1s will just look magnificent.
Yeah, but these LMP2s, these are such fantastic cars, the HPDs, and they have a mind of their own. They have a very unique style of driving in order to get them to go fast, and it's going to be awesome to see them tackle this downforce heavy course.
So far this season for the LMP2s, our championship leader has won the last 2 races at Laguna Seca and Silverstone, the CQR team, and the number 116. Interestingly, the second place team has yet to win this season. Same with the third place team. You have to get back down to adequate racing before you get another victory. And that was at Circuit of the Americas for the 193 machine. Nomad Sim Racing took honors in the first round. So it's been pretty spread out amongst this class on the drivers.
Well, I mean, when it comes to endurance racing, you have to be consistent, and the number 2 and number 3 teams in the points, consistency seems to be their strength, whereas they may not have a win, but they're still up there challenging for the points championship. But that being said, they're probably going to have to get a win today if they would like to win the championship.
No doubt. Tile guard coming around. Let's see what the Vikings Fenris machines got. It's a 129.7, but they're quickly displaced. Schlax manages to take that away. And then, of course, we have more of them going even quicker, faster than you can keep your eyes on it. More and more drivers finding time to really see how dark it's starting to get out on track as well.
Yeah, Joe, you can really tell that this track was developed with Formula One in mind. These HPDs are much more comfortable out here than the GT cars were. They're having a much easier time of the frankly ridiculous amount of medium speed corners here at Catalunya. They seem to be really enjoying themselves.
So CQR, who leads the championship, also leads this qualifying session after the first lap. Only team that didn't manage to set a time that first time around was the Nomad team. That's the 122. Tony Baird is in that car. So he's got to try and come back around and give it one more go to figure out where they sit. This is a relatively healthy field as well, with 12 cars out there. And this time, though, we didn't have anybody sitting around. Everybody got out on track immediately to try and set a time.
Yeah, it looked very reminiscent of actually a Formula One qualifying with that many cars in one place at one time. That was Martin Telegaard, who just came across. We're looking at Michael Schlax, who just came across the line as well. Neither of them were able to improve their times. We're going to take a look at Tony Baird from that Nomad Sim Racing. Does he put in a time that sticks? Yes, he does. A 129.7. So that's going to put them up to, 129.3 rather. That puts them up to 7th place.
So not a bad showing. The No Luck EM Sports is coming across. He doesn't manage to improve on his second lap around. Barraclaw, usually pretty quick for that Torque Freak corkscrew machine. And indeed, he improves another 10th. That gets him into the top 5.
Yeah, where the HPDs are struggling around this track is going to be those slower turns coming out of the first sector through that second sector. That's where they're really struggling to try and get grip down. They're having trouble getting to the apexes of those slower turns. We're going to watch Michael Slack see whether or not he can do it. And he can take this a little bit wider here, but he has to clip that apex just before he comes into the right-hander, and he manages to do so. It looks like Schlax has the car underneath him today.
His last one was his quickest at a 29 flat. That was good enough for 6th place, but he's going to abandon it. He's going to come on into the pits. So Romer behind him, the German Sim Racing 169 car. He went way wide on that exit. So looks like that lap, unfortunately, won't count for him.
Yeah, the gap here between all of these cars is quite close. All the way down to 10th, it's only 0.8 of a second between all these drivers, so quite impressive times. David Baker coming off the corner now for that CQR club. Let's see whether or not he can... No, he's on his out lap, rather, so we'll see whether he can improve on this lap, rather.
It's all coming thick and fast now. Robert Rattray also not able to improve on his first lap, which was his quickest, but he's still last on the field. Thought I saw some movement up at the top. Oh, and it was the Torque Freak corkscrew car up to 3rd with their last lap, and a 28.9 will do it. Still at the very top of the field, 0.5 of a second between 1st and 2nd place. It is going to be nip and tuck.
This class is very, very close. right now. I mean, these drivers, it is impressive. It's only, wow, it's less than half a second back to 7th place for Nomad Sim Racing HPD, as we're taking a look at Marcus Romer starting to go around those final corners as well. And we'll see whether or not he can improve in that German Sim Racing LMP2 machine.
Sits in 10th at the moment, and he doesn't go quicker. He's still got plenty of time to try and find more out there. What about the World of Sim Racing 151? Ooh, they do find some time, and that puts them ahead of that Torque Freak car. They're now in 3rd place on the inside of row 2.
David Baker just coming off the corner. He also improves by 8/10. David Baker, wow.
Did that one count, though? I'm seeing that one did not count for Baker.
No, it didn't. That's unfortunate, but that was quite a bit quicker. Oh, look at this. Tony Baird going up to pole in the Nomad Sim Racing HPD machine.
Wow. So the 122, who sits 5th in the championship, throws the marker down and says, beat this. We're going over to Fantini, who is in 3rd, having been shifted downwards. He's going to try and get higher up on the 101 machine. Let's see what he's got across the line. Oh, and it's another non-lap as he had an off track somewhere.
Yeah, Jeff, it looks like these cars are starting to get a little bit faster here as we get towards the later stage in this run. Have you been noticing any places where they're improving time?
I feel like a lot of it has to do with the weather, with the track cooling down. It looks like a little bit more grips coming in. These guys are just whipping it, and it is crazy to watch these guys get around here. And it's going to be really interesting to see as in the race, as the weather transitions, who picks up time as they have in this qualifying session.
So we watch Middleton come around Renault, starting another lap. His last was his quickest, a 29.2, puts that Adequate Racing machine up to 8th. And they are the ones that sit in 4th in the championship. So that's not really where they want to be right now. Probably looking to find a little bit more pace. Schlatt's down in 7th, just in front of them, comes across, and he gets to a 28.9. So that puts him up to P5 now. Barraclaw in that Torque Free car has been slipping farther and farther downwards. He has got to hustle at this point because he was close to the front row at one point.
Yeah, Barraclaw's coming across the final corners now. We'll see whether or not he can improve the times. All the times have been dropping in the last lap or so, so let's see whether or not he can improve as well.
Down and across. Last one didn't count. This one does, and he goes quicker, but it's only good enough for 5th place. Clearly a little bit outmatched as the temperatures cool. Tile across the line. He does not find any more out there. The 112 comes around for another go at it. There you saw the weather up at the top of your screen.
Yeah, Joe, things are definitely getting tighter up towards the front. The top 5 now only separated by 0.147 of a second in time, so these drivers really got to get going.
Fantini, last one also. Fantini's only set 2 timed laps. He's pushing it, but he's pushing it a little bit too hard past the boundaries, and unfortunately, iRacing will not count the lap if you go out of bounds.
It's going to make things difficult for him and his team if he can't keep getting up there. I mean, he's got a decent time and he's good enough for 3rd, but man, I'm sure his team would appreciate pole as well, considering he's put in laps that would have gotten him pole if they would have been clean. So if he could get another clean lap, and it's possible he might be up there fighting with pole as well.
Ooh. David Baker last time by went quicker, but get this. It is now 1/100th of a second between himself and the Nomad team. So he was oh so close, but just not quite there.
Take a look at David Barraclaw as he goes across. Tony Baird is going to be the next one to cross the line in that Nomad Sim Racing. Can he improve his time and stretch the gap more? No.
So drivers still doing their best to try and get these last few moments, eking out a 10th or 2, 100th or 2 in some cases. Looking to see who's going to be the next one across the line. I see Fantini, who sits in third, coming around yet again. He finally gets a third lap down, but it doesn't go quicker.
And we're taking a look at Benetti, who looks like he's lining up. He's lining up for a quick run, so he's going to get started here on his next quick lap. So interesting strategies from everybody. Some people just running around doing laps as fast as they can. Others, like Benetti, setting up for a fast lap. But man, going off track off of the last corner, that's going to slow him down for the straight by a couple miles an hour. And that might be the difference between pole and fourth where he sits.
Ooh, Baker just took it back into the pit lane. I'm not sure how much time we have left, but he's really got to hurry and get out there. If we get that 1 minute warning soon, they're not going to be able to complete a lap.
And it looks like the German sim racing team just moved up a couple spots to 8th now.
Yeah, that's the 169. So that last one at a 129.1.
Barraclaw just gained a full 10th, and that puts him into P3 now with a 128.8. So a very good time from him. Man, it is tight up here.
Yeah, still half a tenth off of our leader. So Barraclaw also ducks it back in, tries to start one more time. These have just been tumbling out here. Schlax goes quicker. That moves the Falk Autotech machine up to 4th place.
All right, Joe. It's go time. It's 1 minute to go now. This is your final flying lap if you've started one.
Is this going to come down to who's last on track? This is incredible. Benetti's going to cross the line to start a new flyer here. And he's currently in 6th place for the World of Sim Racing. They go up to 2nd place now. 128.7. 1,000ths of a second separating the top two.
Here comes Marcus Romer around the final corner. He is going to go back into the pits. So we've got David Baker, who previously was in 2nd, now in 3rd. Here he comes across the line. Does he improve? No, he does not. Martin Talgard comes across. He's just starting his flying lap as well. So a lot of people just starting their flying laps. Here we go, Joe. It's going to be intense to see who finishes in first.
David Barraclaw hurrying to the line to try and start before the qualifying is over. And there's the checkered flag. So is Barraclaw on a hot lap? Did he manage to get around? I'm trying to remember. No, he is coming to a halt. He's done. So he'll start from 4th.
If no one else improves, Joe, we have 2 other drivers who are 5th and 10th who are still going. So here comes Benetti coming around the final sectors now.
World of Sim Racing team moved themselves up into 2nd last time across. The 151 could steal the show here. Can they go faster than that Nomad 122 machine? Out of Europe car through New Holland. He's got to make up 1/1000th of a second. It's small margins, and he doesn't do it, so he stays in 2nd.
Michael Schlax comes across the line, and he is not able to improve. That was his outlap, it appears. And David Baker has decided to pull off to the side of the road. That leaves Team Vikings Fenris coming across the line. He's coming through the final corner now. But he goes off track, so he will not improve either.
Oof. So the Team Vikings Fenris car, unfortunately, a little bit too late in the game, and they are the last one of our LMP2s to come across the line, finishing up their qualifying. Let's go to the big boys now. This is the LMP1 Championship. This has been incredibly one-sided. PCDC Motorsports number 18 has won every single round. But to tell you how consistent the Hellracers number 19 team has been, only 21 points behind. So as you can see, it is only going to be between 1st and 2nd place in this class, because 45 points back, the old dogs number 47 can't take the championship away. PCDC 54 and SKS Tribute round out the top 5. So got to watch out for PCDC. Can they win every single round? And also, can they maybe be routed in an incredible upset if they don't win the championship?
Yeah, that's going to come down to consistency, traffic management. I mean, PCDC's been doing a great job this season, but we saw last season where they got into a little bit of trouble in one of the final rounds. So it's going to be impressive to see these LMP1s come around and do qualifying. Qualifying does not ensure you a win here at Catalunya.
Yeah, also sort of fragile cars too, Adam. So I have to imagine keeping the thing in one piece is going to be critical over this long of a race.
Yeah, and there are a couple of well, I mean, they're not very tall for a GT car, but for these LMP1s, there are a couple of very tall curbs around this course. You're going to have to be very careful not to clobber with that LMP1. Otherwise, you could upset your hybrid regeneration or your hybrid boost capabilities that come onto those front axles. So you have to be very careful with these LMP1 cars not to hit the curbs too hard.
First one coming around is Hampus Boz. Hellraiser's Gluttony machine. Believe this is just an outlap as they only came out of the pits recently. And indeed, yeah, they're just getting some laps started. This one going to be much easier for our audience to keep track of. If you watch the top left of your screen, that clock will count down to 0 when the qualifying is over and the checkered flag will come out. I love this onboard. This will give us the best sense of the incredible downforce and speed of these machines.
Yeah, taking a look at Hampus Baz going around the corners, man, he is struggling a little bit with front tire grip. Looks like this car isn't quite up to temperature yet. I saw him weaving down the front straight, so while this may be a timed lap for him, this is just going to be a banker. He's going to be looking towards his second lap to be his quick one.
And this is F1 levels of downforce that these cars operate on. So if you have watched a Formula One race around here at Barcelona, this will look a little bit familiar. And just diving it down into Lakaja. Different track than what F1 races nowadays, though. With that being a sweeper, and then, of course, they completely bypass the RACC chicane here in the final portion.
Yeah, those are small consolations made for the GT cars and the HPDs where this would be very difficult. Also, the LMP1s are actually quite a long chassis, so as we see Hampus go across, he sets a 122.95. That's not going to be good enough that is going to be good enough for a time, so we're going to see the next times trickle in, but expect their second laps to be quicker.
The SKS Tribute goes quicker, and so does Element Sim Racing Fire. Hoffman now on provisional pole. Nossing, the first of them not to take the pole position away from the others. Looks like the PCDC Argon car, the number 18, didn't set a time, so I think they're slowing down to recharge.
Satellite Racing driver of Patrick Pelchak just coming around now. He looks like he is on his first flyer of the day, so he'll be able to put in a time before we get back to Hampus Boz in the Hellraiser's Gluttony vehicle.
Another smaller-ish field here in the prototypes, but understandably so, as these are very difficult cars to drive and manage. Boz is just coming around through Bonk Sabadell right now. So can the Gluttony machine get back to the provisional pole for this second lap, or is this a recharge lap? Nope, it is a quick one, a 21.5, and that will be the top spot.
Next up will be Lucha Mateo, who's coming across the line now. He's going to set a 131, so I think that was, so he's quite a ways down the field at this point, but I'm pretty sure that was just his first banker. So here comes Christian Nussing coming across a 127.8 for him, so that's able to move him, well, keep him in fourth, rather.
Yeah, it looks like he had an off track, because I'm not seeing that one counted on mine. Ribolo also same situation. He didn't seem to set a time. Pelchat will be the next one. I believe the PCDC Argon car was just charging up their batteries that time through, because I thought I saw them going slow through one portion of the lap. This is another multi-make class, as they have the Porsche and the Audi that you can race here in these prototypes. Pelchat a 22 flat, and that'll actually put him in second place.
Yeah, and Joe, you were mentioning how these cars are difficult to handle and manage, and that is true. But I think a lot of the barrier to getting into the LMP1 class is the complexity of the setup. Trying to manage how the hybrid system is deployed and all of the different settings that you can work on with that. It makes it very difficult to find a setup that's to your liking. And there aren't a lot of setups floating around that folks are willing to share because of how difficult it is to set up. So that keeps a lot of smaller teams and a lot of, you know, a lot of venturing teams out of this class.
When the Argonne team up to second with their last lap, still 2/10 off of Hellracer's Gluttony. So they've got some work to do, but at least they are much higher up the board. The headlights have started coming on for the cars as well. That is how dark it's getting out there right now. It is 1 degree cooler on the track surface, still about 76 degrees Fahrenheit. It's only gone down maybe about 3 or 4 degrees since this qualifying started.
And Jeff, you've been watching the trends over the course of this qualifying. Are you expecting the fastest times to be at the end of this qualifying session, or do you think people are going to have pretty even pace throughout?
I'm watching these guys just throw it into the corner, and I think later on in the session, as it gets cooler and the track calms down a little bit, I think those throwing it into the corner there is going to really benefit you, because you're going to be able to risk it a little bit more. I really think the times are going to get a little bit quicker, and it's really awesome to see these guys and how aggressive they are.
Watching Mateo and that Argonne machine. They are on an out lap right now as they parked it and brought it back in after their quick lap. So don't believe this is going to be a timed one as they come across, just waiting to confirm. Indeed, that was no time set. So let's see who else is close to finishing up. I see SKS Tribute as well. They're one of the Audis. In fact, we've only got one Porsche now that I'm looking at it. Everybody else is in the Audi R18.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how the tides have turned, because, I mean, just about a year ago, it would have been the other way around. It was believed that the Porsche was faster, so it's fascinating to see everyone jump onto the Audi bandwagon, as it were. It's the only one Porsche out here, because the tables were flipped just a season ago.
Well, that lone Porsche is currently leading the times. Hoffman, though, goes up to third in the Element Sim Racing Fire Car. Nicely done by the 71. Here goes Pelchat once again. Across the line. That must have been a recharge lap, because that was a bit slow on him. One thing I love about these cars, too, is with those hybrid systems, and they've modeled this so beautifully here in iRacing, there are all kinds of interesting noises that come out of the engines. I know a lot of people sort of love the loud sounds of the V10s, the V12s, the very powerful engines out there, the V8s, but something sounds so futuristic about these things as we ride on board with the SKS Tribute right now.
Yeah, hearing the whine of the ooh, wow, oh goodness, that is a tough one. Oh, that's difficult. But as you were saying,
great example though there of, we haven't really seen anybody bin it yet here today, and these you talked about it, Adam, that these cars are right on edge. That I worry about that during the race. If a driver's pushing to try and catch someone, that could be race changing right there, an incident like that.
Yeah, but the difference between a race and qualifying is out here during qualifying, these drivers have as many spare cars as they would like. So taking that risk out here in qualifying is not going to end your 10-hour attempt. And so they're willing to take those big risks right now as Hampus Baz crosses the line again and improves actually 2/10. Wow, he's really starting to gap the field, Joe.
Yeah, it's half a second now to the PCDC Argonne car. Again, it's double points. So Obviously, the Argonne team doesn't want to finish too far back, but even if they did finish in second place, granted, we're just talking qualifying here. Oh, and they improved to a 1:21.5, so they cut it back down to 2.5 tenths of a second. They're keeping them in check, making sure that the Gluttony car can't run away with things. But again, they only have to keep that number 19 within sight. They don't have to beat them necessarily.
And we're under 5 minutes to go now, so these cars are going to get 2, maybe 3 laps in more after this point. So here comes Rubelo coming across in the SKS Tribute vehicle. He's on a recharge lap, so he's just starting his flying lap right now. And Hampus Baz, an impressive drive from him right now, and that lone Porsche doing a great job setting some fast times here in qualifying.
From what I understand, too, Adam, don't the Audi and the Porsche harness their energy in different ways too, don't they? I want to say, because I wonder if that is giving the Porsche a bit of an advantage.
It is. The Porsche harnesses energy on the straights quite a bit more than the Audi, which harnesses it more effectively in the turns. And there are a couple of long straights around here where the Porsche is harnessing a lot of energy. But the reason why I think a lot of these drivers are taking the Audi is because the Audi gets better fuel mileage during the race. And so over a 10-hour period, if that can save you one pit stop, that is worth it.
That's a fair point. I wonder if things will play out a little bit differently for the number 19. Matteo, coming around Europe car, still has those 2 tenths to make up. Last one was a flyer. Is this going to be a slow lap? Yeah, it is a slow lap. So they backed up to recharge and go at it again.
Rubelo coming across the line. Oh my goodness, a 22 flat for Rubelo. So that improves him quite significantly.
Sadly,
that didn't count.
Did it? I've seen it count on mine. The problem is just it wasn't quicker than anybody else, unfortunately. He was about half a tenth off of Satellite Racing. So he's gotten within the pace of everybody else. It's just, unfortunately, he's dealing with an incredibly quick field today. And Ribolo, we've seen in the past, is not slow. That SKS car has been up in the podium in previous races. So I'm not sure what's going on with the SKS team right now.
Hampus Baz sets another fastest lap, a 21.2, so that improves him to 3 tenths now over the PCDC Motorsports vehicle driven by Gianluca Matteo right now. Patrick Pelchat coming across the line. Let's see whether or not he's not going to improve, so that must have been a battery recharge lap as well.
Yeah, it looked a little bit slow out there. I see Hoffman around out of New Holland, a 21.8. That's his quickest, but he stays in 3rd place. That means Matteo can maybe try and go quicker than Boz here and go up to the pole. It's a 21.4. That's a 10th quicker, but it's still not enough.
So we're seeing Boz keep a consistent about 0.2 second gap over Matteo right now, and I think that might have to do with just the difference between the Porsche and the Audi in qualifying, because these are very consistent gaps between the two drivers. One shaves off 1/10 on the lap, the guy shaves off 1/10 the next lap, and so we're seeing that gap stay very consistent.
That's been very fascinating to watch, because usually we don't quite see it play out like this. Ribolo didn't improve last time by.
1 minute to go, Joe.
Boz coming in. Ooh, so Boz feels comfortable, I guess. Ooh. They had enough time to start another flyer if they wanted, but they elected not to. Patrick Pelchat still 5th in his class. A 21.6. Oh, make that 3rd place for the 64 team.
And he jumps over Hoffman, who just came into the pit, so Hoffman drops down to 4th off of that, and he can't contest it either.
What about Nosing? Looks like he's going to have to go one more time around, as that lap did not count for him. Who do we still have running then? Pelchat, Matteo, and Nosing are still going. The PCDC 18 car didn't go quicker, but they've got enough time to do this one last flyer. Oh, looks like actually no, Pelchat is not out there. So it's down to 2 cars still running on track, and they are able to finish this hot lap, even though the checkered flag has fallen, but nobody else can go from here.
That was a little bit wide for nosing there through that corner. A little bit wider than usual. The LMP ones take a wide line through there, but he looks like he's struggling a little bit with grip on this lap. We're going to see whether or not he can improve anyway, using the boost utilization to try and make up that time.
The Xenon car, it's both PCDC cars out running right now, by the way, interestingly. So the Argon car and the Xenon car going to try and get themselves one last shot. Is the Xenon even going to stay on the track, though? Yes, they are. They're going to stick with it, so they seem to think it's clean enough. And it is not quicker, though. Wow, it's hundredths off of their quickest time. It was almost there. The Argon car does go faster. It's a 21.4, but it's not good enough for pole. They're going to stay in second place. What a qualifying that was for all four classes. This is going to set us up for the race itself. So let's go through your starting grid. With that LMP1 class, Hell Racers Gluttony is on the pole. PCDC, the championship leader, the Argon car, is going to have to start from second place, but it was tight between themselves and the number 19. Satellite Racing will be starting in third. Element Sim Racing Fire will be P4. And then row 3, the last of our 6 cars that will start here in this LMP1 class is PCDC Motorsports Xenon in 5th and SKS Tribute starting in 6th. Adam?
The Nomad Sim Racing HPD vehicle takes the pole in the HPD class, with World Sim Racing Team coming alongside him in the second position. CQR Club is going to start off in third position, with Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew in fourth. Fox Auto Tech Sim Racing starts off in fifth position, with Team Hoisingfeld starting off in sixth. Real Pixel Motorsports in seventh. Alongside them is German Sim Racing LMP2 DGFX. Adequate Racing is going to start off in ninth position, with Team Vikings Fenris in 10th. VPEX Racing Group Blue and No Luck EM Sport round out your HPD field, Jeff.
Team Hassefeld 248 will start the first. Hellracers Heresy second. It'll be Fisher Motorsports will be third. Heska Racing Team Purple will be fourth. Absolute Unit of Energy Racing will be fifth. Kinetic Racing Velocity sixth. Kinetic Racing Speed will be seventh. Element Sim Racing Water will be eighth. Fisher Motorsports will be ninth. Virtual Motorsports will be 10th. Graphite Racing 11th. And Somber Racing will round out 12th.
We get to the GT-AM field. TSB Racing Ripe and Move will be starting in first. Second will be World Sim Racing Team Junior. Then in third place, you've got Graphite Racing Team AM. Team Vikings Midcard in P4. Real Pixel Motorsport 3. That's the 312 car, starting second to last, and Usagi Racing, the last of our 36 car field. You can see we have, through the magic of sim racing, already gone through the night into the day. It is morning time, 11:30 a.m. virtual standard time here in Spain, getting ready to go racing for 10 full hours, rather, as we wait for everybody to grid up. Looks like we got everybody out there. Rolling starts as the LMP1s take off behind that Porsche pace car. It didn't have any protests at all during the qualifying, interestingly. So no drivers getting in the way of one another through that quali session. That is a good sign. We'll see if it stays as clean throughout the race. We'll keep you up to date on any action the stewards have to take. Hopefully there won't be many, if at all. Out of Europe car now. Hell Racers Gluttony with Hampus Boz in the car will have control of the field. Pace car is in. He's waiting patiently. He's keeping them stacked up back there very, very closely. He's waiting a long time for this. Now he gets going. Oh, and this absolutely checks up the third place car. I think that's the Satellite Racing Team and the second place car. Magnificent start from Matthias Hoffman, the number 71, looking for the lead as they come down to Elf in the very first lap. He goes around the outside. Has he got it? It's going to be tough, and they almost come together, but it isn't quite there. Let's go to the LMP2s, Adam.
LMP2s have kicked it off quite well with Nomad Sim Racing in the lead, but we have a stern battle for second place with CQR Club taking the inside of the corner in front of World Sim Racing Team, whereas Torque Freak is trying to go around the outside. Looks like CQR starts to lose it a little bit, so that's going to allow Team Heusingfeld to go inside of World Sim Team Racing for 5th place, and they're still side by side as they come off. Let's go to the GTM, or the GT Pros.
Yeah, Husserfeld 248 just got a magnificent start right there and was able to pull out a little bit there. But they stacked up behind him. It's going to be interesting to see if they can sort that out. They really got 3 wide there going in the first corner there. It was just crazy.
So far, so good. But the GT AM is very spread out on that start. Norwig leading the way in the TSB Ripen Move car. In fact, he's gapped Oysterhouse in the Graphite AM machine. So the GT AM's probably the most tame of all of our classes. Our leaders are actually already heading around to finish lap 1. Gluttony leads, number 19, 71 up into second place, almost took the lead away, but it looks like the PCDC Argon car already stalking that number 71 as they close in down to Elf.
They're going to have to do that in order to keep the gap. They don't want to lose the gap before they hit traffic. Once you hit traffic, all bets are off. But right now, you need to keep that gap to the cars in front. Stay in their draft. Stay within a second. And maybe even save a little bit of fuel here. But it doesn't look like anyone's thinking about that right now. A lot of hard racing going on throughout the field.
Looking back to the LMP2s, it is still the Nomad team leading with Baird in the car. Baker in the CQR hasn't been able to attack. The closest fight really up at the top there in the LMP2s is for 3rd and 4th. Barraclaw in the Torque Freak car with Ronnie Fantini challenging, trying to get onto the podium. Difficult to pass here. It's known for that. And as they swing it into Repsol, he's not nearly close enough for now.
Yeah, it looks like the battle for the lead in the GT Pro class is getting pretty close, Jeff.
Yeah, it's interesting to see they're super aggressive here early in this run. There's 10 hours of this. I can't wait. This is awesome.
Viberg right now chasing Heutzfeldt, and he's not really got much of a gap. In fact, look, you can see the top 3 are nose to tail. That's Hexa Racing Team Purple with Guignez in there as they come down into Vert, and looks like even though he was close, he's not willing to make that risky move quite yet. But you can see that purple BMW is all over the back of the 219.
They're very close, and look at that. The Team Purple, yeah, just diving to the inside. They're trying to get Viberg really upset there, but unable to do so. Viberg just taking his line, but look at that defensive line into the next corner. So Viberg is definitely thinking about his mirrors right now, and that might allow Holtzfeld to get out ahead.
It looks like he's pulling a little bit of a gap. As they come around New Holland, this is one of those prime places to try and set up an overtake with a slipstream. This is a great exit from the 266. As they come down the front stretch, he is definitely going to have a good draft. Any sort of defense from the 219? No, he's just going to let him have the inside. It's early in the race. He's not going to fight it. Well, now he is as they stay side by side. It switches back to the left, but now to the inside through Renault. It looks like the 266 is going to have the advantage. Still making him work for it. Viberg, wheel to wheel. They're coming up to Repsol. It's another right-hander, so that Hexa Purple car should have the advantage once again. Can he finally seal the deal? Still no, and they're losing all kinds of time to our leader, Jeff.
Oh no!
And a spin from Viberg, and he gets hit. Everybody else manages to avoid. That was the Fisher Motorsports 284.
Just unlucky from them coming across the line, coming around the corner and just unable to do it. Very difficult. We're going to jump on board with the replay for this.
It looked like Viberg tried to get going, and Tice was he was on the inside line, but he saw him move and he thought maybe he had to duck to the outside. Unfortunately, that's when Viberg hit the brakes once again. So let's see, looking on Viberg's car, damage isn't too bad.
Yeah, he's going to have some significant left rear damage, and that's going to affect him on the straight line speed, and especially it might affect him in other places as well. But we need to go back up to the LMP1s because the battle for fourth place for them is quite intense. Third, actually, because they just cut through the Audi field. So this has condensed the field a little bit for them after the first couple laps.
Well, it's condensed from third on back, but Hoffman and the Sim Racing Fire Car is off like a shot from the Argon machine. There you can see the distance. Mateo, I would have thought, would have been all over him considering his pace in qualifying. Right now it's Pelchat in the satellite team, still trying to get onto the podium. He's about 0.8 of a second back from that number 18. He's not within striking distance, but as we ride on board with Patrick now, you can see he's still got him within range.
And through all the craziness with the LMP1s and the 2s, the Audi class is back here, and Ripenmove is just taken off. He has absolutely gapped the Graphite Racing team.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's wow, they really have. You aren't kidding. It's almost 4 seconds back there. So the 305 is taking advantage of this traffic and really just running away with things early. That could wind up being critical later in the race.
Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see if he burn up his stuff early in the run, trying to extend that gap, or whether it was just excellent racing. He looks like he is being just smooth and methodical, and it looks great to me.
Ooh, let's head to P4 and the LMP1s because the satellite racing car looks like they might lose a position. The traffic held them up, and the PCDC Xenon machine gets right up behind them by the time they break for Elf. It's just not quite there. Look at the traffic, though. Now they are hitting the thick of these GT cars. They're into the GT Pro class at this point, and they're having to weave their way back and forth through them.
It is very challenging for them to cut through this field. The GT field's doing a great job of just running their line. It's allowing these LMP1s to side in and out of them. But man, it is very close now. And now Pelchak has now been able to catch up to Mateo in third because of some traffic. But now he falls off because of that same traffic. So it's just a give and take right now, Jim.
I'd say that Nosi's got the bit between his teeth. The way he's keeping him in check, definitely making sure that he makes the move whenever he sees that 64 make the move. He goes through a corner, he's going through with him.
And they just passed the battle for the lead, actually, between Hosfeld and Guinness in the GT Pro class, which is now cut down to just under a second. So they're nose to tail as well. So a lot of battles going on in these pro classes now. Take a look at this one on screen.
Yeah, let's stick with this fight because, again, as you said, this is for the lead. Are they going to get split up here? That is Ribolo, I think, coming through. SKS Tribute puts them all over him. Guinness has now got a great run, and he's going to look to the inside. Just behind them, don't count out Mark Torres. He's third, and he could take advantage if they tangle down here into Elf. It's going to be a game of chicken on the brakes, but I'd say that Guinness has one out. He takes the lead away. Lead change up in the GT Pro. Whoa, and down to the inside. Look at that, second place. Torres is going to try and take advantage of the situation. From first to third, Hoitzfeld is absolutely dropping here at the first 10 minutes of this race.
Yeah, the Kinetic Racing Velocity driver Mark Torres took an amazing opportunity there to dive down to the inside. There was room there for sure, and the Hoisingfeld car did not cover off the inside well enough. I don't think he thought Torres was going to go, but Torres diving down to the inside, a very, very professional move from Torres.
Was our information correct? Is this a 10-hour race? Because that does not look like 10-hour racing right there. Fantastic stuff from our leaders here in the GT Pros. Finally, they settle down a little bit, getting a gap between themselves, especially without the traffic coming through as quickly. But they'll get the LMP2s in through soon, which we haven't looked at in a while. So let's check in on those leaders. The 122 still up ahead with Tony Baird leading by a little bit under a second over David Baker in the CQR machine. We ride on board with the leader. Definitely trying to push through some of these. Is this our GTM class right now? Yes, I believe so.
Yes, it is. The GTMs are scything through, and that's separated the GTM field even more significantly to a 6.5 second gap lead for the TSB racing vehicle, TSB Reitman move. But man, it's very close.
Oh, do we just have a change for fourth?
Yes, we do. They're side by side, 3 wide going through the corners now. In fourth place, we had change for fourth in the LMP1s, but the LMP2's fourth place is side by side now as well.
Yeah,
Contact!
Oh, wow. That was Fantini to the inside and Benetti to the outside. Again, guys, 10-hour race. I can't believe we're seeing this sort of racing this early. The 151 going defensive to the inside as they come down the front stretch. But as they break for the corner, it looks like he is going to hold on to that fourth place. Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned the LMP1s, Adam, because that's initially what I was looking at, but you caught the action as it was happening here in the LMP2s. So have to have eyes in the back of our heads right now.
Yeah, and the CQR Club vehicle in the second place of LMP2 is now struggling a little bit too. Torque Freak Racing is right behind.
We saw that Torque Freak was looking a little bit faster than this in qualifying. So as Barraclaw in third, continuing to challenge David Baker up through Campsa. They've got Norwig, who is our leader in the GTM, up ahead, so they should be clear of this first set of GT traffic, at least in a moment. CQR car manages to clear him, but Barraclaw's Torque Freak car does not. That separates them a little bit more. In fact, that brings in, that is Benetti back there.
Yeah, the World of Sim Racing team driver Benetti following in the footsteps of Barraclaw. These LMP2s, it may look like a bigger gap on screen, but when you have this traffic to deal with, these cars are not separated by very much at all on track. Speaking of not separated on track, the lead for the LMP1s looks like it's closed a bit too.
Yeah. Hoffman has cut this down to less than a second since we last looked. There you can see on screen, Hampus Baz in the Gluttony machine is ahead of him. But they're dealing with yet more of this traffic. And in fact, it is now the LMP2 traffic. So the pace of the cars that they're lapping is much closer now. That can sometimes make it awkward, just like you saw there. Talgard had, he basically just kept his car where it needed to be on the racing line, but it still proved difficult for Baz to try and work by.
So these are the LMP2s who are working through the GTM class, and then we got the LMP1s also trying to work through the GTMs and the LMP2s. So here's multi-class racing at its best, and this is when it's going to be the most intense in the first couple hours of this race.
Yeah, all 36 cars still out there running right now, so maximum traffic. But it looks like Baz is dealing with it well. He's keeping it at about that 1 second gap back to the second place car. He's getting held up a little bit by Romer, the German sim racing machine. Oh, and now he's getting held up a lot. In fact, this is going to cut it down significantly. The yellow number 71 now sees the number 19 much bigger in his windscreen. He's going to dive through. Oh, but he drifts out a little bit wide. That compromises his exit. He wanted to hold on, but in his urgency, he unfortunately made a little bit of an error.
Yeah, but I totally understand Hoffman doing that. The LMP2 that was ahead of him, Marcus Romer, was being quite aggressive with Baz, and Hoffman didn't want to give him the opportunity to block him coming onto the front straight, which is where they gained the most speed. So I think that's why Hoffman made that move.
Jeff, I'm looking down at the GT Pros, and the lead is not separated by much. The Hexa Racing Purple team may have gotten that away from Kinetic, but they're keeping them in check.
Yeah, and it looks like Torres is just bearing down. He's ready to go. Any mistake that the Hexa Racing team makes, he's going to jump, and it's going to be great.
And behind them, you can see as we ride on the gearbox, it's still close as well. For third place, Hoytsfeld, he lost the lead, and now he might even lose the podium because Hafner is already threatening him too. We're riding on board with Torres right now, coming down the front stretch. Now we duck back to look at the battle for third as well. That's Torg holding off Hafner. Not close enough to attack down into Elf. Just stays in line. Oh, but he looks to the inside. Oh, and they come together. The Hoisingveld 248 goes around. So does Hafner's absolute unit of energy machine. The BMW gets going after Hoytsfeld does. And that's going to hand third over to Overgaard. The Kinetic Racing Speed 260 up a position.
This was quite, I mean, this was a stick in your nose in there. It was, I don't think there was a gap there, and he just dove for it. Hafner putting his nose underneath the Hoisingfeld machine and sending it around going through the corner. That's a tough one.
I expect to see a new entry into the race control decisions here soon. Because that was a little aggressive. We'll see what the stewards think of that. I'm already seeing some information entered in. We'll update you once we know a little bit more. Of course, the Fisher Motorsport machine out there in a nice little fight. That's Aaron Corey in the car with Joel Hafner once he got back out on track, but they're going to be interrupted because that is Hoffman's Element Sim Racing 71 sneaking by.
There's an update on that battle. The traffic has separated that significantly to 4 seconds, but as quickly as that time has been given to Hellraiser's Gluttony in the LMP1 car, it can be taken away, so don't expect them to be separated for long. Wow,
look behind them. Is just, there's a whole slew of cars, and that actually includes our battle for the lead and the LMP2s. I know we're jumping around a bit here, but David Baker has cut down on Tony Baird, and they're literally tiptoeing their way past all of these cars as they've got the LMP1s blasting by them.
Yeah, and this is really, really close. Take a look at this. It's going to be 3 wide as they exit the corner. This is as close as you can get. David Baker looking to the outside of Tony Baird. This is a very close battle for these two.
I don't know how they keep track of it all, knowing who to let through, who to try and go by themselves. Baird managing to keep back Baker. Oh, but he spins the tires coming off of Seat. Is this going to be enough? Is he going to try and dive it in down in a vert? No, he's not. It is going to stay in second place for that number 116 car, but he's certainly licking his chops.
Every F1 driver and F2 driver will tell you it is tempting to try and dive it down to the inside of that corner, but you compromise your exit onto this middle straight, and by doing that, you're going to lose more time over the course of the lap. So unless you are right behind a guy and can get alongside him before the corner, it often isn't advantageous to make that move.
A little bit of traffic going to split them up. That is Bossman and the 278 machine. The GT Pro car going to let them through and honestly gives some breathing space there to Baird. Whew. Goodness, this has been a lot of action here at the start. We're only 20 minutes into this thing.
Speaking of action, 7th place in LMP2 is quite tight between Marcus Romer, Carson Thiel, and Neil Milton. These three have been duking it out, and they're still duking it out with all the GT Pro cars. It has been back and forth about 3 times this lap between all 3 of these drivers.
Is there a 4th one in there as well?
Yes,
yeah, Tileguard is in there. That's the Team Vikings Fenris machine. Sure, he'd love to get all 3 spots in one if they tangle, especially amongst this traffic. There was a little peek to the inside there from Middleton on Tile. Nothing doing at this point. They're all going to stay in position, continuing to work their way past GT Pro cars.
Middleton getting held up by Nacho Yarnas there through the corner. That was very close. Jeff, you mentioned this before, but this is a 10-hour race, right?
It's hard to believe it with the way these guys are going at it. These guys are just going for it. And I've been watching the Ripe and Move team and the Graphite Racing team, and it looks like Ripe and Move is still continuing to gap this and this Graphite Racing team. And it's going to be interesting to see if that pays off later in the race, because are you burning your stuff up? Like, that's scary.
Meanwhile, looks like Barraclaw having a little tussle on his hands for third place. He's been bumped up into the podium, but the World of Sim Racing team with Benetti behind the wheel is less than half a second behind as we ride on the gearbox of David. Looking back at Carlos, I can report that that incident we saw in the GT Pro class between the 269 and the 248 is being investigated. We don't have a decision yet. Traffic. Ooh, wow, great move there for David Barraclaw. Put a car between himself and Benetti, but unfortunately, what goes around comes around, and with Guignez up ahead of him through Campsa, that slows him up. Can Benetti maybe attack? Defensive move from David Barraclaw just to keep him from getting the inside into Lakaija. Still, he's awful close, almost side by side by the exit of the corner. Look at the downforce that Benetti's car has got. Doesn't quite hold it out, but my goodness, he is looking strong.
Yeah, and those two cars they just passed, that was the battle for the lead in GTM between Guinness and Mark Torres. They're still nose to tail. So, man, these classes still, each of the battles for the lead are still fairly close, except for that lead in the GTM, as Jeff was just mentioning, between TSB Racing, Ripe and Move, and Graphite Racing AMP.
And that's the lead for GT Pro that we're watching between Guignez and Torres. Still sticking with him. Looking like very different setups between Benetti and Barraclaw, the way they ebb and flow together here. But meanwhile, Thiel and Romer are going to swap positions, or are they? Romer's got the inside. No, he's on the outside, excuse me, as Thiel is trying to hold him off. They come down to the braking of Repsol, and Karsten has got the inside, almost runs into the side of Romer, who goes deep through the corner, still holds it with a nose in, coming down at a Seat. They've got no traffic for the moment, so they can settle it out amongst themselves, but it's going to be settled in favor of Marcus, who takes that 7th place away.
Man, these battles right now are intense from the beginning of a race. And it's crazy because it's all about track position right now, but while you're battling side by side, you're losing time, and so these guys are losing time to the cars ahead of the German Sim Racing. Romer is losing time to Fock Auto Tech Sim Racing 111 ahead of him in 6th place. They're about 3 seconds behind now.
And we haven't had a caution yet either. So just as a reminder, that can also take place if you're not used to watching the DJFX series. They have live stewards who will throw a caution if they see an incident that merits it. And that can change everything. Norwig, who's probably had the most calm race of everybody so far, especially for any of the leaders, is still up in front. It's a whole 11 seconds back to Oysterhouse. Really, the action in the GT leads is that battle up in the GT Pro still, and they're going to be split on either side as the LMP2s come through. This is all for position among them. This is where you start sweating in the cockpit a little bit.
This is where you're just praying that everyone around you is keeping you in mind, keep taking consideration. But Guinness is actually going to compromise off the corner here. This is going to give an opportunity to Mark Torres, but this is the corner that I was talking about, Joe. And Guinness is going to block off that corner. I don't think he really needs to. Torres wouldn't have had an opportunity to dive to the inside anyway without losing significant time. So these two, it looks like Torres has just been kind of just keeping the mark on Guinness, wouldn't you say, Jeff?
And that's been the interesting part about this, is these guys are battling on track, but they're also battling the other classes. And I think that's really what all that is keeping Torres at bay right now, is every time he seems to be able to get a good run, Guinness catches another class and he has to give and take. And the amount of give and take that these guys are giving is a little bit different. Guinness seems to be a little bit more aggressive on when he's going to give. I think it's strategy on when he's going to give way to the other classes. And Torres is a little bit more conservative. He seems to be able to give away a little bit quicker.
I have to remember that the Torres racing for the Kinetic 280 machine is currently sitting in 5th in points, the last of the cars that are able to take the championship away from the Poison Couple. So they have to rely on everybody else having a bad day, and they have to win and take max points. So they can't risk throwing away the car, but they have to be quick today. Meanwhile, do we have a side-by-side battle for 6th in GT Pro? We do. Hafner alongside Bossman, as they actually get split by an LMP1 of Hampus Boz, our leader there, but it looks like Hafner's going to be able to take away that 6th place.
Yeah, Bosman got stuck on the outside through the long corner, and that really starts to burn up your right front tire, and that can make the setup feel very uncomfortable when we start getting into these left-handers here, so that is very stressful for him.
So they're able to settle that out, and things calm down for at least a moment before they get another LMP2 squeaking through. Just about half an hour in to the final round here at Barcelona of the DGFX series. Let's look at the LMP1s, where we got a battle for 4th unfolding. The Xenon car has suddenly found itself challenged by Pelchat in the satellite number 64, and they've got a lot of GT cars that are slowing them up right now. They go by Julian Bell, and Julian's unfortunately going to play the pick here that holds up Patrick Pelchat and pulls him away by quite a distance.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Pelchat, so he's going to use up a little bit more of his boost to be able to stay on the back of Nosing, and it's working well. He's managing his boost quite effectively in the draft of Christian, but take a look at that. Christian really struggling with the traffic here. Let's see how this is going to work as they go around a slower LMP2 of Andy Banfield, and then Andy's going to try and go around Joel as well, so Patrick doing a good job of pacing the field right now.
Yeah, Banfield currently working his way around for the first half hour, the first driver to hop into the car. And that's something we haven't talked about either, is that this is a team sport out here, and they're going to have multiple drivers in. They have to if they want to score points. Oof, as that was a close moment there through Campsa. And it sounds like something's going on with our LMP2 leader.
Yeah, Tony Baird in the Nomad Sim Racing HPD has been leading this race for its entirety, but the CQR Club driver of David Baker, David E. Baker's been climbing ever closer over the last couple laps. It looks like on race pace in clean air, David Baker has the measure of Tony Baird. But considering that this is a multi-class race, he's not going to be able to have that free air for long, so he's going to have to get up there and make that pass sooner than later if he wants to get that lead. Either that, or he's just pacing Tony and is trying to save a little bit of fuel right now.
That fuel, you have to wonder, especially if it stays green, is that going to be a talking point? Will drivers have to watch out and start thinking long term? You know, we also saw very few cautions and a race distance record at the Real Daytona 24. Could we see very few cautions here today as well? Could the drivers wind up having to think about green flag racing instead of using the cautions to determine their strategy?
And Joe, I have an update on the accident between car 269 and 248. Car 269 has been, that is going to be the that's going to be the absolute unit of energy racing vehicle, has been assessed a 20-second stop and hold for causing a collision.
That's Hafner. That's the one that stuck his nose in. Didn't have good presentation, the stewards felt. And his race is going to be compromised, especially, you know, talking about those cautions. Until they get a caution, he is going to find himself close to a lap down because of this.
20 seconds is a long time. That is That's going to be very stressful.
Battle for fourth is not ended. Pelchat still on the back of Nosing. Xenon car very deep down into the first corner as they swing around the outside. Oh, way too far around the outside, and Pelchat's got it now. Pelchat up to P4 with those couple of mistakes from the 54.
I can report that the absolute unit of energy car has decided to take a stop and hold now. I think that's a good strategy, try and lose as little time as possible, but that was a fantastic pass and a good opportunity to take an advantage, and it looks like he might be trying to go back. LMP2 lead looks like it's closed up as well.
Is this the lead?
Or rather, this is for 8th position, actually. And wow, dive to the inside, almost losing it.
Middleton having to catch the car, manages to hold on to it. Teal is still to the inside as it switches around up through Bonk Sabadell. 3 right-handers in a row. That bodes well for the 112. And now he is fully passed as Middleton gives it up before they get caught by Tileguard. And they're going to be overtaken by the lapping LMP1. That is the speed difference. You can see him just blasting by now. Ooh, this might be a good chance from Tileguard.
He's a little bit too far back.
He thinks about it, but he stays in line, yeah.
He's just a little bit too far back, wasn't able to get quite the run, but this battle between these three, I mean, we talked about it earlier on in this race, it's not gone anywhere. These three are still duking it out, and the traffic has been really helping to keep them together. This is Christian Nosing coming through, and Patrick Peltrak coming through, and Christian Nosing coming through as well. These two still not separated. Ooh, a little bit of a block there from Middleton on Pelchat. That's going to be stressful coming off the corner. Very close between those two.
Oh, my goodness. I think Pelchat's in a hurry. He wants to try and put as much distance between himself and Nosing as he can. He's certainly using this traffic to his advantage as much as possible. Oh, and that's certainly put Nosing in a compromising position. Still, he got a great run out of Campsa and keeps Pelchat within range. Wild stuff here with the LMP1s. The way they continue to use that traffic. Still haven't seen anybody come in and take an early stop here. Curious actually when we'll see the LMP1s come in. They're usually some of the shortest stints of the field.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see when they come in and how that affects their strategy. Who takes what kind of fuel? You know, some teams are going to be measuring it out over the course of the race and trying to take less fuel every pit stop. Other teams are going to be taking full tanks every time and trying to take a shorter stop towards the end. It's going to be interesting to see, because when we start to hit pit stops, we'll start to see these classes separate. The class gaps between the cars in the class separate a little bit as everyone starts to get on their own strategies.
Back down to the GTMs, because we haven't really shown much in the way of battles. Well, there hasn't been, Jeff, unfortunately. But it looks like the Midgard team is trying to hold on to this podium because they're being challenged by what looks like the 312.
Yeah, and every single time you think that these guys are going to space out and get going, they seem to close the gap. But these two have been going at it for a good couple laps here. And it's going to be interesting to see how aggressive they're going to be here early in the race.
It's Wild an Hour on screen that we ride on board with. GTM is single make. These are all the Audi GT3 cars they run. Wild an Hour definitely keeping them in check. They've got Stefan Overgaard in the GT Pro starting to close in. And unfortunately, the GT3s and the GTEs do not have much pace difference, so this could get frustrating for the 260 as he tries to get by this battle.
You know, the GTMs are only about 2 seconds a lap slower than the GT Pros, but that, it may seem like a lot, but when you're going through the corners with these GT AM cars in front of you, you get held up significantly because you're losing about, you're losing that 2 seconds a lap if you get stuck behind him. So as we see Stefan Overgaard, he had to hold up for Wolfgang as he went through those corners. And that's going to slow him down on the straights. And as you can see, those GTMs are quite quick through the straights as well.
Yeah, he's barely got a nose ahead down into the braking, and Wildenauer is going to have to actually let him through just to make sure they don't lose more time staying side by side through here. But while he may have lost a little bit of time there, Overgaard probably going to cause the same sort of headache for Kjellin in the Midgard team. Especially in this portion. This is one of the more technical parts where it's hard for him to get out of the way. And in fact, he's going slightly defensive on him. He doesn't want him through right now. As they come down into Vert. Yeah, he is of no interest here, Jeff, of letting him through. He doesn't want to lose any time with the fight that he's got for third on his hands.
But while he's battling, I would be interested to see how much time he's actually losing by holding up that guy. That just doesn't seem like the smart choice.
You could see he locked up his brakes. He was trying to send it in deep. Stefan managed to get through, and that did manage him to get by. But it looks like Kjellin, still in third, has lost the ground back to Wildenauer now. They're going to have some more LMP2s sliding through. No, excuse me. This is LMP1s. This is Hoffman. And we had... Well, it looks like we have had 2 more protests filed. Looks like there was contact between the 193 and the 112. That's in the LMP2 class. That's between Middleton and who's the 112? I'm trying to find.
Deal,
yeah. I think we saw them make that contact. Ooh, change for the lead? LMP2s.
Oh, and there was just an accident as well in the...
Yeah, we just saw that. That was a Ferrari.
That was Element Sim Racing Water Nils Hundredge and getting into the left side of Mats Thorts Husfeld in Team Heusingveld.
All right, so we're watching, I believe, yeah, this is Niels Hundhead's incident, so it should be right here coming into Seat.
It looks like
tried to come back to the racing line and didn't realize it was 3 wide.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he got that much damage from that, fortunately, and it didn't affect the Heusingfeld vehicle very much either. So, fortunately, I think they're both going to be fine, but that's a lot of positions lost for Nils.
So, I don't know if we can find the pass for the lead here for the LMP2s, but this was started way back out of the final corner, so it might be more than a minute ago. Oh, looks like we have it spooled up. Let's take a look here. You can see he already got a run, and then on top of that, that's one of the LMP1s. That's Nosing sliding through just to complicate things. Baker's got the inside as they come into Renault, and as they come through the traffic, well, he just had the desirable shorter line that gave him the lead.
Yeah, and while that gave him the lead, the gap between the top 4 has decreased significantly all the way back to the World of Sim Racing team. These guys are only separated by about 3 seconds. So the top 4 in LMP2 is quite close now.
So who was it that Hundhedge ran into? I'm trying to remember here. You said it was Hootsfeld, right? I believe so, yeah. The 248 Heusingfeld team. I wonder if we could get a look at each of those cars, see what kind of damage is on them. I think it was a light touch. There's the Heusingfeld car. Yeah, I don't see anything on that, so I think he got away with it. What about Hundhedge in the 271? Again, it's very early. You don't want to have to deal with damage at this point in the race, and I think they got away without a scratch as well. Nicely done by both drivers to keep that from being worse. Just a little bit of pride hurt, as he's also dealing with a lot of traffic now in the GTM of Wildenauer. Still giving chase to Kjellin. They haven't separated.
On Bear Club Benetti, you're fighting it out. Yeah, look at this. This is for third place in class.
That's Barraclaw with the nose ahead, but not anymore, as he is slow through Elf. And Benetti up ahead into third place. Great stuff there from the 151.
That was a great pass. That was just Barraclaw getting a little bit loose on the power coming out of the corner, and that allowed Benetti to get the run. And then Benetti just closed the door through the corner. Great work from him to cut off the nose of Barraclaw and force him to get a little bit of arrow push through the corner, making him lift.
So will we see him try and fight back? From the Barraclaw I've gotten, no, I don't think he's going to take that one laying down if he's got the pace to keep up with the 151. Right now it's not looking like it, though, as he's dropped back slightly. And looks like our LMP1 drivers are now starting pit stops. Hampus Boz pits. Hoffman stays out for the Element Fire team. Satellite also still out on track. Nosing pits. Is Ribolo going to join? Yes. So 2 stay out, 4 come in.
Yeah, that's interesting to see that for sure. And it's definitely interesting to note that some of these Audis are going longer than the Porsches. I think these ones who are pitting with him might be just having to have fought harder through the pack. So it's going to be fascinating to see how that strategy plays out over the course of this 10-hour race.
40-second stop for Boz. Ooh, here's interesting development. The PCDC Argon, 24 seconds. Much quicker. So I'm guessing no tires on that one for the 18?
Yeah, that'd be my guess too. And that's an interesting strategy considering that this is going to be the hottest point of the race. And he decided to not take tires. So we're going to see how that pans out as far as his pace is concerned. I'll be keeping an eye on that as they continue this.
Yeah, 81 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's gone up since qualifying yesterday.
And Hoffman's in from the lead, yes.
Ooh, Pelchat stays out. So going a lap longer than anybody else out there. This should give the lead back to our Porsche, though, unless we get Hoffman also taking no tires. It's a 24-second stop for Mateo. So what's it going to be for Hoffman? 18, 19. As the clock ticks up for him.
No tires.
Ooh. Boz is coming around New Holland now as Hoffman is back out on track. Your new leader is the number 71, looking for track position on some old rubber.
Well, currently your leader is Patrick Pelchat, but he's just coming around. Surely he's going to be coming into the pits this time.
Yeah, I would certainly think so. And he's actually coming around through Bonk-Sabadell as he goes by Joel Hafner, our poor driver, only driver who's gotten a penalty thus far this race. That's how clean it's been in this first 40 minutes. Pelchat is in. And now one thing that's interesting, you could see there, Adam, is that they have to really attack the pit entry with the cones being way far down there.
Yeah, they really do. They have to attack it very hard, and that's a very narrow pit entry. It feels like you have no gaps on either side of your car when you come in. So these drivers definitely had to practice that before this race. Pelchat hitting his box right on his marks. Let's see how short his stop is.
And as that was happening,
we have an accident. Tony Baird is around. In the Nomad Sim Racing HPD, he was in second place.
This is in Bonk-Sabadell, and this was a self-spin. Wow, driver error. Let's take a look at the replay. Here it is right here. The rear just comes around on him.
Yeah, and he was very very fortunate not to get any damage off of that. He managed to hold off in a place that was off track, but that's a huge loss for him and his team. They were up in second place before that.
We've also had the 193 in pit lane, and it looks like a scheduled stop. It was only 31 seconds. This seems a bit early, though. Odd. Not sure why we had Adequate Racing call their car in. Now, I did see they were one of the ones being investigated, but we're getting information that no further action is being taken from the contact.
I'm noticing that in the submission for the protest, they marked that they had damage, so it's possible they came in a little bit early to get that damage fixed, or they were losing more fuel mileage than they were expecting with the damage attack.
That's a good point. Yeah, that would definitely be a reason to call the car in early. Come in, get the damage fixed, make sure you don't lose any more lap time out there. Certainly puts them a bit out of order. Go ahead, sorry.
Jeff, you've noticed something fascinating about the GTM lead. What have you been noticing down there?
Yeah, it looks like Ripe and Move just is handling the traffic so much better than the Graphite Racing team. He's stretched his lead to 18 seconds. That is insane. Either the Graphite Racing team is being super conservative, or they just can't get through traffic.
And I've been taking a check on the lap times, and for example, Ripe and Move's fastest lap this race is a 140.239. Graphite Racing's fastest lap this race is a 141.223. That is nearly a second that Ripe and Move has in pace over the Graphite Racing team. And we're going to take a lap comparison here and take a look at that. That is some significant gains that the Ripe and Move car is making over the Graphite Racing team.
Remember, wasn't it 0.8 of a second, the gap at one point? I think it went down to about half a second in qualifying between Norwig and the rest of the field. So that seems to bear out the pace that we saw from this team that has figured out the Audi a little bit better than all those around them. By the way, as we've been watching our leader, giving them a little bit of love, I've been keeping an eye on Fantini and Barraclaw, the 181 and the 101. Looks like we've got one of our LMP2s also in the pits. That's Banfield. The Apex Blue car taking their service. I'm trying to think where Blue was sitting before they brought the car in here. Again, a little bit early because these HPDs can usually go about an hour, and this is only about 50 minutes in currently. Back out without dramas. Looks like another scheduled stop, 29 seconds, relatively quick.
I'd like to give an update on the GT Pro lead as well. This is between Hexa Racing Team Purple and Kinetic Racing Velocity. We're going to take a look as the Hexa Racing team coming around the corner just behind Telegard. And that is Quarantine Guinness in the Hexa Racing Team Purple car. And he's been able to pull a gap over Mark Torres in the Kinetic Racing Velocity of 2.5 seconds. So it's possible that Mark was burning up his tires, his stuff a little bit more towards the beginning of that run to try and keep up with Guinness. It'll be interesting to see. I would expect all the GT Pro cars to take tires on their first pit stop, but these guys, I mean, because you don't take tires with fuel, it's going to be an interesting thing to see whether or not anyone decides to not take tires. But with the track as hot as it is, I would expect people to.
And as we were watching that a little bit earlier, you saw Torres having a little bit harder time getting through traffic. So I'm wondering if that isn't where he burnt his stuff up a little bit more, whereas Guinness was not having any trouble just getting by, and he was being a lot more aggressive is the weird part. He was being a lot more aggressive about letting guys by. So I'm wondering how he was able to save his stuff that much more.
So as he continues on, trying to pull that lead away, One thing that I should mention is that we had no driver changes for our LMP1s now that they've all taken their stops. Not too great of a surprise. Everybody, all the teams seem to be content with the job that they are doing out there. And again, with it being 10 hours, there's a lot more driving to be done for each of the drivers. So might as well keep them in after only an hour done here for the finale of this season. Mentioned earlier about Fantini and Barraclaw. Barraclaw actually pulling a little bit of a gap. It was down to about half a second between the 181 and the 101, but the Hoisingveld car has stretched backwards to about 0.8 of a second. Sounds like there's some action happening down from 9th and GT Pro here, Jeff.
Yeah, and this is a battle that I've been watching here for just a few laps. It's interesting to see this, how they're handling getting through here, and it looks like maybe Samba might just be a little bit more aggressive later on in the run.
Certainly looks like Samba is feeling strong right now. Say, let one of our... Oh, and that was LMP1 off in the grass. That was actually Matteo, our third place driver. Can we get a replay on board the number 18 with that? That was... he did not expect those GT cars to get across.
Yeah, I don't think they noticed him coming, and the pace difference between the GT Pros and the LMP1s is quite significant. So watch this as he's coming across. He comes across here, and he's just going to drive down the right side. Didn't expect the DW to cross across, and he has to go into the grass. Amazing that he saved it, but that's racking up incident points, Joe.
So Matteo at least able to keep going, and the car is relatively clean. We saw Banfield take a stop. He stayed in the car. Hamilton as well in the adequate racing machine after their pit stop. Looks like we've got more stops here for our LMP2s as Fantini is in. Now, he was held up quite a bit with all the traffic right before this stop. In fact, it was 3 wide through Europe car.
Yeah, these guys have been very, very close, and we saw that Fantini coming in, and it looks like we've got all the stops happening now in the LMP2 club.
Wow, so wonder if this is towards the end, or is this is interesting. Oh, looks like only 3 of them, so I don't think we're quite at the end of the pit window. We do have Robert Rattray coming in. You know what's interesting here, Adam, is it looks like it's a lot of the midfielders. All the drivers up towards the top are staying out.
Yeah, it's possible that the top drivers are getting better fuel mileage because they haven't had to be battling for as long. But it's also possible that these midfielders are trying a different fuel strategy to see whether or not they can get off strategy from the leaders and maybe make up some time that way. So it'll be fascinating to see how it works out coming later in the race.
All right, so Baker continues on in the lead. Benetti still in second ahead of Barraclaw. Although, remember, we saw the World Sim Racing 151 pass David Barraclaw a few laps ago, which looks like the World Sim Racing pitting now. And they stretched that gap out to about 4 seconds. So the 181 not looking that quick in the race at the moment.
No, and the CQR Club of David E. Baker had about a second on World of Sim Racing team when World of Sim Racing came in from second position. So I think this is going to be the rest of the LMP1 field except for the CQR Club cars. And it looks like Team Vikings Fenris of Martin Tilgard is going to stay out as well.
So that leaves only 2 of our HPDs that need to stop still.
Oh, and it looks like our leader in the GT AM class has come into the pits as well.
Yeah, that's Joel Hafner bringing the absolute unit of energy racing. Or, no, excuse me. I clicked on the wrong thing there. Till Norwig, rather. And the Ripen Move car is in and out. Pitkanen, did we miss a wreck for Usagi Racing? Hold on, I'm going to do some investigating here. They've been in the pits for 3 whole minutes.
And while you're investigating, I'd like to go the lead in LMP1 because that has closed up significantly with Hampus Baz with fresh tires closing in on Matthias Hoffman in the Element Sim Racing Fire Car. This is Hell Racers Gluttony who's closed in the gap. And these two have been neck and neck for about 3 laps now, and Hampus Baz is not able to get by. If he's not able to get by during this stint, that's a huge, huge boon for Matthias Hoffman in this race, because that means that he's negated that tire advantage from Hampus Baz.
So I did figure out what happened to Usagi Racing, and it looks like they had contact from behind. I think it was an LMP1 that ran into them, and they got shoved into the wall.
Baz for the lead. Here we go. Hell Racers Gluttony pulling ahead in the draft with the hybrid power, going right by Hampus Baz. A powerful move coming off the final corner, and Matthias Hoffman had nothing for him. This is the tires coming into play now.
Not too surprised at that, as it looks like Tileguard finally pits, and Baker has been in and out. So with that pass taking place, and with things now settling out for our LMP2s on pit stops, I think we got a ways to go since the GTEs. Oh, no, maybe we don't have a ways to go on the GTEs. Looks like pit stops are starting with them, because Overgaard is in, Hutzfeld is in.
This is everybody except for the Hexa Racing Team Purple leaders. And it looks like Element Sim Racing Water's going to stay out, and Samba Racing Team's going to stay out. Everybody else in the GT Pros are in.
GT AMs also having taken their stops pretty much, because it looks like the last of them are leaving their pit stalls. Looks like we're waiting on Wildenauer to pit. He's the last of our GT pros. He's coming in now. Yarnos, Hundhedge, and Guignez are the ones that stayed out. Guignez being our leader. So he's going to try and stretch it long despite having very good pace. I got information on the car that hit Usagi. It was the PCDC Xenon car.
Yes, that's Christian Nosing, who's in last place in LMP1 right now. And take a look at this. The leader in GT Pro is in. That is Guinness in the Hexa Racing Team Purple car.
I want to watch to see until the Team Purple comes out, because remember, Torres was relatively close. So this could be important to see how their pit stops play out between them with, let's see,
Joe,
about 1 lap difference, it looks like.
Joe, the Hexa Racing Team Purple car missed his box. That's going to cause him to spend a lot more time in the pits. This is going to be costly.
So Torres certainly has an opportunity here. Could he take the lead away? We're watching that kinetic BMW come around the final corner. Guignez is just rolling now, just finished his stop, but he's got to get to the end of the pit lane, and Torres is on the front stretch. He's got the speed. Guignez is just getting past the cones. Torres is going to be close, and he's going to be by as they break for the first corner. The lead is going to be handed over in GT Pro off to the Kinetic 280.
This smells reminiscent of the Daytona 24-hour with the 77 DPI having a similar issue. This could spell a big issue for them, but Guinness is only 1 second behind and is going to have fresher tires, so we'll see how that affects it through this run.
So that will take us to a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel with all pit stops done for the first round. We'll come back with 9 more hours of racing here at Barcelona, so stick around. Welcome back to Barcelona. We've got 9 more hours to go in this race, and we've had a few developments over the break here. But first, let's run you down the top 5 of each of the classes just to get you up to speed. Hampus Baz is your leader in the LMP1s. He took tires, but the driver in second place did not. Matthew Hoffman took the lead temporarily after the first set of stops. He had to hand it back with the pace just not being there for the number 71. Third place, last to the podium there in the LMP1s, is the PCDC Argon car, Mateo. Back there, just kind of running his own race at this moment. Pelchat has had some excitement, who is in 4th currently. And then SKS Tribute, Ribolo has gone from 6th to 5th here in this race, up 1 position, so not a bad showing. Adam, what's the LMP2s look like?
David Baker is currently leading in the CQR Club vehicle, and he got that position over the Nomad Sim Racing HPD, Tony Baird, in the pit stops. But Tony is not in second because he had a spin. So that put Team Hoisingfeld 101, Roni Fantini, ahead of him in second place. A very consistent drive from him has allowed him to get into second. Tony Baird, we just spoke about, is in third place after having that spin, so he's had some trouble and has been able to recover, and that puts him in third position. And then we have the Torque Freak Racing corkscrew driver of David Barraclaw in the 4th position. He's been able to have a consistent race, as well as the Falk Autotech Sim Racing 111 of Michael Schlacks. All of you who've been watching this might be wondering, because when we went to break, where the World of Sim Racing team Carlos Alvarez Beniti went, and he came in for a second stop, so he's down in 10th position. All right, Joe?
Then, of course, in the GT Pros, it is Mark Torres leading right now with Corentin Guiñez behind. They swap positions, if you were watching just before the break, through the pit stops. Guiñez missing his pit stall. Going to be kicking himself for that. Hutzfeldt, who's managed to stop the bleeding. Remember, he was off the podium at one point, is back onto it now. He's in 3rd place, but he is nowhere near Guiñez. A whole 16 seconds up to him. Niels Hundhedge is currently riding in 4th place. And then in the top 5, very close behind Hundhedge, is Julian Bell. We'll have to keep an eye on this. There's only a second separating those 2 Ferraris. Let's go down to the GTM as well. Jeff, how the top 5 look there?
The TSB Racing Till Norwig is just on a rail. He's just gone. He's checked out. I think last time we looked, he was up to a 24-second lead. He has just set it down today. There's no catching this guy. Graphite Racing League has managed to stay in second. Real Pixel in third. Team Vikings in 4th. That's been where the battle has been, between 4th and 5th there with Midgard and World Sim Racing Team Junior. That's where the battle's been this whole race, and it looks like maybe he's starting to kick. Diego Vasquez, has been able to keep pace with him, and he's finally starting to catch up here, and this is going to be where the battle's going to be for the rest of the race, I believe.
Something's got to be wrong with Benetti, because he's been in again. We also had a big moment for one of our LMP1s, Nosing, coming down into Vert. Had to really get on the binders. Wonder if we can get a replay of this on board. He was looking to try and lap one of the LMP2s. This is maybe about 60 seconds ago at this point. Let's see. Looks like we're trying to pull up the replay here. So we want to back up maybe about 40 more seconds on this one. Had a little weave there. Yeah, now we're going to see it. If we watch on board, this will be coming out of Sayat. Again, you can see he's giving chase. That's Ribolo right in front of him. That's for position. He's got to be aggressive here. And they're going to come up on one of these LMP2 cars. Look like they might be in a battle as well. Ooh, that was a big slide from Nosing coming through Repsol. And he's got to stick with it. He thinks he's got an open gap here. Oh, that one. Whoa. Oh. That's a change of pants moment.
It definitely is, and that's a very stressful moment to have. And we've been having... Oh, and it looks like we have someone around. Jeff?
Yeah, it looks like the Team Vikings driver has managed to get loose and just loses it on his own, and he wasn't able to gather it up. Lost a spot. No,
Yeah,
actually, he was not. He was not lost a spot. So that was interesting.
That was the 301 car, who's down in 5th in the GT AM class right now. So yeah, there we've got him on screen. So thankfully, like you said, no positions lost. But part of that is due to the fact that Pitkanen, who is back out on track, has been in the pits for 13 minutes. They're 7 laps down from the leader in their class.
Yeah, we actually just had an incident with Julian Ribolo and Christian Nosing in the LMP1 class for 6th place. This is the SKS Tribute vehicle. The Tribute vehicle just went off the corner. This is a pretty significant off. And I think this was due to driver error. He's battling with Christian Nosing, as you can see on screen, and just outbrakes himself into the next corner.
Yeah, just out into the kitty litter there. That was while battling with Nosing, who just breezed on by, so the PCDC Xenon car happy about that. We had another penalty. That was the 151, which, again, that was Benetti. That was the reason they came in another time. They got a 20-second stop and hold. They have another investigation for the 101, and that was with the 54. That's the replay that we showed. The Xenon car having to back up. They protested that move as they were not happy.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the battle for 4th place in the GT Pro class. This is the Element Sim Racing water car of Niels Hundage, really leading this pack, and he's actually starting to hold up the Graphite Racing Pro, Hell Racers Heresy, and Kinetic Racing Speed cars right now, as we have Hampus Boz, the leader in LMP1, who's going to come through this pack.
Let's see if Boz is going to cause any sort of interruptions. He's got more downforce. He can go around the outside here while there's no marbles out quite yet, which is still a relatively clean track after, what are we, at hour 15 minutes of racing. Probably can't say the same when it reaches 10 hours.
Yeah, this is a close battle for all these drivers, and this is a chance for especially the drivers in the back, Wilhelm Wilberg and Stefan Overgaard, as we see Christian Nosing go by, who's been lapped now by Hampus Boz. This is an opportunity for those drivers in the back of this group. Stefan Overgaard is actually going to look to the inside of Wilberg. Wilberg's going to outbrake him, though, but this is an opportunity for those drivers in the back to make a couple positions up. This could be big going into the rest of the race, and they've actually caught up to the back of a GTM car. That's Jean-Philippe Vide.
Yeah, 312. Let's see if he is willing to give way a little bit more.
Overgaard was able to make the pass on Viberg right there.
Of course, he doesn't want to lose too much time because, well, no, that's not for position with Viberg, excuse me. And still probably doesn't want to give away time regardless. He's going to stay off the racing line a little bit there, letting through Moonhedge. And then, of course, that's Ribolo. Oh, it takes away the apex from Philippe Vide. We got another LMP1, and he's getting all kinds of held up here. Absolute traffic jam in there. Julian Bell still able to hold off Overgaard in all of that mess. Viberg also not able to get by the Dane. Somehow no change of position in that GT Pro class in spite of the chaos.
This is the beauty of these battles. And we actually need to go to the lead of GT Pro because it looks like Hexa Racing Team Purple has really caught on to the back of Mark Torres. This is the closest they've been since they got separated in that last, before that last pit stop cycle.
They're also being caught by Hampus Boz right now. Granted, it's not going to be a lot of traffic. Boy, that BMW is close. Looks even bigger when you're riding on the gearbox there. So this is going to be one LMP1 at a time that's going to start catching them here. So thankfully it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Stays right with him in those tire tracks as they come down into La Caixa. Doesn't poke his nose out. Guiñez knows he's got opportunities. He knows he's got a lot of race ahead of him. But now you can see Boz in the background starting to close in.
So Guiñez is going to have to hope that Boz catches him at the right time. He does. Is he going to block off the apex? No, Torres takes the apex from Boz. So that means that he's able to get through the corner well and does not compromise his line, but he's a little bit off of the apex on the final corner. That allows Guiñez to get a good run. I think he's still a little bit too far back.
I don't think this is going to be on, though he will gain a little ground by the time they hit the braking here for Elf. And you can see they stay in order. Up next is going to be Christian Nosing, the Xenon car.
And if we could actually go back to the P5 in the GT Pro class, this is kinetic racing speed. Steph Overgaard going on the outside of Julian Bell in the final corners, and he's able to make that work. Steph is on a roll right now, Jim.
I'm not surprised. I told you he was a fast driver, but he might have to take a challenge because Bell's got a great run. That Ferrari is closing in, but he lifts by the time they hit the binders here for Elf. So he's going to settle for that 6th place. We had a change for position recently in the LMP1s. I believe Pelchat took this from Mateo on the front stretch.
Yes, he did.
Looks like, oh, this is lap traffic. Booster House. Yeah, there you see it. Unfortunately, just the wrong place at the wrong time for Mateo. Pelchat said, thank you very much. It's going to get me onto the podium.
Great move by Pelchat, and that's a great time to use all that boost that you have saved up and really use that allotment, see how much more. That's where it comes. See, one of the things that drivers who don't drive the LMP realize is that they have a certain amount of boost allotted per lap, as well as a maximum boost that they can do. And so if you save up some of the boosts that you have allotted per lap for that final exit, you can really shoot down the straight because you get that reset as soon as you cross the start-finish line, which is just at the beginning of that straight. So you can really get going quick.
Let's get back to the lead in the GT Pros because they've got traffic, even though it looks like he's not going to be able to make a move right now. Ribolo and Hoffman both got by with ease, so fewer dramas than you could expect there. Pelchat coming up behind them now. We've had no DNFs so far in this race. Again, really the biggest issue we've had is Pitkanen and the Usagi Racing team, the 333, getting shoved into the wall by the Xenon team, which I'm surprised we didn't get a penalty from that for the number. That was the number 54.
Yeah, the 101 HPD of Team Hoisingfeld was given a warning for that incident between the two of those, so he's going to have to be careful. He's been warned for blocking.
Yeah, to clarify, that was a different incident. That was the 54 being held up by the 101. The 54 made contact with the 333, but they have a certain window they're allowed to make that protest. I guess they did not get that in time.
Guiñez looks like he's got a decent head of steam here, but Mark Torres just has that final corner down. He's got a really good exit going onto the front straight, and so that's keeping Guiñez behind him at this point.
This is actually one of the best battles we've got out on track right now. Other than that, the mid-pack that we watched a couple times here in the GT Pro is our other good one. Most of the rest of the field is starting to settle into a rhythm now that we're close to an hour and a half into this race. Down into Repsol.
If we could take a look at P4 in the GT Pros, this is Stefan Overgaard still on a run, and he's going to try and make a pass on Nils Hundage now in the Element Sim Racing Water Machine.
He's got the inside as they come down to the braking for Elf. No defensive move from Hundage. The Sim Racing water car is just going to let him by. So the Kinetic BMW now up to 4th. But here's where his progress is going to get a little bit harder. 16 seconds to get up to Hutzfeldt, who is the last car on the podium right now in this GT Pro class.
And also remember that out of all of these cars that he just passed, he's the only one who took tires. So while he's gaining positions, and he misses that apex just a little bit there, while he's gaining positions, he's still making up time from the time when he did not, when he took tires and the other cars did not. But at the same time, these cars behind him are going to have to take tires next pit stop, otherwise they risk blowing out a tire, and that could cause problems too.
I do believe we should be getting pit stops for the LMP2s, or LMP1s rather, pretty soon here. I'm looking at them, and they're on 28 to 26 laps, depending on who you look at. Boz right now actually on 28 laps. He was one of the earlier pitters in that Hellraiser's Gluttony machine.
And the cars that they just passed, that was the Nomad Sim Racing HPD of Tony Baird and the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew car of David Barraclaw, who are battling it out for third position in the LMP2 class. And look at that. That's Tony getting held up by Frank Oosterhuis rather, and he's going to lose a little bit of time, a little bit more time to David Barraclaw now.
So, and Gluttony is in. So the number 19 down into his stall. So we continue to watch Barraclaw try and give chase on Baird.
So our lead LMP1, the Hellraiser's Gluttony vehicle, is the first to pit. Remember, he was the last to pit on the last pit cycle, so this must be fuel limiting, I guess.
Yep, Mateo down and in. So make a note, 28 laps, about as far as you can go, at least from what we've seen. With a new driver in our lead car. Excuse me, no, in the Argon car, and Adrian Refnes is hopped in. Boz is going to stay in there in the Gluttony machine. That's our first driver change of the day.
First driver change of the day. He's still in his pit stall, whereas the Hampus Boz of Hall Racing Gluttony just came out of his pit box, and so he's going to resume the race in third position before the other cars have taken their pit boxes. That was a 40-second stop, so an interesting in-between from a couple of the other stops we've seen today.
And that means that Boz has taken tires both times. Granted, that's worked out well for him. He got the lead back relatively easily. Again, I know we're talking about the LMP1s, but we're watching on screen, of course, this battle for LMP2. Now we've got the LMP1 there back out on track. He's returned in third place, but he should inherit the lead right back again, unless we have some alternate strategy from other drivers, which, let's see, Sim Racing Fire out on lap 29. So the 71 going a bit long.
Yeah, and this is what's going to affect their pace over the course of the race. Sim Racing Fire is making much better. Oh, we have a wreck ahead of them. Look at this. They're going right by it. That was Nils Hundage in the Element Sim Racing Water Machine in the Pro class, and he got into it with Frank Oosterhuis in the GM class.
Yeah. So two cars in different classes, and here's the replay. This is coming out of Repsol. Oh, it was 3 wide. Unfortunately, that was Romer.
There's nothing he could have done. Nothing he could have done there. It looks like he was just trying to hold his line. It looks like Romer kind of whipped his back out. Oh God.
Yeah, Romer drifted. He had to drift out a little bit on that corner exit, and that 3 wide situation just didn't end well.
Wow.
I have to imagine we'll see a protest be filed out of that one.
But Joe, amazingly enough, neither of those GT cars ended up in the wall there. They were both able to keep it off the wall, so neither of them should get significant damage, but it has impacted their race. That's Nils' second spin today, and that puts him down in 9th position.
They did make contact with one another, so there could be some damage on either car. So we take a glance here at the battle for P5 within GT Pro. Julian Bell trying to hold off Viberg. Again, this mid-pack here in the GT Pro has given us some great stuff so far today. Wow, he is right on top of him. That Hellraiser's Heresy machine is eager to try and crack into the top 5.
Ooh, a little bit of a missed apex with Julian Bell. This gives an opportunity to Viberg, but it's too early. He's going to have to back off a little bit and try and get a good run down the straight. But look at that, Bell pulling away.
Yeah. Well, let's stay with this, but I could report that Bearclaw, who was very close to Baird for a moment, managed to pull away from him with some help from the traffic.
Oh, we got a 392 is around.
Ooh, that's Oosterhouse. Oh, he was just in an incident before. We were just talking about that, and that's Hoondhedge again. The two same cars.
Hoondhedge looks like he clipped the apex, and Hoondhedge has some significant damage. He's still trying to recover.
I wonder if this will be a caution if he can't get it going again. Well, these two are not going to be very happy with one another once they hop out of the car. And boy, Hoondhedge almost backed into Philippe Vide when he got back on track.
Yeah, so this happens in the next set of corners here. You're going to see Hoondhedge get to the inside of Oosterhuis, and he's going to try and hold it on the inside, and it's not going to work. He's going to clip the apex of that turn and then end up pushing wide into Frank.
So the 312, watch this here, he backs up. Oh. If we get an onboard of the Real Pixel Motorsport 3 machine, certainly had an eyeful coming through Campsa. Looking for the 312 machine as we have hopped on board one of our LMP1s. Number 312 is down in GT AM. So it looks like we won't be able to get it. Hour and a half into things, and I believe we've got our last of our pitters for the LMP1's. Pelchat is in.
And it's a driver change. That's Pierre-Benoit Lemire coming into the car for Satellite Racing.
All right, so another driver change. Only two. No, we've had 3 driver changes. 4 of them aren't Pfeiffer. The Element Sim Racing Fire has come in for Hoffman, and Emmanuel Galinier has hopped in for Ribelot. Meanwhile, back in the GT Pro class, that mid-pack once again giving us a lot of stuff to look at. Julian Bell just ahead of Marcel Bossman now.
Yes, and that's because Wilhelm Viberg just got through on him. Man, Bossman, that is as close as you can get to the back. Man, and we've got Boss Rovinko behind them as well as Julian Bell goes deep into the corner. That allows Bossman to get through. Bossman almost comes out wide into Julian Bell, making him take evasive action. And here comes Rovinko inside. Bossman's going to try and block it off, but look at this. It's very close between all of them.
Oh, great move there by Boss to just take advantage of the situation. That'll gift him 7th place, and Julian Bell down to 8th.
And while we're watching this battle, the battle for 2nd place in the LMP1s is also cracking off between Satellite Racing and PCDC Motorsports Argon.
And Satellite, when did Satellite get into 2nd, actually? Did they have a short stop? No, it was a regular stop. Ooh. Yeah, that was tight there. And actually, that's also for position with Pfeiffer behind them. The Element Sim Racing Fire Machine.
So Refsnevs just went around Pfeiffer, and Pierre Benoit came out just on this lap. So these are all fresh drivers.
All right, and they're already getting into the thick of it just as they come out onto the track. That's one. Ooh, a little bit of a look to the inside. Going for it, the Argon machine. Refnes thought maybe he could overtake Lumiere, but just wasn't meant to be, and now he's going to get boxed in.
That's close racing for sure. Refnes really thought he had an opportunity on both of those occasions. Used quite a bit of boost to do it. Now it's up to Arndt Pfeiffer to see whether or not he can get by Refnes with the reduced amount of boost that for allocation for this lap that Refnes has left.
Poor Aaron Corey was the one in the Fisher Motorsports Porsche that they streamed on by. Just basically minded his own business. Let's stay with this battle, but Jeff, you've got an update on what's going on with the GT-AM class of the protest, it sounds like.
Yeah, it looks like the Graphite Racing team has two protests against it. One for an unsafe rejoin and one for just a poor overtake. Looks like, and there is no decision yet. We should keep an eye on this because it's going to be big, because these guys have been really the only ones that have been able to stay up with the 305 car today.
On screen, it has been frantic as they've been slicing through lap traffic. Lumiere holds on to second place. Refnes not able to manage to make an overtake with that. Pfeiffer still trailing as well. They've got 9 seconds back to the Xenon car nosing in that machine. So they're not really under threat from behind, but still these three trying to sort out the bottom of the podium. You get a short breather from the traffic. They're going to come up to Stefan Overgaard. I wonder if he has any idea what's coming, because a 3-car fight for the fastest class is certainly going to be a hell of a time here for the Dane.
What's also interesting is Stefan Overgaard, after making his way past Nils and Viberg, he's got a 10-second gap over Viberg at this point. So Stefan really on a charge on this stint.
Yeah, that's a good point. And actually, he's cut down the gap to third place by about 4 seconds since we last looked. Wow. And he gets at least the somewhat better end of the stick as they all passed him on the straightaway down into Lakaja.
This is going to be interesting to see in the LMP1 battle for that third position. They are all made it past the traffic once again back onto the straight, and Arndt Pfeiffer still has a decent run on Refnes, but I'd expect Refnes to defend strongly considering how aggressive he was being early on, just in the last 2 laps.
Keep half an eye on the GT Pro cars. And actually, let's go over to that, because I think Rowinkle has a good run on Viberg. He's got the inside. No defense from Wilhelm.
Well, if you take a look at Wilhelm's left rear, he's got some significant damage on that car, and so it's possible that he thinks that he's not really able to compete as strongly as he'd like. Wilhelm doing a great job of making the best of it, but man, this is very close racing.
Yeah, he's not exactly giving the Wilhelm scream out on track right now. He's unfortunately a little bit disadvantaged on speed, it seems. Now being overtaken by the 258. I'm glad at least one of my co-commentators got that joke, by the way, judging by our chat reaction. Hour and a half into this thing. Still a ways away from the next set of pit stops. We should be getting, maybe within the next 15 minutes or so, our LMP2s in.
I'd like to give an update on the lead in the GT Pros again. Mark Torres and Corentin Guinnez have not separated. These two still nose to tail, and this has been the story of the entire race. Granted, the positions were swapped for the last pit stop, but yeah, the Kinetic Racing Velocity car and the Haxa Racing Team Purple seem to be attached with magnets right now, because they just cannot get enough of each other.
I'm trying to figure out too if they're pushing hard, because they've managed to stretch away from Hutzfeld by a long ways in the Hoisingfeld car. So that seems to imply that they're pushing, but we haven't really seen them attacking each other all that much. This looks like a very patient race from each of them, maybe just kind of waiting before they endanger the car.
Yeah, with the amount of traffic that they're dealing with, especially take a look at this. That's the battle for third that we saw before, and man, they're really having to navigate this. Here comes, oh my goodness. Yeah, so with the amount of traffic that they're having to navigate, I think they've got bigger problems than just each other. But look at this. Guinness has a pretty good run on Torres, but he's just content to stay right there in the tire tracks, it looks like. Yeah, he's lifting.
See that? Yep. See, that's what tells me that they're thinking long term. They know that there's a long race to go. They got plenty of gap to the cars behind. It's just these two fighting for it. So really, they don't have to worry about, a third or a fourth car getting into the mix at this point. And we haven't had a caution yet. That'll bring them in third place anyways, as it looks like Nosing having another stop. Now, when was his last stop here? This is out of order, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, this is a little early, I believe, for him, so...
Checking to see... When was his last stop here?
We're getting reports that it was about... So it was a 29-lap stint, so that's fine. So he... Oh, that was right, because he had the penalty earlier on.
Ah,
so
yeah.
He's off cycle.
That explains it. We're seeing that battle for second before. Well, it is not done. They're still trying to hold on to P2. Credit to the satellite team getting up there. They started this thing in third, and they're now in second, and they are making sure that Refnes is having to fight for this thing as they go on by Tilegard. Oh! And lap traffic is going to hand it over. Lemire getting on the brakes big time, trying not to slam into Duenas. Man, great job not wrecking the car, but that cost him a position.
Oh, there's a car off in the background. That's Adequate Racing's Jonathan Dance.
Yeah, that's the one that
that's the World of Sim Racing. Yeah, that's Duenas.
And that happened because he lost it on his own and had to try and steer the car back. If we could get a replay here for the 351. He overcorrected trying to keep it from running into traffic and just slammed it into the outside wall.
Yeah, that's a big impact. Take a look at those tire marks.
Yeah, it went 3 wide, and I thought maybe there was more contact here, but no, the rear starts to go. I mean, great job for him to keep it from running into the other cars, but he sacrificed himself for the good of the others, it seems. Ooh, man, that's going to be a big repair job for that Audi. I feel like we've seen more damage issues for the Audis than any other class.
Joe, we got to go up to P2 and LMP2. They're side by side right now for second place in traffic with Wilhelm Weiberg, rather. And those two have been duking it out in traffic for a little bit. Ronnie Fantini has gotten the best of it, but David Barraclaw has been right there to try and make passes.
Yeah, he saw an opportunity with the traffic, and he stuck his nose in. Looks like it's settled down a bit. Oh, maybe not, because Fantini's going to get held up here out of camps. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to go. Let's see if we can pull up a replay of that. It was about 60 seconds ago into Repsol that they just got plugged up behind a whole slew of cars, and Barraclaw tried to get his nose in. Yeah, here it is right here. Almost a track blockage here for a moment.
Yeah, they had a 2 wide. They had a GT Pro passing a GT Am ahead of them, and it allowed them to go 2 wide, 3 wide there for a moment, and they had to almost split Weiberg. So wow, very close stuff. And they're side by side again now as we go back live.
And it's going to be Barraclaw to the inside, down through Elf, and he cuts him off at the apex of the second corner. Woo! Great stuff from the 181 to take that spot away. That gives him P2.
Jeff, you have an update on a penalty?
Yeah, it actually looks like the 271 is going to receive the 20-second penalty for the incident with the 392. So the guys at Graphite have dodged another one, but it looks like they have another protest that is getting ready to make a decision on. So that's going to be interesting to see this.
Yeah, that was Hoondhedge in the 271. We just saw him there. He's on screen coming off pit lane. Serving that penalty already.
Joe, they have two more. They have 2 more protests filed against them waiting to be decided upon. So their race may be compromised fully at this point if they have trouble.
I don't believe that the 271 has been able to flow like water, so they need to pay more attention to the name of their team. So we are watching now. Is this the Xenon car on screen? No, this is the Argon car up to second place. Did they get by Lemire recently? Oh, no, they were ahead of them. Excuse me. Back onto the front stretch. Worth pointing out, you can see in the background hints here and there of Pfeiffer. The 71 has fallen back. So even though he was in the mix for a moment for that second place battle, he has gone away. Actually...
Oh no, we had a wreck in the... I'm trying to see which car it was. It was one of the LMP2s that just spun out just behind Quarantine Guinness coming through the corner.
Trying to find it here. Oh, that was Benetti. Oh, that was Benetti in the 151. One of our major players before. Let's see, was this driver error? Oh, no, it was Guinness thinking he was clear when that car was trying to find a spot. You're going to see it coming out of Vert up to Campsa. So Benetti, yeah, this is a great view here from above. Let's watch.
Yeah, and that was Guinness coming across the track, and Benetti made some heavy contact with that left front fender into the wall there, so he's going to have some damage he's going to have to work with at this point. He's already back to 9th place after that penalty he received, so they've got a long, hard climb for them for the next 8 hours and 15 minutes.
We haven't even talked about in a while the fact that we've been seeing some drivers rack up some incidents, and again, once they hit 57, they have to start coming in for stop and go penalties automatically. So I'm wondering if there's a few teams that are going to have to get on the radio to their driver and tell them to be a little more careful. Looks like Julian Bell in for, is this scheduled service? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, GT Pro should be taking stops here now, and Casper DeCourt going to get in for Bell.
Yeah, the GT Pro cars are going to start coming in for stops. I'll be interested to see what Mark Torres and Quarantine Guinness do in their leading cars. We're going to take a look on board with Torres. Torres fakes a little bit for pit road, but stays out, so they're going around one more time.
Guinness a second back now. And, Benetti, after that hit with the wall, has had to take it into pit lane. They're probably going to have to get that damage repaired, so this will put them even more off cycle. I see Ronnie Fantini also pitting. Actually, I wonder if this will put Benetti back on cycle, if anything. If this is when we're seeing some other HPDs come down pit lane.
And that's a driver change, I believe, for the Team Heusingfeld car. So that's Gunnar Meeson coming in for Team Heusingfeld 101. And so he's going to jump out there for his first stint of the day.
All right. So Heusingfeld going to get some fresh blood in there. Waiting to see when we get some of our other drivers hopping in. So I think we have a leader down in the GTM here, Jeff, but the TSB Racing Ripen move just never gets any screen time.
Yeah, he just checked out since the beginning of the race, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any change here anytime soon. What has he got it stretched out to now? At one point, it was 35 seconds, so that is crazy to think. Nobody can hang on to these guys. These guys are just checked out. The Graphite Racing team had a chance, and it looks like they've gotten into too much trouble to be able to stick with them. So it's going to be interesting. Real Pixel maybe has a chance, but they got a lot of time to make up.
And we've had another driver change. No Luck EM Sports in the 113 for the LMP2 class has put Paul Van Loan in. So Robert Rattray is now going to get a little break after the first nearly 2 hours. They're back out and moving now. Oh, and Pfeiffer is in. This is the
That's very early.
Yeah.
That's a surprisingly early stop for them. They were out there battling for that second place. That we were watching them battle for second place for quite a while. So maybe they took a short fuel stop before, but they only took 16 seconds this last time, and a lot. So very interesting strategy there.
Oh, and Barrett is pitting as we are on board here. Back out. So Baker now holds the lead. Bearclaw into second with that pit stop. Starting to see a bit more variety as the race goes through and the differing strategies diverge.
Yep, TSB Racing is in from the lead of GTM, and driver change has happened. We have Florian Hohen in now for that car. He will be pulling out for the next.
And they have nothing to worry about. 46 seconds was the lead, and that is crazy to think that you can pull out to that far, and it's got to come down to just being able to handle the traffic around you and manage the aggressiveness of the car and how much you put forth going forward. The driver change shouldn't make a difference, but we'll see.
Another quick driver hopping in for Torque Freak Corkscrew. Ryan Walker taking over for David Bearclaw. Looks like Michael Schlacks is in pit lane, but they are not swapping drivers. He's going to stay in.
I'd like to give a report on Hampus Baz in the Hell Racers Gluttony vehicle at the lead of this race in the LMP1 class. The Hell Racers Gluttony car, they are second in points right now in this class, and if they're able to win this, that will help them significantly. But considering the fact that their championship rival, the PCDC Motorsports Argon car in the number 18, is second, that's not going to give them enough points to win the championship. So they're going to have to make a lot more progress in order to. Frankly, they're going to have to hope for ill will for PCDC Motorsports Argon in order to win this championship, Joe.
There's 8 hours left to go, and well, it ain't over till it's over. So until we see that checkered flag, I don't think they can give up. Got to just keep plugging away. Looks like, Mark Torres is in for our GT Pro. Guignez stays out. So this should be a scheduled stop.
And a driver change. Matthias Magnussen's coming into the car now.
Another quick shoe. Kinetics certainly has a number of them on their team. They are stacked deep with talent here, and literally from all around the world. See Romer also coming down to his stall. It's going to hand second over to Tileguard, who's still continuing on, needs his stop, having been out for about 35 laps. Looks like the kinetic car taking tires. So, going to be a full service for the number 238.
Yep, so that's Julian Forte Jr. coming into the car now for the 169 car for the German Sim Racing LMP2 DGFX team. And so he's going to come out into the... We're seeing a lot of driver changes, Joe. I think it's about time to see our second set of drivers in, and that might change the complexity of this race.
Absolutely. Different pace for different drivers. So someone could be quicker, someone could be slower. And Jeff's got more updates on some of the protests that have been happening. What's going on?
Yeah, it looks like the 392 guy in the Graphite Racing Team car has been cleared of all pending penalties, which is huge because he's been really the only ones that have been able to put up any of a fight. I mean, if you call it a fight, to the TSB 305. So that's going to be interesting to watch. Can maybe a driver change or I guess ill will from the TSB car is going to be what it takes to get around these guys.
Yeah, that's a really, really loose use of the word fight, I guess you could say. Also, apparently, we've gotten a warning for the Element Sim Racing Fire Team. Trying to figure out what it's for. It says very aggressive driving almost caused an accident, and that was lap... not seeing which lap that was on. They pitted recently, too. This was the yellow car, the 71, that was in about 3 laps ago. And Baker has come in, handing the lead back to the to Nomad Sim Racing, I believe, here.
It's possible, but also they have replaced their driver with Christian Rose, so Team Viking Fenris just coming in as well, replacing their driver with Erling Bomer, so not to be mistaken with Earl Bamber. And so we have all new drivers in the LMP2 class at this stage.
Okay, Bomer. Meanwhile, let's see, is Baird going to get that back? I don't think the 122 is going to get out in time. Rose will re-inherit the lead. Yes, indeed. The CQR Club is going to have plenty of gap to the Nomad team. About similar stops, so no real variation in pit stops for them.
And we're starting to get our second pit stops for the GT Pros as well. We have Kinetic Racing Speed in and Virtual Motorsport in. Kinetic Racing Speed is going to take on the new driver of Gabriel Ruse, and Virtual Motorsport into the pits now. I believe they're going to take a new driver as well. That's Dennis Garrison.
Ah, Dennis getting in the car. That should be a fun time. Virtual Motorsport driver, usually incredibly quick out on the track. Looking through as we've got a whole slew of GT Pro cars in the pits.
We also have the 392 of Graphite Racing, which we were just talking about, has also taken, that's the GT Am car, has also taken a new driver of Richard Bell. So Richard Bell will get out on track now and put in his first stint of the day.
Is that the same car that Julian was racing? Are they related, actually? Because I never really quite noticed that before. Oh, looks like, okay, we're getting information they are not related. So, 2 Bells, but apparently not the same family. Almost to that 2-hour mark. Not surprised that we're seeing a lot of driver changes. And Samba Racing Team comes in from the GT Pros. Rowinkle, is he going to hand over as well? Yes, he is. Driver change there. He took over from Nacho Yarnos, and Nacho gets right back in. Very short stints there for that number 258 team.
Trying to stay as fresh as possible, I believe.
Yeah, it certainly seems like I'm guessing they don't lose much time with the driver swap, so seems they're happy just keeping them cycling through. So Yarno's taking tires. Full service for the BMW. Samba Racing Team waiting for the car to get down off the jacks, and then they can sashay their way out of there.
And Hexa Racing Team Purple has just come in. This is Guignez. I'm guessing that he will probably hand over to his next driver. We'll find out who that is in a moment. Yeah, he'll be handing over to Damien DeVow, I believe, who's going to jump into this car and, yep, into the pits now. And Damien does not look to be... Oh, here we go. There we go.
Yeah,
Damien jumping into the
Took
car.
him a second.
So,
all right, Magnussen and the Kinetic 280 is coming out of Campsa right now. They've been doing roughly 1 minute stops, just below that really, about 57, 58 seconds for most teams. Did have a quick one for Casper de Court. The Graphite team had a 52-second stop, so that's interesting. Also worth noting that the 248 Hoisingveld car in the GT Pro had a 35-second stop. I'm guessing that's no tires for them. See if that pays off. That bumped them up to third.
yeah, it's still a little warm out there on track. Matthias Magnussen's going to go around. He's going to come around the track now as Hexa Racing Team Purple still in their box. So Matthias is going to regain that lead by quite a margin, I believe. Yes, he is.
Yeah, this is a much bigger gap than what we saw before.
And actually, they got passed by Andrei Rekovic in the Team Hoisingveld 248 car as well.
That's the one I mentioned before that only took fuel and no tires. So not only did it get them third place, it now has bumped them up to second place. And it's about 4 seconds back to the 266, the Hexa Purple team. It's not a huge gap, but that could be enough to allow them to hold on to it. Oh, and Jeff's really been on the ball watching the what's been going on with the stewards. We got a black flag here, Jeff.
Yeah, it looks like Ronnie Fantini is going to get a Tier 1 incident. Black flag going to hold for 20 seconds.
That is going to hurt, especially considering how well they were running before.
Yeah, so the Ronnie Fantini got the penalty, but Gunnar Meeson's going to have to serve it in that 101 Team Hoisingveld HPD machine. So unfortunate for Gunnar, just getting in the car, he's going to have to serve a penalty from his teammate. That never feels good.
And they're only 1 second back from the Torque Freak Corkscrew car. So they were giving chase, and this will certainly put that out of hope of them running them down. And as we have about a minute left, and I think we're in between pit stops for most of the classes, let's real quick run down our top 5 before we hand over to our second team today. Commentary teams have to swap out 2 as well here for our broadcast with 10 hours to deal with. So started with our LMP1s, Hampus Boz still up at the top. He's been leading most of the laps, but not all of them. He's been followed by Refnes, the Argon car, back up into second place, using traffic well to his advantage. Because once he got past Lemire in the Satellite Racing number 64, that 64 has fallen to third and has not been anywhere close to trying to challenge them. Arndt Pfeiffer, the 71, dealing with a warning out there. So they're on thin ice with the stewards, but they're in fourth place. So they got to try and hold on to things to make sure that they don't go farther down the order. And then fifth place for our for our LMP1s is PCDC Xenon Nosing. Not a perfectly clean race, but still rounding out the top 5. Adam?
Yeah, the CQR Club racing team, driven by Christian Rose right now in the 116, is doing a great job out front. They have gapped Nomad Sim Racing HPD by 20 seconds. Nomad Sim Racing in that 122 car have been doing a good job ever since they've come out of that first pit stop. They had their own little issues, but they're doing a good job hanging on right there. They've actually gained a little bit of time on the CQR Club car over those last pit stops. So it came down from 22 seconds down to about 19. Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew, driven by Ryan G. Walker now in the 181, is in that third position. And that is because we just had the Gunnar Meeson in the 101 serve that penalty. So Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew is now promoted up to that third position, with Falk Auto Tech Sim Racing in fourth in that 111 car, driven by Elvis Bonello. Another very consistent drive from them. We haven't talked about them much today, but here they are in the fourth position with a consistent drive. Then we have Adequate Racing's Jonathan Dance in the 193 car in the HPD class, rounding out that top five with another very consistent drive. Joe?
Down in the GT Pros, it is Matthias Magnussen who has taken over from Mark Torres and leads the race by a decent gap now. Biggest gap we've seen up at the GT Pro lead for all race long. And it is the Hexa Team Purple with Damien DeVoe in there. He did manage to get by the short pitting other team, which seems to have disappeared just now. Gabriel Roos is actually in third now for Kinetic Racing Speed. They took a regular stop and have been bumped up. Stefan Overgaard has been replaced by Roos just this last lap or two. Nacho Yarnos for the Samba Racing Team, taking over for Boss Rowinkle. He moves into P4 in recent times, and he's actually pretty close to Roos. There's about half a second between those two. Casper DeCourt rounds out your top five. He's a little farther back, just about 6 seconds behind to round out that top five. The 292 has DeCourt taking over for Julian Bell in that last set of stops. What about the GTM here, Jeff?
Yeah, down here in the GTM, it's business as usual for the guys at TSB. They've managed to stay up front and keep that lead, even with a new driver taking over here in the last 6 laps. Real Pixel Motorsports in second. That's been kind of a back and forth thing with them and Graphite all race, but it looks like Graphite, after maybe having the pending penalties, they kind of backed off a little bit. They're down in third. Team Vikings is in fourth, and World of Sim Racing Team Junior in fifth.
With that, we have now crossed the 2-hour mark. We still got a lot of racing left to go, so don't go away. We're going to swap out teams here. I'm going to take a short break where you'll meet Stefan Schlacker, Richie Hearn, and Mick Claridge. Stick around for more of the finale for the DGFX series.
welcome you all back to the DGFX season finale here from Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, live here on the iRacing Esports Network. We are still here very hotly now, 2 hours into this race. Speaking to you is Stefan Schlacher alongside the legendary IndyCar driver of Richie Hearn and Mick Claridge, who is having some issues himself, so he's not joining us right now, but he will be hopefully later on in this race. Still, your director is the very awesome Sean Ambrose, using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. And Richie, 2 hours in, we're getting down into the nitty-gritty part of this race, and it's all about strategy going from here on out. Right now, your leader of this motor race in the LMP1 class, as Joe and the guys before us have run you down, is a Satellite Racing with Pierre Benoit Linier behind the wheel of that car. Number 64, about 15.5 seconds ahead of the Hellraiser Scrutiny number 19 machine.
Yeah, sorry about that, Stefan. I'm back here, and yeah, 2 hours in. Everything's kind of going to start settling down after that flurry of driver changes and stuff in those pit stops. You know, we're kind of in the hopefully the calm part of the storm until we get near the end, and it's really going to be about just managing those tires, managing those fuel stints, and not getting in any more trouble as we've seen some of these drivers do.
One of the closest battles we have right now in this race is actually the battle for P7 in the GT Pros. That's the Team Hoist number 248 versus Hellraiser's Heresy. That's Porsche versus Ferrari. Something we have seen quite often also in real life. Right now the Porsche leading the Ferrari of Jonas Bonner. However, it does seem like that Andrej Rajkovic right now in this part of his stint, being about 5 laps in, with a younger tires, he's able to drive a little bit away from Jonas Bonner in the corners.
Yeah, I definitely see a battle of two different marks there. Like you said, kind of a classic battle of Porsche versus Ferrari.
As one of our LMP1 drivers is in, that's Arne Pfeiffer of the Element Sim Racing Fire car. The 71 sitting in 4th place in that class. They are serving no penalty, so this is apparently a scheduled stop for them.
And it looks like Pfeiffer's going to stay in the car as well.
However, yeah, no, this is a scheduled stop. The last one was on lap 75, so they are taking also tires with that. So a full scheduled pit stop for that machine there. Right now sitting in 5th place in that class. Another battle that is very close in this field is actually once again in the GT Pro field. That's for 9th place. It's one of the 2 Fischer cars, Fischer Motorsports number 285, ahead of the 269 Absolute Unit of Energy Racing, Robin Rosvinge. Right now in that car that we're on board. BMW goes to the dive there into La Caixa. Goes wide. Can he hold the line? No, he cannot close the door around the point. Coming back. Next one is a right-hander, though. That's Bank Sabrel. And there's also now the PCDC Motorsports Xenon car. Right behind them, lapping them and now through Europe car. And Robin Rosvinge able to take away that 9th position.
Yeah, that was definitely a nice pass there. Just
who's that on the outside?
Oh, they're still battling hard as they come down the front straightaway as someone's off the track right in front of them.
That was Jan-Philipp Reed of the Real Pixel Motorsports number 3 GTM outfit. Not sure exactly what happened to them, but obviously they haven't lost their position because they are quite far ahead of the next car, or rather were. Yeah, let's actually try to go for replay there. It's not a very usual part of the track for Audi to spin out. There it is. That's Europe car. It's gonna be in the next one, New Holland, and interesting, just on the brink.
Yeah, it looks like he might have gotten tapped from behind there as they had an LMP car coming around the inside, so a little bit tight coming through that last corner. It looks like he might get, well, I don't know, might have been just a little bit of a code there, but definitely lost it. Was able to keep going though.
Yeah, it does look weird. I don't know if it was netcode or maybe he just got scared by the car behind him, thinking that GTE might go to the inside. Either way, he is still in his designated second place. Now 1 minute and 8 seconds behind first place TSB Racing, and just 2.7 seconds ahead of Graphite Racing M. Richard Bell in that car now as we jump you up to third place battle in the LMP2s. That's P4. That is between Fach Autotech Sim Racing number 111 and the Jonathan Dance car of Adequate Racing.
These guys have really tightened up to each other for that fourth place, but you can see they're trying to go through traffic as well, and that's the beauty of these multi-class racing is there's definitely a technique to getting through the traffic without losing positions of your own.
Jonathan Dance much faster going into New Holland there. Let's see how much draft effect there is for him down the very long front stretch here at Barcelona. Oh, it's coming in very nicely for him. Goes to the inside of the Swiss outfit. Breaks later as well into Elf, and thus he takes away that fourth position from Elvis Panello. Jonathan Dance.
Very pass there, but you can see they're coming up on some GT cars. And so this battle is not going to stop as basically Adequate Racing is going to get right back on the tail end here.
A little bit of a slide there for Jonathan Dance on the throttle out of Repsol. Now has the GTE of Manuel Meyer in between himself and his opponent of Elvis Panello. So a little bit of a breathing room, but now gets stuck in behind the GT3. Probably even worse now for Elvis Panello going through Kamsa. That's a lot of time lost there, and now the battle has grown to just 1 second. Coming through
who is the SKS Tribute LMP1 car now, trying to get in between those guys. Those LMP1 cars, they just have so much power and use that boost when they can. It doesn't take long for them to get by as he goes by right now.
Even compared to LMP2s, those LMP1 speeds are just incredible what they can generate out of that extremely small engine. That ahead of the Satellite Racing third place, Pierre-Benoit Lemieux is, as you said, Richie. SKS Tribute, Emmanuel Galinier, he's in 6th place, about a lap down on 3rd place. So LMP1s, it just shows how difficult those cars are to drive, as only the top 4 or nearly only the top 3 are still within the lead lap.
Yeah, they're very complicated, and then just understanding how to manage the boost, that's really the key, is when to use it, when to save it. If you run out of boost, all of a sudden that thing doesn't really have much power, and so understanding that is, and I've driven the cars a few times, it's really complicated. You're not just turning left and right and stop and go. You got a lot more going on in the car than that.
Right now, I'm not really sure at what battle to focus, as we're still looking there back from Pierre Lemieux. Right now, the battle that is really close is the 7th place battle in the LMP2s. That's between Julian Forte of the German Sim Racing outfit and Gunnar Miesen of Team Heusenfeld number 101. That number 101 Heusenfeld outfit has already had a penalty against them, if I remember correctly. Yes, just recently, a 20-second stop and hold penalty, so those guys are trying to salvage something out of this middle portion of the race. Right now sitting obviously in 8th place, trying to get away with that 7th place of the German sim racing outfit. Not close enough going into Elf, so still has to wait a little bit. A very difficult right-hander this one, Renault. At the beginning, extremely off-cambered, uphill, and then opens up quite nicely. Never really, or at least I am never really able to find that on throttle point there to perfectly track out and to maximize your speed.
We still have a good battle going on for, I believe it's P7 and GT Pro between that Porsche and Ferrari we were talking about earlier with Team Heikensveld 248 and Hell Racers Hearsey. These guys have been, we called this a little bit earlier, and now they're right on top of each other once again. You see that Ferrari just weaving back and forth, trying to get in the mirrors of that Porsche. And this is going on as I was watching a little bit earlier, and they're letting these other LMP cars go by, but they're still staying together. It gets right on the back of that gearbox.
And you have to give it up to the Hellraiser's Heresy car with that damage on the left side, not only at the front that you can see, but also at the back of that Ferrari. They have been able to quite nicely keep it together and still run some quite good lap times despite their damage. So being in this fight for 7th place right now is no small feat for the damaged Ferrari.
Yeah, having that damage, maybe just staying behind the Porsche is helping drag them along and keep them in the draft. He's obviously going to have to drive a lot harder with that type of damage. But he's staying in touch with that Porsche right there in front of him, and he's closing right on the back. But he might have a little bit too much damage to be able to pull out and make a move down the straightaway. We're coming up to that fairly soon. But he might be just kind of hanging in there, just trying to save a little fuel maybe.
Let's see, draft effect not really there whatsoever for Jonas, but I'm probably down to the damage that he has. Similar top speed for both cars despite being in the draft for the Ferrari, but look at how much that Ferrari can gain through the turns, and that might just be where he has to attack the Porsche up ahead of him of Andrej Rajkovic. Now going very close to the inside there, Rajkovic tries to defend the sides better of it. That leaves the door open for Jonas Bodone, now goes to the inside. The next one is a left-hander though, so he has to finish the job by the exit of Repsol, not able to do that. So he still has the Porsche to his inside. Around Seat they go, and a little bit of a slide seals the deal for Jonas Bodone. Once again, he has to settle for 8th place.
Yeah, I really thought he had that pass done, but you can see as those guys were running side by side, they had a bunch of LMP cars, LMP1s, and here comes Torque Freak LMP2 right between them, and it kind of created a little bit of a log jam. And now with that, the Ferrari has kind of lost a little bit of touch with the Porsche, but I really thought he had that pass done.
Jumping up ahead to the battle I did talk a little bit about. That's the 7th place battle in the LMP2s. It's actually a 3-car battle right now, side by side for 8th place in behind Chilem Forte. Just lost that one to Gunnar Nielsen. Ooh, Chilem Forte nearly going into the back there of Gunnar Nielsen into Seat.
Yeah, it was really close. I thought they were going to make contact, but another good battle going on the track as we're pretty early into this race, and got to keep the cars clean. You know, you want to race hard, but you don't want to do any damage to cause you problems later on.
And looking at my timing and scoring, we have to say a little bit here that this is a great battle to watch, but they are fighting a little bit with different weapons, as the Team Heusmelt number 101 14 laps into their stint, where the World of Sim Racing team and the German Sim Racing are 24 and 20 laps respectively into their stint. So the Team Heusmelt number 101 much fresher tires and a much heavier fuel tank. Kasper Rekord and Nacho Llanos, also a battle that we have going on. That's 4th place in the GT Pros with Nacho Llanos ahead in the Samba Racing team. Makes a little bit of a mistake there through La Caixa, but not enough for Kasper Rekord to trump on that occasion.
Now we have a battle between Ferrari and BMW, so a good mixture of cars running well up there. Doesn't look like one's faster than the other. Everybody doing a good job with the car they've chosen. He's going to get the slipstream here. As you can see, he's coming up. He's going to get the move, and I think he's going to be able to outbrake him. Those Ferraris are really good on the brakes into the corners. And he's going to get that position nicely done, nice and clean.
Kasper Rekord moving into 4th place, and with that, the top 4 leading BMWs are now just the top 3 leading BMWs, with the Ferrari now being in 4th place. If Kasper Rekord is able to get away from Nacho Llanos, the next BMW of Gabriel Ru's Kinetic Racing Speed is actually only 5 seconds ahead of him. As we have an LMP2 in the pit lane, that's Andy Banfield of the V Apex Racing Group Blue. Seems like they are not taking tires as they're off again. Just a 28-second stop for Andy Banfield, and he is out and about again as he forgot to release himself off the pit limiter again.
Yeah, they got some work to do, so maybe trying to double stint those tires and not driver change right now. Get him a little bit of track position, but back on track. But they do have a little bit of work to do, catch up to Real Pixel Motorsports.
And staying in the LMP2 field, that's actually jumped to sixth place in that class. That's a battle between Erling Bomer of Team Vikings Fenris and Charles Alvarez Benetti, well of Sim Racing team. Benetti also one of the cars that is trying to salvage something, as they had some early troubles in their race thus far.
Yeah, this is becoming a 3-car battle here as we have Heikensveld 101 coming up not too far behind them. They have an LMP1 car going through them at the moment. And kind of a tricky part of the track there, but this is a nice 3-car battle we're watching on screen.
Right now, the PCDC Motorsports Argon Audi of Adrian Refsness behind them, and look at how much faster that Audi R18 is compared to those LMP2s just in the early stages of that stretch. Benetti also gets a little bit of draft help from Bomer, but not enough.
Right on the back of his gearbox, and we might be seeing a move for a position here in a second. He's close enough. He's getting a nice run around the outside there. He's going to get right in the draft and right down the inside. Very nicely done under the brakes and give him the spot.
Beautiful move there from Benetti. Now going up into 6th place, and yeah, if Bomer isn't careful, as you have mentioned, Gunnar Nielsen, the Team Heusenfeld number 101, not too far behind this battle, so he might be quite easily losing 2 positions if he is not able to keep up with Benetti, which most definitely doesn't look like he's able to. Now going through La Caixa, the old La Caixa that is. Obviously a much faster turn than it now is. With that new chicane built in here at the last portion that we're just driving around like modern age MotoGP also does. Much better flow in this last section like this. Jumping up, down rather, to the Samba Racing team. That's 5th place battle between themselves and Dennis Geresen of Virtual Motorsports.
Yeah, another Ferrari coming up to attack another BMW. So Nacho's kind of fallen back into the clutches of some of these cars. Not sure at this point, like the state of the tires between the two, we've obviously got different strategies, so sometimes that plays a part on the pace of the race. We've got a lot of traffic in this area with a bunch of different classes: LMP1s, LMP2s, GT Pros. Looks like they're going around a GT Am as well, so this is pretty busy right here. Hopefully, they're going to go 3 wide here.
3 wide into New Holland. Not always the best idea, but they all managed to do that in the middle. That GTM car that is, by the way, still your leader of that class. TSP right move. They have pitted recently. They're 6 laps into their stint, so they're right now only sitting in 4th place. But once that all has cycled through, they will be once again your clear leader of that last class. The interesting thing in this battle here that we're watching with Nagianos is that Kasper Kort, the car that recently overtook him for the 3rd place in the GT Pro class, most definitely has been able, either through speed or traffic, to get a little bit away from Jarnos. So maybe Kasper Kort is able to catch that 3rd place BMW, being just 6.5 seconds ahead of him. And I had a short look at the pit stop times for Kasper Kort, Nagianos, and Dennis Garrison. They all are on the same strategy. They all have taken tires the last time around. However, Kasper Kort is 7 laps deeper into his stint than the other two. So this is a square off fight that we're witnessing here for that 4th and 5th place.
We have 3 cars there: Graphite Pro, Samba Racing, and Virtual Motorsports, all really close together for that 4th spot. So we got a Ferrari, a BMW, and then another Ferrari trying to grab that top 4 position.
Let's actually jump back a little bit on the straight to 7th place in the LMP2s, because that has just changed positions between Erling Bomer and Gunnar Nielsen. Gunnar Nielsen just passed him down the front stretch into Elf. Gonna show you that one on the replay there. Just Gunnar Nielsen with a much better exit out of New Holland and facilitates the pass. Doesn't even need to outbrake the Erling Bomer of Team Vikings.
And Team Heikensveld not too far behind World of Sim Racing. He's about 1 corner up. He's been busy getting lapped by some of those LMP1 cars, so I'm sure he's lost a little bit of track, a little bit of time. So we'll see if Heikensveld can close that gap and move up 1 more position.
Yeah, Benedi was just in big traffic there, going through Wörth and Kamsa. Now he's actually splitting the battle for 7th place in the GT Pro class. That is still, by the way, between Andrei Dajkovic and Jonas Bodön of Team Horsenfeld number 248 and Hell Racers Heresy.
Yeah, that's the battle we were watching earlier, and these guys are still tagged together.
Yeah, just shows how much multi-class does play a role, and at the same time doesn't play a role when you're fighting someone on track.
And even on that battle, we were just kind of watching there with Heikensveld and Hell Racers. Not too far behind them is Absolute Unit of Energy Racing. So with all this traffic, it might tighten this group up a little bit, and then we'll have a 3-car battle.
As the Heisenfeld car did get held up a little bit, now being in front of their teammate, the number 101. And actually, interestingly, the number 101 does wait for the exit. Oh, that's Benoit Spon on the inside. Pierre Benoit Lemieux, the satellite racing. Oh, that's the bad rejoin forcing the German Sim Racing LMP2 off track. Third place. Satellite Racing there spun themselves out of Seat. I'm gonna try to get that one for you. There we go, now going into Seat, they're on board with Lemire. And actually, he did get help there by Dennis Garrison. But I would actually say, Richie, he was not very innocent in that crash.
No, he just looks like he got on the gas and kind of dove it in there and then got on the gas and got clipped. Oh, there we go, right there. And then, like you said, it's a little bit of a blind corner, so a little bit of a risky rejoin.
As Pierre Benoit goes past start finish, so it seems like he didn't get too much damage from that, or at least he does a little bit of an evaluation lap now. He passed once again our battle for 7th place in the GT Pros, still between Rajkovic and Buda. Yeah, to me that LMP1 seems to be driving all right through those fast turns, and that is really where you feel that damage the most if you have some.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has any damage on there, so he should be good to go.
Jumping you a little bit down the order now to the LMP2 battle for P8. That is between Paul van Loon and Julian Forte. As Forte did get held up there quite a lot, so that battle has spread apart a little bit. Nearly runs into the back of the TSB racing car there. Now gets past them. So now that battle has opened up to about 2.5 seconds from being just a tenth apart, starting at that last lap. Going back again to our battle in the GT Pros, that P7 battle between Buda and Rajkovic. Rajkovic still, once again, under pressure there from Buda. The Ferrari now going to the inside at Renault. Will he be able to do something into Repsol? Yes, once again, much better on the brakes. Has to once again make it before the turn ends. Get a little bit of contact there between the two. And once again, Seat comes up, which is a left-hand, which leaves Jonas Buda on the outside in the very filthy marbles, and thus once again not able to keep the traction and loses out in that battle.
Yeah, it's a couple times we've seen that happen where Ferrari's really good on the brakes but can't quite get the position in the next corner. He's on the outside, so he's still battling on. This has been going on since I've jumped on board, so those guys probably getting tired of seeing each other.
And I'm honestly not sure if Jonas can do something else than try every single time into Repsol, because Elf is where he's making up so much time that he just always is right in position going into Repsol, and just nowhere else actually has the speed on the Porsche ahead of him to make a move happen.
And because they're battling so hard, right behind them is that BMW of Absolute Unit of Energy Racing closing in on them. So this is going to be a 3-car battle fairly soon. It's got heavy traffic going into turn 1. And right there you can see in our shot that BMW on the outside closing in.
That's two LMP2s. Oh, and they're now side by side, the Ferrari and the Porsche. Rajkovic on the outside. That's very good dive there from Jonas Budan. Oh, an LMP2 on the outside loses it right in front of them. No trouble for them. Jonas Budan finally able to get ahead of Andrej Rajkovic and make that pass happen for 7th place in your GT Pros.
Yeah, then right after that, that LMP1 went split them as well. So they had a lot going on. Here comes the replay. And I think he's just on the outside here and just kind of gets in the dirty back.
And Christian Rose, that was the CQR Club car. That was your first place in that LMP2 class. Christian Rose just tracking out ever so slightly too much, gets on that artificial turf, spins out, and then we saw what happens to him. What a race-changing battle that was, and still is under Rajkovic. Now the pressure from Robin Rosevinge. He is on the inside of Rajkovic. Next one is Banks Sabrel, though. So Rajkovic on the inside, still are side by side. Rajkovic through Europcar has the inside, which is not really the line you want to be at, but he's able to keep up the momentum. And Tony Baird on the inside, that's Nomad Sim Racing. He goes into pit lane. So yeah, as mentioned, the leader is in pit lane. Nomad Sim Racing HPD did take over the lead because of the spin from CQR. CQR, by the way, did drive by once again. Also in pit lane is the World of Sim Racing team. Iker Estefania now in the car for them. Tires are being taken for Tony Baird.
No driver swap. Just a regular fuel and tires.
We're looking at Andy Banfield for a short moment as Tony Baird is once again of the limiter and once again racing at full speed. Dropped down all the way to 4th place because of that stop that he just did. As your leader of this motor race still is Hellraiser's Gluttony, about 15 seconds ahead of the PCDC Motorsports Argon car, which is your championship leader. Hellraiser's Gluttony has to win this race to have the best chances of taking that top spot from Argon, but Argon in 2nd place, that is going to seal the deal for them. So unless something happens to the PCDC Motorsports Argon Audi, they are going to be your champion of this DGFX season.
Yeah, and he has a huge gap to Satellite Racing, who's the last car in the lead lap, and we saw that spin earlier by them, so they've dropped down. They're a full minute behind the leader. So, as you were saying, if that Argon team, if they just stay where they're at, they'll be they'll clinch the deal.
Meanwhile, we're looking at the battle for P4 in the GT Pro. There for P4 because Kasper did pit. He's now in pit lane for 57 seconds, or rather in his pit stall. So as he just jumped away again from his pit stall, he's going to come out in roughly 10th place. There he is, driving out and away from the pit limiter. You're losing about a full lap here at Barcelona with a full pit stop. As now also Elvis Banello is in pit lane. That gives 1 place back to the Nomad Sim Racing HPD, as they have just pitted 2 laps earlier. Going back to that battle for P4 though in the GT Pros, it looks like Dennis Garrison wants to seal the deal over Nacho Llanos sooner rather than later.
Yeah, this battle is tightening up, and now they're right behind Audi of GTM, and you can see how all of a sudden that Ferrari is right on the back of the BMW. This is going to give them an opportunity to maybe make a move. Here comes an LMP1 going around all 4 of them.
And that was a quick high-bye for that LMP1 car. That was Emmanuel Galinier of the SKS Tribute. Dennis Garrison, much better steered for him, but just doesn't get a good enough run on Llanos into vert, so he has to stay behind him yet again. Though he is extremely close, maybe able to do something into La Caixa if he gets a good Kamsa, which I would say really was the case there for him. Oh, and also has to give up the position there to Christian Rose, the CQR club, leading LMP2. Still splitting up the battle here for 4th place in the GT Pros. Now goes to the inside of Nacho Llanos. Llanos with that on the very bad marbles. Keeps it all together though. And runs a little bit wide also out of New Holland. So maybe this gives a run to Dennis Garrison with also an LMP2 to the inside of him. But LMP2 is all the way to the far inside of the racetrack. Garrison thinks about it, but thinks better of it, or does he, as he goes a little bit on a dive there on the brakes into Elf, but that doesn't result in an overtake as he has to back out yet again. Backs up Renault though. That gives him a little bit of a run now on the BMW. Has a late apex, maybe into Repsol a dive commands this. Sure does as he goes to the inside. Has the apex though. The next one once again is Seat, which is a left-hander, and we have seen that Nacho Llanos is extremely well situated for that left-hander, and sure enough, oh, nearly cuts off the Xenon car there. Still trying to go side by side with Nacho Llanos into Vert now. This is a left-hander followed by a right-hander, and Nacho Llanos not giving up. This is a great battle, still going side by side. Now through Kamsa. Garrison once again tries to do the switcheroo, but this time cuts off too much momentum to make something happen there.
Yeah, they went side by side almost about half a lap there. That was pretty good racing, and that LMP1 car behind him had to really wait till he got a moment to boost on by, but battle still rages on.
As Kinetic Velocity is in pit lane. They're already driving out again. Matthias Magnussen, that is. Stopping on lap 99. He is your leader of TGTEs. Or GT Pros, as they're named in this series. Nacho Llanos still has to defend his third place over Dennis Garrison.
Yeah, that was a really quick stop for kinetic velocity. It was only looks like it was only about 18 seconds, so in and out really quickly.
And with that, no tires for Magnussen, so they are right now on a double stint. Seems like the battle for P7 in the GT Pros is also still close. This one's between the absolute unit of Energy Racing and Andrei Rajkovic of the Team Hoist Belt Porsche.
Yeah, well, that Porsche for a long time had that Ferrari behind him, and now he's got to deal with this BMW. So that number 248 car has not been without some action for a long time. The Hellraiser's Hersey car is not too far ahead, so even though he got by, he is not pulled away. So that battle has not gone away as well. It's pretty much a 3-car battle.
Yeah, it's about 2 seconds between the Hostenbelt and Hellraiser's car. So only a small mistake from Jonas Bodön will pretty much reel in Andrei Rajkovic again. So still has to very much stay on his toes there as he goes into pit lane. So Jonas Bodön of Hellraiser's Hersey into pit lane from 6th place. Seems like we're in full swing of GTE pit stops. There's an LMP2 coming out of pit lane. That's Team Vikings Venris, though quite clearly out ahead before our the 6th place battle in the GT Pros. And we have a problem for one of our LMP1 racers. That's Hellraiser's Gluttony. That's your LMP1 leader. What happened there?
Yeah, that was our overall leader. He had a good 14-second lead, so we'll see what happens as we bring up the replay. He's still sitting there, hasn't moved, but he's all by himself as well. He has no help. Oh. Yep, here he comes, and he just...
Oh, no.
Oh. Looks like
I know what happened there. They ran out of fuel.
Oh,
Hellraiser's Gluttony well in the lead, 20 seconds ahead. We have our first caution as Hellraiser's Gluttony have run out of fuel.
wow. They had a healthy lead. It wasn't really any reason. Probably just wasn't paying attention, but
Major tipping point for pretty much everyone, because we also had some people in pit lane. One of them was the SKS Tribute car, for example, and some others. Also the CQR Club car, they were in pit lane as that caution came out. So a lot of good luck for a few cars up and down the field.
yeah, this is going to really change the complexion of this race as we were kind of right in the middle, like you mentioned, in pit stops. So some are going to get gain on this and some are going to lose. So we'll see how this shakes out. But interesting to see how that Hellraiser's Gluttony, they're handily in the lead and made a really bad mistake there running out of gas.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Now, obviously, a lot of people are a little bit off cycle, so the steers will have to wave around quite a few cars. Thus, the GSRC team will take a quick break from this broadcast, but don't run away too far, because as soon as the pits open, we're gonna be right back. We welcome you all back to the DGFX season finale here live from Barcelona, Catalunya. Live here on the Global Sim Racing channel via the iRacing Esports Network. And as you can see, we're still very much under a yellow flag as it seems like that iRacing made a little bit of an oopsie. And with that, we had a little bit of an extended caution as the stewards needed to figure out who is where and especially when are they where. As the pace car finally has a leader behind them. That is right now Jan-Philipp Wied of the Real Pixel Motorsports 3. They are leading the GTM class. As you can see, a lot of cars are still being waved by because of that error. So pit lane still isn't open. First caution of the day. Obviously, a lot of people, as we have mentioned before the break, were in the midst of their stints, or at the end of their stints. So we have a few people having to dive into pit lane to get their splash and dash. That also shuffles a little bit around the order right now. But it seems like the stewards have finally been able to figure out where every car needs to be. Hopefully we can open the pit lane this time around and get through with the cars that need to pit to finally start pitting. One of the cars that did get a little bit lost in the mix was the satellite racing team of Pierre-Benoit Lemieux. Because of pit cycle, he was leading, and then because of the error being made, he suddenly found himself being only third place, a lap behind your leader. As the pace car makes its way through the Repsol right-hander. Still, some cars are being waved around the pace car, so it seems like some finer details still aren't 100% fixated. And Richie, one thing we can say for sure is that this caution, especially down in the GTM class where the TSB Racing Reipenmove was leading by over a minute ahead of second place, it for sure has changed the complexity for good in this race.
Oh yeah, definitely. This has changed everything. It's kind of like the race restarting. I'm sure there's some people that are happy about it, and obviously there's some that aren't. It's just the way it goes, but it's going to heat a lot of this stuff up. We had some good battles going on. Now we're going to have good battles everywhere. It also looks like we just got tightened up that LMP1 class as well. So we're going to have some good racing once we go green.
Yeah, let's actually see who still has to pit. The PCDC Motorsports are going in first place right now. They have pitted 6 laps ago. Element Sim Racing Fire second place in the LMP1 class. They're on lap 32 of their stint. They have to pit. Satellite Racing third place, 30 laps into their stint. They most definitely have to pit. Same with the PCDC Motorsports Xeno car sitting in fourth place. They also will have to pit. The rest of the LMP1 field probably won't pit with 6 and 5 laps respectively into their stint. It's going to be a little bit interesting for the LMP2's car. We have a few cars into the double digits of their stints. However, they were all already done with their pit stops. So might be interesting to see what those cars decide that are already into the double digits of their stints, if they come in or not. might also be a valid point to maybe think a little bit about calculating back from the 10 hours. 7 hours stretching that far back, though, might be a bit far to already start to calculate with that strategy.
Yeah, it's a long ways to calculate it out, especially if we get another caution. It'll be interesting to see once we do go green, who has to come back in and do a stop and who just came in and just did a kind of splash and go. And we do need to point out that the overall leader, Hell Racers Gluteny, who caused the yellow flag, and we're leading by about 15 seconds at the time, of now are 2 laps down.
To continue with this little bit of a mind game that we're playing here, the Hexa Racing Team Purple, 38 laps into their stint, they probably will look at going into pit lane as well. Same for the Samba Racing Team, and also for a few other GTEs that have pitted for a splash and dash during this caution. So yeah, we'll have to see who really pits in, especially in that class, because a lot of people were near or towards their end of the stint. Also in the GTM class, to finalize that little bit of thinking, first place, Jan-Philipp Wied of Real Pixel Motorsport, has most definitely to pit 36 laps into his stint. Probably the TSB Racing Ripe Move will also think about pitting as they're 24 laps into their stint. And last place, Usagi Racing of Markus Leitinen, 33 laps into their stint, 5 laps down on the leader. They probably will also decide to drive into pit lane. So as you can see, pit lane most definitely will be quite packed once it is open.
Still seems like we're getting some cars waved around at the moment, so still a little bit longer before we go green. The car behind the pace car is the GTM class leader, Real Pixel Motorsports 3.
Let's see, maybe they have been able to shake everything out and are opening the pit lane this time around. Although I seem to recall that everybody has to be behind the pace car for the pit lanes to open. So yeah, sure enough, pit lanes aren't open this time around as the field drives past yet again. The TSB Ripe Move car, although not being named in any way, they are though part of the German sim racing team that is also racing in LMP2s, and they also had a car in LMP1, if I remember correctly, which didn't attend this time around. And since these guys are still trying to figure everything out around here, we're gonna quickly step aside another time. But don't you worry, if the pit lanes are going to be opened, we're gonna be right back in the action once again. Once again, we are back for the 10 hours of Barcelona here in the DGFX finale, live on the iRacing Esports Network. And as you can see, pit lane is finally open. We have a lot of cars pitting, especially from the GTE and GT3 side of the field.
Yeah, we have the leader of the GT Pros, Hexa Racing Team Purple came in. Also, the leader for GT Am came in. So this will sort everything out, and then hopefully, you can see all those cars in pit lane taking advantage of this time. A lot of LMP1 cars as well, and LMP2 as well coming in. Everybody taking advantage.
Also, we have got a few driver changes. Patrick Pelchard once again in the satellite racing car. Tobias Gruber now in the car for Element Sim Racing Fire. We also have Kasper Arlit now in the PCDC Xenon car. Actually, no, sorry, he was already driving for Stint. So no change there. Pit exit still not open, interestingly enough. Jeff Yeager is now in the car for the Apex Racing Group Blue. So Andy Banfield got relieved of his duties after 116 laps in that car. Mats Thorge Hutzfeld now in a car for the Team Heusemelt number 248 after Andrei Rajkovic took over the wheel from him. Very long wait for these guys to finally be allowed to drive out of pit lane as they're still waiting at the end of the pit lane.
Interesting enough, top 6 guys in LMP2 are still on the track, so one of those guys pitting.
Yeah, in the LMP1s, P3C Motorsports Argon and the SKS Tribute alongside Hellraiser's Gluttony didn't pit, so 3 out of 6 cars did pit. For the LMP2s, only 2 cars did pit. That was No Luck M Sport and the Apex Racing Blue. Then in the GT Pros, we had seen in pit lane the Hexa Racing Team Purple, Team Heusemelt number 248, Kinetic Racing Speed was not in pit lane, but the Hellraiser's Heresy were in pit lane alongside Fisher Motorsport. Then in the GTM class, all of the top 3 were in pit lane. That means Graphite Racing M, Real Pixel Motorsport, and TSB Racing did come into pit lane. Interestingly enough, Usagi Racing didn't pit, even though they're already on lap 36 of their stint. Meanwhile, all of the cars that were in pit lane also got released, so they are now chasing after the back end of the field, which is going into New Holland just now. With this, we can pretty much say that Argon has been handed a very comfortable lead ahead of Satellite Racing. They're a full minute ahead of second place, and it is going to get really interesting in the GTM class, Richie, with Graphite leading Real Pixel, leading the fastest car of this race. TSB Racing only in 3rd place because of pit stops and because they did driver change.
Yeah, Real Pixel, they were pretty much smoking those guys, had a pretty healthy lead. Now, obviously, they find themselves in 2nd place. So, definitely kind of a full reset of the race.
So hopefully this should be the last lap of this pace car. Actually, no, the lights are still on, so probably the next lap is going to be our last caution lap. As the Porsche 911 safety car still circling around now, going through Repsol. Markus Leitinen finally in pit lane as well. Usagi Racing, they obviously had to make that pit stop as they were running towards the very end of their stint.
We're going to see some good battles right out of the box here, especially in GTLM Pro. Those guys, top four, are all kind of right next to each other. Same thing with LMP2. Bunch of cars right on top of each other. It's going to give a little bit of a break to CKR Club, who spun out of the lead earlier on, and it's going to allow them to get back into the fight.
If this caution was already a little bit too long for you and you don't remember anymore what happened that brought out this caution, it was actually our then lead car of the Hell Racers Gluttony LMP1, Andreas Olsen, now behind the wheel of that car. They actually, going through La Caixa, ran out of fuel and had to take a tow, bringing out the caution that is now going on for quite some time. So hopefully we are gonna go back to racing without any more issues along the way. Though we still have to manage one more lap of pace car speed. Obviously, not only is this going to be a major game changer for pretty much every strategy that these guys had planned for themselves, but also it is going to be a game changer in terms of traffic, as our LMP1 cars, we have first place all the way at the top of that line. Then we have third place, which is a full lap down, obviously. But second place LMP1 car of Satellite Racing, they are pretty much at the very back of this field. So for Patrick Pelchat, it is going to be quite a challenge coming up to the top of this field yet again.
Yeah, he's going to have to go through the whole pack there. And meanwhile, Argon Motors PCDC is going to have clear track for a little while, so that gap's going to open up quite a bit.
As it seems we're still on a caution because Markus Laitinen still needs to circle back around. Although he's only about half the front stretch away from the end of the line. There he has caught them now at the very back of the field. He's actually allowed to get past Andreas Olsen, because that car obviously did bring out the caution, so they are cycled to the very back of the line. Now also a few end of line penalties are being handed out because of pit stops that they had to take. Or at least I think that's the rule right there, because I couldn't think of anything else that they had done wrong. Actually, the interesting thing is that is one of the cars that is being handed an EOL is the PCDC Motorsports Argon car. So that should retire the lead to Satellite Racing of Patrick Pelchat.
Yeah, well, that was quickly made up.
Still leaves one problem. He has to weave pretty much all of the field ahead of him. So now a top of, or rather going to lead back your field to the green flag will be the Kinetic Racing Velocity BMW, right now being wheeled by Matthias Magnussen. And let's actually see where second place in that class. Second place is Virtual Motorsport Dennis Garrison right now. Only two cars are in between himself and first place, so If he's able to quickly get past the 2 lap cars of Robin Rosvinge and Manuel Meyer, we might also have a quite nice battle for that lead in the GT Pros. As the pace car cycles yet again past the pit entrance, hopefully this time for the last lap that they are gonna do, otherwise that pace car is gonna run out of fuel themselves. Let's have a look. Are the 2 LMP ones that did get their wave around, or sorry, EOL at the back of that field? Not yet, but Matteo is gonna be a little bit cheeky and is going to drive through the pit lane, as it seems, as a few more drivers have been given an EOL. Actually, are they gonna drive into their pit stall? Yes, they are, interestingly. They are gonna opt to top off with fuel. And they're taking new tires. So P3Z Motorsports Argon, because of their EOL, they decided to drive into pit lane yet again and top off on fuel and take on new shoes for their Audi R18. Which is actually a little bit interesting because Patrick Pelchat is, I would say, about going to be about a quarter of the line ahead of them. So I would say that it's quite an advantage, especially because there's a lot of GTE traffic in that last quarter. Good thing is, though, they didn't have to throw out the yellow flag another time, so we most definitely are going to go back to green flag racing this time around. Or are we, as the lights are still on the pace car, so we might be seeing this pace car go around another time. Either way, Richie, we are now on this caution for nearly, I would say, 20 minutes, maybe more. These guys that have gone just into the car once again, they are going to be quite cold because of this pace period.
Yeah, it's a very long time to be cruising around at 3 minute and 30 lap time. So tires are going to be cold, and just kind of, getting back into your rhythm could be a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, seems like we are going to be under caution for at least this lap here. Let's see if they have to throw out the caution once again, or if we are finally able to go back to green. Most definitely all the drivers are ready to go back to green, but it seems like a few drivers are still out of place. Pace car now coming out of New Holland. And Richie, obviously safety cars are a part of IndyCar. Did you ever witness a caution this long?
No, not this long. Usually if it gets to this point, they'll just red flag it, but it's a little different, obviously. This is something, it's a little bit easier probably in real life to organize everything out. But it is hard to get through. I've been through some long ones, especially on the ovals. It gets pretty boring, and then you have to fire yourself all back up, and it can catch you out as soon as you go green. And some guys take advantage, and some guys make mistakes. So we'll see what happens once we get to that point.
As the pace car has been confirmed to be out another time, as the caution has been once again thrown. So at least for this lap, we are going to be still under yellow flag conditions, as once again Usagi Racing has decided to come into pit lane and do a little bit of a splash and dash for themselves. You know, one thing that I have always wondered is if iRacing actually has simulated fuel wear for the pace car. Sorry, fuel usage, obviously. So, the real question here is the safety car able to run out of fuel on iRacing?
That would be awesome.
It would be awesome, but it would also be interesting what happens with the safety car when it runs out of fuel, if it even runs out of fuel.
I think everybody would have to stop because then you get a penalty for passing the pace car or just come to a grinding halt.
Yeah, that might be probably the longest 10 hours of a race. But yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen, and hopefully we're gonna go back to green flag racing in just a lap.
What they need to do is simulate. I don't know if you're watching any of the Bathurst qualifying and stuff. They had a bunch of kangaroos get on the track and they had to red flag it. So that'd be cool if they, kind of randomly threw some kangaroos once in a while.
Yeah, give us some FC case R racing, please. That would be really awesome to suddenly have some kangaroos hopping up and down the Bathurst road circuit. Obviously, the Bathurst 12 hours starting in, by the way, if you want to watch that, 3 hours, 27 minutes and 50 seconds on the spot. So, still a little bit to go until that race starts.
It's interesting to note that when we go green, you have the leader of LMP Pro right behind the pace car, and then right behind him is the leader of LMP2. So the two class leaders are going to be right up front, with the leader of LMP1 quite a bit back into the field. So we're going to see these guys march through there. It's going to cause a little bit of havoc, I think.
Yep, GT Pro ahead of LMP2. So Tony Baird will have quite easy going there for him. But Ryan Walker, that's GSRC's own Ryan Walker, in the Talk Freak Racing Corkscrew, he is only one car behind Tony Baird. And then right behind Ryan Walker, that is Jonathan Dance, your third place driver in the LMP2s. So only 4 cars are right now covering your top 3 in the LMP2 class. As it seems like we're finally gonna go back to green flag racing, as the lights on the safety car have gone out and they have stayed off.
All right, let's get back to it.
Obviously, your danger spots on this restart most definitely will be Elf, and then also maybe a little bit of action going into Seat. Hopefully nothing that brings out another caution, because that would be a little bit interesting. Even though we have to say that if there's a back-to-back caution, the second one most definitely will only be a short one, with the field only being sorted and then being sent off again. There will be no pit stops being allowed in that second caution if we have back-to-backs.
Yeah, and we would say the reason why this is so long is just kind of the caution fell right when pit stops were happening and people were all over the place. So it takes a while to kind of sort it all out, and looks like we're good to go for this green flag coming up.
Yeah, still going through vert and no call on another lap of safety cars. So most definitely we are gonna go back to green flag racing. Just a few corners as the field now makes their way through Kamsa. Barcelona, rather interesting track if you think about it, Richie. For open wheelers, not a lot of passing opportunities, but for these GTEs and GT, and obviously also the prototypes, a lot of passing opportunities are being opened up by the old school layout this track has.
Yeah, I like the old school layout, and I think too because with the GT cars, the braking zones is just that much longer, so they can you can get on the inside of somebody. Whereas with the open wheel cars, the braking zones sometimes are so short that there's no chance to even get inside. So with getting in the aero wash and everything, these sweeping corners, it really makes it tough to follow people.
Tough to follow people is not the name of the game here for this series, as the pace car finally goes into pit entrance. No, they don't have to refuel. They are actually done for their job this time around. So Matthias Magnussen is being handed the control of the restart here, as he is now off and away. Green flag in the air. We're back racing for the 10 hours of the DGFX series. Finally, as Ryan Walker already under pressure from Jonathan Dance for that second place in the LMP2 class going into Elf. However, he's able to defend himself.
Yeah, Nomad Racing in the lead there in LMP2. He does Torque Freak catching up, but he's got a lap car in between him and Nomad, so it might take a little bit to get up there. Meanwhile, all these LMP1 cars and LMP2s are starting to mix it up, kind of swallowing up Kinetic Racing Velocity. So he's got to be careful not to get caught up in there, because he's got a decent lead on second place, which is Hexa Racing Team Purple.
Good thing we can report, though, is that we don't have any problems being reported right now on this restart, so everything is good to go as Robin Rosevinge spins himself out of Seat. Just a little bit too much curb and a little bit too much of the Thunderfoot. Gets himself around on a silver spin, doesn't get hit by anyone, so everything is still going very much green flag as we're looking at Andreas Olsen, the Hellraisers Gluttony, your former leaders of this race, until they have ran out of fuel and thus have brought out this extremely lengthy caution that we have seen.
So Satellite Racing has gotten into the clear as he's passed Nomad Sim Racing HPD. So the leader for the LMP Pro class, or LMP1 I should say, has got clear track, with PCDC Motorsport Xeon just coming down the front straight now.
There's still a lot of cars that they have to clear, and it seems like Arlit had a little bit of a miscalculation on his boost, as he had none available anymore going up to the front stretch, and he absolutely got blasted by SKS Tributes Samuel Roth. Obviously they are lapped down on PCDC Xenon. We are looking at the battle, meanwhile, for 5th place in the LMP2 class. That is being fought out between Iker Estefania, Gunnar Miesen, Elvis Bonello, and Paul Van Loon a little bit too far back to call him being part of that battle. But if they start battling too much, Paul Van Loon most definitely will be right there.
That battle is heating up, as CKR Club is not too far in front of them either. So nice battle here for looks like 5th place, heating up between those 3 teams.
By the way, a little update on the battle for 1st place in the GTM class. TSB Racing is already up by nearly 3.5 seconds of 2nd place. So they really didn't take all too long to get past everyone that they had to. Meanwhile, we're looking at Gianluca Mattia, the PCDC Motorsports Argon car, still slicing and dicing their way through the field.
You can see him going around the LMP2 leader, Nomad Sim Racing HPD. This traffic has been able to keep a gap to Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew, but now they're kind of together here, so we'll see if Torque Freak can kind of maybe close up that gap.
Is that actually a battle for position? Yes, it is. That's for 3rd place between Gruber and Matteo. So the Element Sim Racing team is quite under pressure here from the PCDC guys. Let's see what Matteo might be able to do here into La Caixa. Not having too much boost available, or rather does not want to boost too much going into La Caixa. But out of La Caixa, losing a little bit of that boost to get to the inside of Bank Sabrel. Let's see, also has the traction, so he is past Tobias Gruber, going up into 3rd place. 2nd place, his teammate, Kasper Aulit, PCDC Motorsports Xenon, just 1 turn ahead of him. Here comes Tobias Gruber of Element Sim Racing 3rd, though, with a lot of boost. Gets himself nearly past going into Elf, but as he is on the outside, Gianluca Matteo easily stays ahead in that battle. 3rd place. Oh, so it seems like we have quite a battle going on for 2nd place in the GT Pros right now, with Team Heusenfeld being in 2nd place. They are being chased down by Hellraiser's Heresy, Hexa Racing, Team Purple, your former leaders of this class. Virtual Motorsports in 5th place. 6th place, Graphite Racing is also in there. So really that is pretty much a full car train for that 2nd place.
Yeah, and that's a battle we were watching earlier on that went on for a long time, with that Porsche in front of that Ferrari of Hellraiser's Heresy. Heresy got by them eventually, but now they're going to find themselves back in that position, albeit it's for fighting for 2nd place, but I'm sure he's not happy about that. Not too far up is Kinetic Racing Velocity, although they're kind of able to run their own pace as these guys fight it out.
Oh, Damien Devon now under pressure from Dennis Garrison. Garrison may be going to the inside here at La Caixa. Most definitely does do so. Very late braking for him. That also opens up the door for Kasper de Kort. And the Hexa Racing Team Purple loses in just half a turn 2 positions to both Dennis Garrison and Kasper de Kort.
Yeah, and then right behind that is the Samba Racing Team BMW. So the more those guys race together, the closer he can get and join that battle.
The poor BMW gets overtaken by 2 Ferraris just like that, with Dennis Garrison opening up the door. Kasper de Kort stepping through saying, "Thank you very much, kind sir."
I am seeing that Team Heiskensveld 248 closing in on Kinetic Racing Velocity for the lead. He's bringing along him that Hellraiser's Heresy Ferrari. So pretty soon we're going to have a 3-car battle, and we got 1 BMW, 1 Porsche, and 1 Ferrari.
Up at the top of the field, we can report that the PCDC guys are fighting right now. 2nd place, Argon overtaking Xenon just down into Elf, with Alit seeming to have lifted there a little bit going into turn 1. So now with that, Gianluca Matteo in for 2nd place, ahead of Kasper Alit. Though, as you correctly stated, that 248 Team Heusenfeld for the GTEs is most definitely closing into Matthias Magnussen. Right now that gap is down to under 2 seconds already, with Mats Torge driving about half a second to 8/10 faster than Magnussen. Also a battle for 2nd place is in LMP2s. That's between Ryan Walker still and Jonathan Dance. 1st place has quite linked out of this already, with Tony Baird being 4 seconds ahead of 2nd place.
And you can see it's starting to get a little bit darker out there as you're seeing the headlights come on some of these cars.
Yeah, sunset, by the way, here in Barcelona today is at 18 6:07, so that's 6:07 p.m. if you're preferring to use that clock. Yeah, a lot of battles are quite heavily fought right now. We have a 3-car train for 6th place in the GT Pros. We have a 3-car train. As we're actually also going to go on to that battle, we have the Satellite Racing going past these guys now with Bas Robinkle. He actually thought about going to the inside there of the Hexa racing car, but saw that the LMP1 is coming up and thus decided to not go to the inside. But a very wide turn for Damien DeVore. Hexa Purple might lose here another position, but they have the inside of Banks Sabadell, though extremely slow on the apex for DeVore. And with that, he has lost out to the BMW of Bas Rovinkel, and another BMW right behind him. That's the one of Gabriel Roos, Kinetic Racing Speed, that is. A very good New Holland for Roos, so he's setting himself up for the pass into Elf. He has the slipstream, closes up more and more, a little bit of a move there for DeVore, as also Roos is tried to decide to go to the inside, but around the outside, he's able to do it. Goes past.
He's going to force him a long way around, and that BMW of Team Purple has lost a few positions here on that lap. He was quite a bit farther up the grid, so I don't know if they're struggling a little bit with tires or what's going on.
Yeah, it's rather interesting. DeVore was already in this car for quite a bit until the caution came out, so I'm not sure. Maybe DeVore just lost a little bit of his stride that he had before that caution. Just a little bit up the road, we have the battle for 4th place in the GT Pros. That one is between Garrison and Casper Decoitas. They get split by an LMP1.
Yeah, we got a lot of good battles in GT Pro, because not too far up in front of them is that battle for first place as Kinetic Velocity, and not that far ahead of the two behind him with that Porsche and that Ferrari chasing him down. They're pretty close at the moment, as you can see on the screen there. And so that yellow flag has really tightened up this field.
This is going to get interesting, with 3 LMP going to go past now. Maybe that does something for these 3, but nobody obviously gets held up because those LMP1s are much faster than the straight. Last one just past them, so nothing happening for them. However, we still have Kasper Arlit that does need to lap these 3.
Oh, we got that Ferrari's all over that BMW as that LMP1 car is coming, trying to get around. He doesn't know where to go, but that Ferrari we have seen and that with Jonas Bowden is really, really good on the brakes, and that's where he makes up all that time, even with that damage they have.
Yeah, that Hellraiser's Heresy car on the brakes and on turns, they are nearly unstoppable. As Magnussen has a little bit of an interesting encounter there with Arlit. Everything good though between those two, just a little bit of a misunderstanding between both of them, as that has most definitely tightened up that battle for first place.
Yeah, this is a great battle going on. This is going to go on for a while, I think.
Tobias Gruber in the LMP of Element Sim Racing Fire. He has caught Kasper Arlit, and as we have already seen, Tobias Gruber does like to boost quite a bit here down the front stretch, and he's already side by side with Arlit and able to get past quite easily going into Elf.
Up in the LMP2 class, Nomad Sim Racing is kind of checked out, but Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew is now getting pressure from Jonathan Dance in the Adequate Racing. This is tightening up a little bit, and that's bringing along one of the leaders earlier on, CKR Club of Christian Rose. Right on board there with Ryan Walker. Dance, sorry. see up in front, that battle's right there for him to take if he wants it. So they go around a lap car, and I believe a Torque Freak has been behind that car since the start of this restart, so it's taken a while to get by that car, and now he splits the two, racing for second spot. Oh, in a GTLM Pro, I just clicked over at Hell Races Heresy, just dive bomb that Team Heikensveld 248. He's going to take over that second spot. They're still nose to tail, 1, 2, 3 in that class. But let's move the Ferrari up into second now. As we see on screen, and you can see that Porsche trying to fight its way back. We've already seen this battle early on. And we're going to try to get the replay here. It was kind of a real late braking maneuver, but that Ferrari has been great under the brakes all race long. And you'll see here, Porsche tries to go on the inside and just open the door back up for that Ferrari and give it to him.
Yeah, that was a great move there by Jonas Budden for that second place. Now has his sights set on first place of Matthias Magnus. Starting to struggle a little bit there. Goes wide once again through Repsol, opens up the door a little bit for Jonas, but then will he try to do something into Sid? No, he's too far back for that. Also not too much of a braking zone for these GT Pro cars. Coming up to Wörth now. It's gonna be the question if Jonas Budden is going to be close enough into La Caixa. He most definitely will be going for that dive bomb yet again that he has shown already, but 4 or 5 times in this race. Goes extremely wide through Kamsa, but that has set him up quite nicely for dive bomb into La Caixa. Will he try it? Yes, he does. Brakes once again way later than the car ahead of him and gets the job done. Jonas Budden, with that, your new leader of the GT Pro class.
Yeah, we have seen those BMWs be really quick on the straights, but that Ferrari's been, whatever setup they have on that car, it's really good under the braking zones, and that's what's allowed them to make those passes nice and clean in a very late moment as well.
Let's see what Matthias Magnussen has in the draft. Obviously, that Ferrari is a little bit vulnerable down this front stretch. He is gaining, but it's gaining a little bit too late to be able to do something into Elf. Question is now, will Jonas Budden be able to drive for... Whoa, that's a wide line there out of Elf for Budden, but very much so inside track limits.
Shows how hard he's really trying to get ahead of these guys, because he knows they're going to keep trying. Oh, and the Kinetic BMW goes wide. He's going to open the door for that Porsche. So move the Kinetic Energy, or Kinetic Racing Velocity car back to third spot.
Within 1 lap, goes from first to third in his class. And with all this battling, Dennis Garrison and Kasper Record have pretty much closed that gap up to the top 3. So the top 5, top 6 even, are covered by pretty much a blanket. Even Gabriel Roos, 7th place driver in the GT Pros, not too far behind all of these cars. So you might see a very great battle to be happening very soon here. If Mats Torge Hutzfeld is able to keep up with the Ferrari through these last 2 turns, he has a very good chance of being able to pass the Ferrari down the front stretch because of the far superior straight line speed every car has on that damaged Ferrari.
Yeah, and if you want to go back even a couple more cars there, I mean, that Virtual Motorsports Ferrari and the Graphite Racing Pro Ferrari are starting to close in, and even the Samba Racing Team BMW. So we pretty much have a 5-car battle almost for the lead at the moment in GT Pro.
Still going very strong at it. It seems like Matthias Magnussen has a little bit of slack right now in his line because he is dropping off a little bit of the top two dogs, starting to get under pressure here from Dennis Garrison, who most definitely feels like he's being held up by the BMW. So before this caution, we had 3 BMWs in the lead for the GT Pros. Now we only have 1 BMW inside the top 3, with a Ferrari leading a Porsche, BMW, another 2 Ferraris, a BMW, and another BMW. Right now, your top 7 cars. As it seems like we have another battle in the LMP2 category. That's between Jonathan Vance and Ryan Walker for second place in that race.
Yeah, that battle's been kind of getting closer and closer as we ride on board with Dance. You can see that torque-free team car right in front as they go by that Ferrari. And now he's in the draft. Let's see if he's going to be able to make a move. Tucks back in, pulls back out. Does he try it? Yes, he does. And he's going to take that position. Nicely done. Nice clean move as well. So let's move Jonathan Dance up to second spot in Adequate Racing HPD.
Now, replay that pass and just imagine instead of 2 HPDs, a BMW and a Ferrari, with the Ferrari overtaking the BMW, then you have to pass for third place in the GT Pro class, because Dennis Garrison made the same move that Jonathan Vance just did on Matthias Magnussen to get himself ahead of the blue BMW, with Casper Precourt now chasing down fourth place driver Matthias Magnussen. Makes a big mistake through Burt, but blocks the road for Casper Precourt.
Yeah, there's something going on with that BMW of Kinetic Racing, because he's just kind of backing up to these guys, and he's got that Ferrari right behind him, and then right behind them is that BMW of Samba Racing Team. So I don't know if they got some tire issues or whatever. He's just not feeling it right now. He was in the lead when we started the yellow flag, and now he's fallen back to the grips of fifth and sixth place cars, and we got lots of traffic all around him.
That was lucky. Ryan Walker nearly his HPD just ahead of Gianluca Matteo of the PCD's Motorsports Argon car, so that could have been an extremely costly mistake, not only for him but also for Gian there, though everyone still racing at full speed.
And what that's done too is that's separated out those two guys in the HPD race for second place, as Adequate Racing is able to kind of use that traffic and gain some ground on that, gain some space on Ryan Walker in the Torque Free Racing Corkscrew car. So that's kind of battles stopped for a little while.
The battle for P1 in the GT Pros is still quite hot, as you were able to see, but let's step away a little bit from that and give our GTM drivers a little bit of love, as we are looking at the battle for second place in that class. That's Graphite Racing M, Richard Bell behind the wheel of that Audi, versus Wolfgang Wildenauer of Real Pixel Motorsport 3.
Yeah, and the leading that class is TSB Racing. Since that yellow flag, they've kind of taken off, so no battle there, but that battle for second place is tight in those GTM cars.
Seems like Richard Bell and Wolfgang Wildenauer are pretty much driving the same lap times, even making their same mistakes now into Seat. So Richard Bell and Wildenauer, an eye-to-eye battle right there for that second place in the GTM class. They are pretty much having the track to themselves. Behind them is the lap car of Jairo Bernal, but ahead of them pretty much nobody for a few corners, as now behind them Patrick Pelchat of Satellite Racing, still your leader of this motor race, about 13 seconds ahead of second place PCDC Motorsports Argo. Still watching this battle for second place in the GTMs. Pretty much nothing has changed in the battle that we were watching for the GT Pro class. However, first and second place have been able to stretch away a tiny little bit over third place. Same goes for third over fourth, who is still leading a 4-car train. So, since nothing is happening in the GTM battle, let's actually head back to that 4th place battle in GT Pros, being led by Matthias Magnussen, as they are getting lapped by 2 LMP2 cars. Let's see what they are deciding to do. Holding up Casper Court a little bit is Paul Van Loon, who himself, actually no, that's a lap car to him, so that is no threat to him. That has, ooh, that was a move there and a half by Jakob Lehmann. Matthias Magnussen now gets held up, so even space there for those two, as Casper de Kort now once again back to the back of Matthias Magnussen as the sun is slowly setting here in Barcelona. Only about 2.5 more hours to go until we can say goodbye to the sun.
Yeah, Matthias Magnussen has had his hands full since we got started from that yellow flag. He started up front and he's fallen back to 4th, but he doesn't have any time to rest as he's got that Ferrari and that BMW right behind him, and he's doing a good job holding them off as the traffic comes around. He also has his teammate coming up in Kinetic Racing Speed. Is starting to join that battle as well. So this is heating up pretty good. Even the guys up front, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd are kind of tight, but not as tight as 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th are.
Casper de Kort right to the back of Matthias Magnussen, goes to the inside. Is he able to brake as late as his Ferrari colleague? Yes, he is. And with that, already past Matthias Magnussen, going in and through Elf. That also opens up a little bit of an opportunity to Bas Rohwinkel, another BMW, trying to overtake Matthias Magnussen. So it's now BMW versus BMW versus BMW versus Ferrari for that 4th place. Gabriel Roos, very aggressive, tries to go around the outside of Bas Rohwinkel. Doesn't find the grip though, so he has to stay behind that pink BMW.
And I wanted to mention, you just said all those BMWs, and earlier on it was all BMWs in the top 4, and now it's kind of switched around. So maybe we're seeing as this track cools a little bit, it's down a few degrees. It's starting to get a little bit shaded out there, that maybe the Ferraris and the Porsches are starting to come alive as we get kind of farther into this race. Ooh, really close. That Virtual Motorsports right behind the Team Heikensveld 248 Porsche. Now Ferrari is shown to be good under the brakes. They have some cars behind them trying to get by. Some LMP cars are maybe getting a little impatient as these guys race it out.
Yeah, bad traffic for Matschkog and Hutzfeld in the last 2 laps really opened up the gap to Jonas Bodin, now up to about 2 seconds. And having Dennis Garrison behind him now, that might be very interesting for the Porsche driver. As you said, pretty much, those Ferraris, all of them that we have witnessed, Casper de Kort in a Graphite Racing Pro Ferrari, Dennis Garrison in a Virtual Motorsport Ferrari, and your leader of Jonas Bodin in a Hell Racers Heresy Ferrari, they have all been extremely well on the brakes compared to their competitors in other cars.
And also, just noticed that Kinetic Racing Velocity has come into the pits now, and they're doing a driver change. Mark Torres getting in that car. So obviously they are struggling with some speed and maybe decide to make a pit stop a little early, try to regain some of that ground that's been lost.
There they are in pit lane. Mark Torres now going into that car. So a full service is commences. That car is on their checks. Pit stop about 57 seconds for a GT Pro car, as we are on the cameras with Patrick Pelhut. Satellite Racing number 64 has taken over the lead from the Hell Racers Gluttony at the caution and never have looked back. They are still 13.5 seconds ahead of the PCDC Motorsports Argon car, which by the looks of it, as of right now, they are going to be your championship winners of this season in the LMP1 class. Though,
Yeah, but you never know what's going to happen. We already saw what happened to the Hell Racers Gluttony car, who was 14 seconds in the lead and ran out of gas, and now they're 2 laps down on those guys. So we got a long ways to go. Those guys, right now they're sitting pretty for that championship, but they got to keep it clean, be smart with what they're doing.
Patrick Pelhut going around the outside there of Mats-Togi Hutzfeld, which brings us nearly full cycle once again back to that battle for second place in the GT Pro class. Still, Dennis Garris is not able to really do much as Jones, but on ahead of them gets held up quite a bit by Hardy Kjellin of Team Vikings Midgard. Mats-Torge Hutzfeld, and pretty much a new car driver, I think, in this car for this round. I don't think I have seen him in any of the other rounds. And speaking about new faces in this broadcast, Richie, it was a pleasure commentating with you, but you sadly have to step away. Hope you will be able to enjoy the great hospitalities we have here at the track today. And yeah, enjoy your lunch.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it was a lot of fun getting into the groove with that yellow flag. Kind of brought this racing together. Unfortunately, Steph, it's not lunch. I'm going to go race my real car this afternoon, my little mini stock. So I got to go get that thing loaded up onto the trailer. And I'm going to go have some fun myself. You guys have a great time and enjoy the show.
Hey, you too, Richie. Good luck out there in your third car. New to this broadcast, it's Rocco Stallone taking over for the next 3 hours here with me on this broadcast. Rocco, this race has seen a lot of action, especially in the GT Pro class. Have you had any chance to catch up yet with what happened in this race?
Yeah, actually, my personal life isn't as exciting as Richie's. I don't have a dirt car to go race. But I was doing a little bit of house cleaning. But yeah, definitely kept up with what's going on, and it seems that caution definitely brought things together, made the racing a little tighter. Definitely excited to be here. Going to be in for what looks like a long haul, and hopefully see some great racing. Been keeping track of you and just enjoying what I've seen so far. So I'm happy to be here.
Continuing the duties on the director spot will be Sean Ambrose. So yeah, still just a two-man team here on the commentating microphones. But Jeff Yeager just got rear-ended by Damien Devon going into La Caixa. The Hexa Racing Team Purple 266. Most definitely with a lot of troubles in this stint thus far. Going right onto the replay there, Rocco. Not how you want to take that turn.
Yeah, it looks... I'm not sure. Maybe, I don't know. He definitely looked like he had some help, but I'm not seeing the contact on my end. Maybe you get a different, better angle, but I'm not convinced he touched him.
Yeah, on the replay, you were able to... that he touched him, so probably a little bit of netcode on there, Rocco. Either way, Damien Devon now in 7th place with that. About 27 seconds back on 6th place in class. Going forward, let's actually just jump up to 4th place in that class, as that battle is still extremely close. Casper Record leading now 2 BMWs, with Gabriel Roos and Bas Rovinka behind him. Buzz Rowinkle, after starting a little bit higher up after that caution, has seen himself drop, but seems like he has been able to recover as Kasper Kort makes a mistake through Bank Sabrel, opens up the door for Buzz Rowinkle, now has the inside for Europe car, and sure enough, says thank you very much, that's my 4th place.
So, Stefan, what's your overall impression of the first 2 hours? Fill me in. Like I said, I got a little bit of it, and I'm sure some people are joining late. Give me a quick rundown, some key talking points here.
Sorry, just 1 second. Kasper Kort now to the inside once again of Buzz Rowinkle. Rowinkle with the outside going into Renault, which he doesn't even need to, because he is able to easily defend that position against Kasper Kort, who seems to start to struggle a little bit with his rear tires, as another slide brings in Gabriel Roos to the inside of him, and with that, Kasper Kort loses 2 positions in just 1 lap. So it was Ferrari, BMW, BMW. Now it is BMW, BMW, Ferrari for that battle for 4th place. And to answer your question, Rocco, it would be nice if it would be only 2 hours, but so far we are already 4 hours into this race. And yeah, it has been extremely clean. A lot of fights have been broken down and up by traffic, but also a lot of battles have been created by the traffic. And most definitely the biggest game changer was that caution, which has given us this extremely awesome to watch battle for the GT Pro lead that has now split up in pretty much 2 packs for 4th place and for 1st place.
Well, that's good to know. Thanks for filling me in. I'm trying to catch up here so that I could provide you with the proper support that you deserve. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Graphite Racing Pro has decided to come into pit lane. They're already on their pit stall. Let's see if Kasper Kort actually decides to get out of his car. Seems like no, he's not gonna hand over back to Julian Bell. Or Tom Stanley also is in here, I see, but he's not going to take over from Kasper Kort. So Kasper Kort gonna stay in for another stint, which, if my memory serves me right, will be stint number 4 for him. Or actually, sorry, stint number 3 for Kasper Kort. So a very long time in the driving seat for him. Right now on board with Dennis Garrison, still trying to chase down Mats Torgen Hutzfeld, who has dropped off once again off the Hellraisers RC car. So the 248 not with a lot of luck right now in their pursuit of the Hellraisers RC in terms of traffic. Actually, just up the road from these two guys is the battle for 2nd place in the GTM class that is extremely tight now. Wolfgang Gildenau leading that battle ahead of Richard Bell. Bell with the draft into Elf, but not able to do anything with that, as that draft seemed to not affect him whatsoever into straight line speed.
Have you been seeing a lot of that so far of this race?
Actually, the interesting thing with the GTM class in this race is that it had been extremely dominated by the TSB Racing car. They, at one point, just before the caution came out, they were over a minute ahead of the rest of the field, which was extremely spread out as well. So we didn't really see any fighting from these guys until just now. And I am a little bit surprised that the Audi didn't really get any draft there. So maybe Richard Bell just uses a lot of wing. So that... Oh, he's touching the Rosenfeld car!
What was that?
That's a big wreck. That's
oh, wow!
Neil Middleton in that. Neil Middleton just out of pit lane, 6 laps into his stint, gets involved into quite a crash there. Whew. very, very bad time there for Richard Bell and Mats Torgen Hutzfeld to have a little bit of netcode there between those two. I would say for both of them enough space was given. However, a netcode is a netcode and always stay a netcode. Richard Bell also seemed to have a little bit of a slide there through Gert. That also didn't really help there on the marbles. Yeah, there you can see it quite nicely. That was quite some netcode there. Richard Bell, by the way, did decide to drive past pit lane for another time with a very wrinkled back, on his car. Mats Torge Hutzfeld also drives past.
Not enough to bring out the caution, huh?
And who? Oh, Matteo. Sorry. So the PCDC Motorsports Argon is in pit lane. And look at Matteo. He is, I think, not taking tires. Yes, he is. There he goes on the checks. And also seems like Adequate Racing didn't pit. So all three cars that were involved in the crash didn't have to pit because of that. So David Barraclaw goes out of pit lane.
Looks like Mateo's away. Rejoining the track.
Staying in third place, about 21 seconds behind his teammate of Kasper Allit in the Argon car. Sorry, Xeno car.
Looks like pit road is empty at the moment. Just taking a look. Oh, actually, I take that back. It looks like our leader is in. Quick stop. Quick stop. Oh, no, he's still there. Never mind.
Patrick Pelchat, that is, of Satellite Racing, car number 64. So that means we're in full swing of the LMP1 cars. So that means PCDC Motorsports Xeno probably also going to pit this time around, as they are on lap number 34 of their stint. And actually, they're driving past another time. I'm not sure if they are actually going to get credited next time around for leading a lap, if they are deciding to go into pit lane next time. As Pelchat is already off the pit limiter and once again racing, he is now about a front stretch ahead of the PCDC Motorsports Argon car.
It looks like Pelchat joined back in second place. No problems on pit road. Very smooth operation.
Let's actually bring up the lap comparison there for Pelchat and Matteo. And there you can see Pelchat was actually in the pit lane 3 faster than Matteo. Even on the pit stop, he was 3 seconds faster. So Pelchat very quick in and out for him there on that full service. Obviously, as always, the less time you are stationary in the pit lane or in the pit lane in general, the better chances you have of winning this race. Right now, Pelchat most definitely doing that to the greatest ability right now, leading this race by about 45.5 seconds. 17 seconds ahead of the PCDC Motorsport Argon, as the Xenon car is in pit lane, and they did actually get credit with leading that lap ahead of Satellite by just 1.1 seconds. PCDC Motorsports Xenon is actually conducting also a driver change. That means Arlit out. And who is going in? It's Niklas Domino. That is now the third driver for the PCDC outfit. Wouldn't be surprised if Niklas is going to drive the next about 2 hours that car as we're going to jump down to second place for the GT Pro class. That's Dennis Garrison versus Bas Robinkel. Obviously, Garrison got slowed down quite a bit by that wreck happening right in front of him. That did involve the Team Heusenwald 248.
That's a nice little battle we got going on there.
Carsten Thiel of Real Pixel Motorsport number 1 going past, splitting them up just right now. Elf. Let's see if he's able to go around the outside here. Sure enough, does try to do so and makes that pass happen quite nicely and easily. But with that, Bas Robinkel got a little bit more compromised than Dennis Garrison, and that gap has immediately opened up by about half a second. Now another LMP2 is splitting them. That's Michael Schlacks of the Swiss outfit of Fach Tech Sim Racing. The 0001 LMP2 car goes around the inside and comes off Dennis Garrison. Garrison doesn't really get held up, but that's a great job by Michael, seeing that chance to lap the Ferrari of Garrison quite easily. Another LMP2 outfit in the pit lane. That's Team Vikings Fenris. Halk are them. Elling Bomer has stepped out of them, and also we have seen Jeff Yeager of the Apex Blue to have put in his pit stop. But the thing is, he is about a full lap behind Real Pixel Motorsport 1. Neil Middleton of Adequate Racing also in pit lane, so the LMP2 pit stops are also in swing.
So Stefan, who you been impressed with so far today? Who's let me rephrase that. Who's been overachieving? Who do you think is extremely happy with where they are currently right now, given all the events that have taken place?
Well, that would actually go to the Hellraisers Heresy car, I would say, because they have seen early on in this race quite some troubles, meaning their whole left side is quite wrinkled, and thus they have quite some deficit on the top speed side of things. However, right now leading this race after at one point being only down in 7th place, they have most definitely found their stride, and they probably are also extremely happy about that first place with all the damage that they have already had to endure.
I noticed as I was perusing the broadcast before I showed up, I noticed that somebody had run out of gas. I believe it was Team Hellraisers. Is that correct?
It was Hellraisers, but it was the LMP1 car. That's Hellraisers Gluttony number 19. They were leading the race by about 15 seconds until they made the extremely costly error of going a lap longer than they were actually able to, have run out of fuel and brought out our one and only caution thus far, about 2 hours, or rather 3 hours into this race.
Now, do you yourself personally run these cars at all? Any long races yourself?
Oh, most definitely. And if you are too much in the zone without having a big spotter up on your side, it is actually quite easily laps you have done in the stint. So don't fault them too much for that error. However, it is quite the rookie mistake to do.
so it's basically something I would do.
Well, if you want to say it like that, yeah, sure, why not?
I just know running out of gas on the track, it seems that it's usually a combination of two. It's the driver who's a little bit more focused on the race, not necessarily looking down at the tank, and then the crew who, maybe underfilled. And I'm sure the driver will say it was the crew's fault, and the crew will be looking at the driver.
Well, that problem comes in if there was no crew. Do you think that and you can't blame it on anyone else but yourself. The battle for 4th place in the HPDs is also starting to double up, but that's between Jamie Rushwood of the CQR Club HPD and Iker Stefani of Wall of Sim Racing team. The, if I remember correctly, Spanish outfit chasing down CQR Club for the 4th place.
Just trying to get around that Porsche. We looked like we had a problem with Manuel Mayer. He's coming down the pit lane with a little bit of damage.
That's Fisher Motorsport there, one of the 2 cars. And looks like that was through Wurzel. We're a little bit too far ahead there for them. Quite an easy mistake actually that they had there. There we go, there they are already spun around. There we go into the turn. And just, yeah, the thing is, it has a camber change there in the middle. Both of these turns are on camber, and just over the camber change, Meyer lost the cars. A little bit of a lack of concentration there as he turns that Porsche into the inside.
That weight comes off the front. You get on that gas, it wants to go around. I think that's just what we saw right there.
So let's go back to the battle for place in the LMP2s. As actually, that isn't a battle. No, wait, it is still a battle. I just cars. We also have a battle for 4th place on GT Pro that we are focusing on. That is between Lindeberg and Casper Court. Howard GSRC versus Graphite Racing Pro. Keeping half an eye also on the battle place in the LMP2s as they're heading down into Elf. Nothing is happening there. So let's
Ferrari having to look behind him too. Look in front, look behind, trying to be courteous, but trying to keep his own race going. That's always a tough spot to be in.
Stefan Lindeberg, a new driver for that car. They have just pitted this lap, but that's why this is a battle for 4th place. Hell GSRC of this motorist in the GT Pro category. And seems like Casper Court doesn't really have the straight line speed on Lindeberg despite the damage. Real Pixel Motorsport 3, your 1st place driver at one point because of the pit cycle. They are in pit lane now, down to 3rd place once again with TSB Ripen going past them, your current leader of that field. Graphite Racing M, they still have to make their pit stop there, 36 laps into that stint, but don't expect Graphite Racing to do much anymore in this race as they have already had heavy contact front and rear just about 15 minutes ago with a GT Pro and LMP2 car. Having a look at our race control decisions, we have to report that the number 248, that is the Team Heusmel number 248, there we go. They got a 20-second stop and hold penalty for not leaving enough room during passing, and I think that was actually the incident that we saw with Graphite Racing M in Veridit. So the 248 had an issue, a penalty issued there for that net code, as also the 392 has started to pit in, and they have also brought in a new driver of Frank Osterhus.
Still looking at that battle for the 4th, actually the 4th and 3rd spot looks getting really tight here. something that we want to keep track of on track. Jamie Rushworth and Icarus Stefania.
Also, because of that incident, the number 248 gotten a warning for unsafe rejoin. So full cycle is two right there. Actually, for the same car, that is a penalty, my bad. So the 248 in that incident, they have gotten a 20-second stop and hold penalty and a warning for unsafe rejoin. They have served that already.
I just love that onboard. I could watch a whole race from the onboard. That's why I attempt to race myself, so I can watch it from the onboard. But a lot of times mine goes in circles. So I just like watching the minimal steering input from the real fast guys that really know what they're doing. It's just so smooth through the turns. It's very smooth, and you just look fast when you're going slow.
The Hexa Racing Team Purple 266 is in pit lane. Damien DeVos has given over the car once again to Corentin Guinness, the faster driver of the two. So let's see what Corentin can do coming back into his car once again. Obviously, Corentin, a long-time competitor for the first place, there we go, in this race in the GP Pros, but then ran into some slight troubles himself. So let's see if he can shake that off and once again be atop of his game.
Now, Stefan, when does the fatigue start to set in? Around what point do you got to start fighting yourself as opposed to the car and the track? How many laps with this kind of intense pressure would you give, say, yourself before you really got to start working?
Well, it's for every driver different, obviously. Some drivers don't really feel the pressure. That would be, for example, me. I don't really feel pressured when I'm in front of someone. And some people immediately feel the pressure and immediately feel that they really have to work the car. So you can't really nail it down. It's a personal experience for everyone. And for everyone, it is going to be different. Like, for example, thinking about Formula 1, Michael Schumacher never did sweat in a race. So that really shows that it is going to be different for everybody around. And yeah, there was one race where Michael was sweating. That was Jerez, when he lost the title to one Schuckman.
A little bit of Formula 1 knowledge being dropped on us. A little history lesson. Always enjoy that.
We are on a Formula 1 track, so why not?
Absolutely.
Let's actually have a little bit of look there at the battle for 8th place in the GT Pros while we can, as that is extremely close between Jens Ledwig and Joel Hafner, as there's nothing happening in that battle for 3rd place in the for the LMP2s. Joel Hafner on his way back himself after running into some problems. The Absolute Unit of Energy Racing will be looking to salvage anything they can.
Yeah, we see Hafner. He's right on Ledwig. Is he trying for that pass? Oh, he's close. He's thinking about it. Watching these guys as they make that hard left-hander, carrying that speed, not hitting those curbs. Out of the way. A little bit of lot going on.
Joel Hafner did try to set up weird for Kamsa, but Kamsa wasn't the best turn that he has put in thus far. Tries to unsettle Jens Ledwig there a little bit, trying to look to the inside of La Caixa, but to no avail. Jens Ledwig stays ahead of him for another turn as they make their way through Bank Sabrel. Now Europcar, very fast right-hander, quite steeply downhill. You don't really see it that much in racing game. but Joel Hafner now very much in the slipstream, coming up to Elf. Will this be the pass of the century for Joel Hafner for this 8th place?
Not close enough.
He's breaking earlier.
I guess with as much time left to go, it's definitely better to be safe, but he's still right there. He's letting him know he's there. He's letting him know he's there. He may not be trying for the pass, but he's definitely letting me know that he is there and he's watching it. That BMW is all over the back of this Ferrari. Enjoying this battle for sure.
Oh, he is having a good run now through Repsol. Maybe the setup yet, but no, once again, not able to break to the inside of that Ferrari. So pretty much what we can conclude already is that every single Ferrari extremely well on the brakes here at Barcelona.
Yeah, it looks like he gave a little bit of ground up with that last attempt. Both the guys getting out of the way.
Oh, this is very good now for Joel Hafner as got held up by Magnus Wallström of the Hell Racers Gluttony car to the outside. Joel Hafner goes. Does he find the grip out there?
Oh!
No, he does not. Has to fight the car to stay on track. And thus still is in behind in 8th place. The Hedvig loses the rear there a little bit. Well, locks off Joel Hafner, who once again has to be to the marbles. Great racing between those two.
Always nice to see a battle like this when these guys have been at it for a few hours, and just amazing. It's just a show that just on top of their game they are. A battle, 5 cars, wow. Gotta be careful here. Gotta be careful here.
That is actually our battle for 3rd place in the LMP. That as the side of Jamie Rushworth. Rushworth able to defend his position there in 3rd place. So even those guys now really close together. That last spot in the LMP2 race. Let's see what Iker Estefania can do through the infield here. Barcelona goes too deep through Seat.
Oh, he's around! He's around!
Oh!
He lost it!
Oh! Woo!
Too hard into the corner. He lost the back end. It came out right from behind him, but he saved it though. That was intense.
Joel Hafner with quite a dangerous return there, nearly collecting Usagi Racing and nearly getting collected by Fisher Motorsport. They have to initiate quite an emergency brake to not hit the absolute unit of energy racing BMW. But it seems like the Joel Hafner there got a little bit lost in the moment, with also Jens Hedvig making the mistake ahead of him.
It's always something you want to try to avoid with so much time left. I think sometimes you get involved in these tight battles after essentially running by yourself for so long. Sometimes you forget. Going back, take a look at another battle going on track.
Yeah, that is once again our P3 battle in LMP2s with a big mistake from Jamie Rushworth. He's seeming to start to feel the pressure being applied by Iker Estefania. Number 151 chasing down the 116 here, going into the last 5 hours of this race. Very soon, only 22 minutes away from halfway point.
I'm just taking a look at timing and scoring right now, seeing if we have anything else going on. It looks like this is definitely the closest battle on the track since that spin split up Hafner.
Let's see, Jamie Rushworth and Iker Estefania making their way now through Bank Sabadell. Next up, Europe Car and New Holland. Not really a passing opportunity for the HPDs. They actually have to be careful a little bit to not feel the aero wash too much, as Iker Estefania just perfectly demonstrated what I was wanting to say, because these HPDs are quite known for having a great effect of the aero wash through fast turns.
A little further back, we got the 280 and the 278. pretty close. Nice little battle going on between Mark Torres and Michael Storm. Storm was on the back of Torres. He definitely has been peeking. He's been looking, trying to make his presence known. Going through the left-hander there and the right. I'm telling you, those curves are scary. Those curves are scary. Always rough when you run one over and you hear that unnatural sound and you come up a little bit. You always wonder what's going on underneath the car. Sometimes it's apparent, sometimes you don't know until 10 laps later. All over the back of him, though. For third spot. Looking for third.
And not too far ahead are the two Ferraris of Kasper de Kort, second place, and first place Stellan Lindeberg. So these guys most definitely are catching your two leaders of the GT Pro class. So after seeing the top 6 being pretty much covered by a blanket of just 3 seconds, we might soon see the top 4 getting very close together once again. Let's jump to the third place battle in LMP2. There once again side by Karestani now being on the inside of Elf. He does break way too late though for Elf. Now has the outside through Renault with Jamie Rushworth having the inside for that turn. Jamie Rushworth a little bit too hard over the curbs on the inside, loses the rear and thus loses out in that battle for third place in your LMP2 class. So give it up for Ricky Stefania to finally be able to get the better of Jamie Rushworth.
That was an excellent battle that was going on, and possibly Stefania might be able to pull away now, gap him just a little bit. We'll see. It looks like already he might actually be opening up that gap, so maybe he was holding him back. Definitely see. Be nice to see what kind of lap times he can turn in now. He's got the lap traffic ahead of him, but once he gets around him, we'll see what he can do. But Rushworth's not going away. He's not giving it up. Looks like he got a little loose.
Yeah, Rushworth most definitely showing his worth in this battle thus far for a CQR Club HPD. This is his first stint in this car and in this race thus far, so Jamie most definitely withstanding that pressure quite nicely from Iker Stefani, who has been in this car already since lap 103, so for pretty much 65 laps.
Yeah, Rushworth had a little bit of a mistake somewhere. The gap went from about 4/10. Now he's almost a second and a half behind Stefania. I don't know if he had a bobble, if he got caught up in the lappers, but he definitely did something, and it cost him a good chunk of time.
Also, one thing we can report that we have overlooked a bit is that the LMP2 lead has changed. Talkfreak Racing Corkscrew, they have taken over from Nomad Sim Racing, as Nomad Sim Racing have decided on the last pit to not only switch drivers but also to switch tires. So Talkfreak Racing with no new tires on their car have taken over the lead by about 9 seconds. There we can see David Barraclaw making his way through Elf. First and second turn of this track. But let's actually go back to the battle for third place in the GT Pro class, with Mark Torres getting held up a little bit behind the Graphite Racing AM car. That might be the chance that Michael Storm was waiting for, trying to storm his way up onto the podium.
That was rough stuff. I caught that. That was a tough one to take. Little cringy over here.
You know, you have to take opportunities when they open up themselves. Michael Storm most definitely, though, he is quite on a blistering pace throughout these last few laps. And both of them are actually catching Kasper de Kort quite easily, and with that also Stellan Lindeberg. So we might see these top 4 not too long in the future being once again back to back to back to back. Oh, Ronnie Fantini! Woohoo! What a slide there for the Heusenfeld number 101 LMP2. Great save though by him. Going to show you that one once again on the replay going on.
Sorry guys, Storm just went around Torres. He's trying to hold it on the outside. I hate to interrupt that replay. They're side by side right now.
Yeah,
oh, looks like he made the pass.
We can't stay on that replay just watching that battle that is going to unfold.
Got around Torres.
With it now with going looking there at Michael Storm. There we can see, goes around the right side. It's actually 3 wide there going into La Caixa. That's great stuff there by Michael Storm, holding it around the outside on the extremely dirty stuff there. Lots of marbles already down, and an extremely easy pass there into Bank Sabadell with Marc Torres on the very dirty outside. He decides to brake earlier, and with that loses that position in this battle.
That was clean, it was fast, and then he got the pass. So always love to see racing just like that. That's why we watch these.
Oh, and the leader, GT Pro leader, just spun through Seat. That gives the lead up to Kasper de Kort, and with that our top 4 guys in the GT Pro class are covered by a blanket. Torres side by side still with Stellan Lindeberg, though Torres able to stay ahead, or get ahead of Stellan Lindeberg rather.
Lindeberg right up on him, trying to make that pass. I love that livery. That's so cool. That face, so well put on that car. The yellow and the blue. Love that combination. I guess it's gold and blue.
One thing we have seen from the help, though they have had some problems on the straights, they are extremely well situated on their brakes, even better than all the other Ferraris that we have seen thus far. Though we have not seen that yet from Stellan Lindeberg, because he quite frankly didn't need to be quite aggressive on the brakes. So let's see what he has to offer once he gets to the back of Marc Torres.
Just taking a look a little bit back, looks like Aaron Corey right up on the bumper of Jens Ledwig. I don't know if Ledwig's having a little bit of issues or if he's getting a little tired, but he's kind of going down a little bit, kind of dropping, and we can see Corey all over him, trying to catch that slipstream down the straight, make that pass.
Alright, since we're getting a little bit closer to the top of the hour here in the motor race, that top of the hour is actually your halfway point in this 10-hour endurance race here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Right now, your leader of this motor race, about 6.5 seconds ahead of second place, is number 64 of Satellite Racing, Patrick Pelchat, right now on the wheels, or behind the wheel of that Porsche. Second place, as I mentioned, is the PCC Motorsports Aragon, your championship leader. Right now behind the wheel of that car is Gianluca Matteo with Element Sim Racing Fire in third place. Tobias Gruber right now in the cockpit of that Porsche 911, already a full minute behind your leader of this motor race, and also with that, the last car on the lead track. Rocco, how are we looking for the LMP2 lead?
Bear with me, Stefan. I'm having a little bit of issues with my timing and scoring. Let me catch up to this so I can catch up with you. I apologize.
No problems. I'm going to take over LMP2 then. We have in first place Talk Freak Racing Corkscrew, David Barraclaw, behind the wheel of that car. A very impressive run thus far. However, they have taken over the lead because they did not take tires on the last pit stop. Taking tires, though, and with that retiring the lead was a Nomad Sim Racing. Right now, Louis J. Foster behind the wheel of the number 122 machine. Third place in the LMP2 class is a World of Sim Racing team after taking over that position from CQR Club. Icarus Stefania has started to gap them little by little, now 1.5 seconds between those two cars. However, Estefania is about 15 seconds behind second place of the Nomad Sim Racing. Rocco, you able to take over Pro?
Yeah, I got you on the Pro, no problem. I'm running the top spot. We got Casper DeCourt. He's about a second ahead of over your weatherman Michael Storm in second place, and third place Kinetic Racing Velocity team with Mark Torres at the helm. Stellan Lindberg in fourth spot, about a second behind him. And just going through timing and scoring, my personal favorite driver so far, rounding out the top 5 in this class, would be Nacho Yarnaz at Samba Racing Team. Great name. My last broadcast, I had a Neil Armstrong. This broadcast, I have a Nacho. I'm loving some of these names, guys. Just keep them coming. I've been given a lot of flack about my name over my lifetime, so whenever I get the chance, I'm going to call out somebody who has a great sounding name as well.
Then in the GTM class, we have GSB Racing, a right move in first place. They are leading once again their class by already 42 seconds. So once they have taken over the lead after the caution, they haven't looked back yet again. Second place, Real Pixel Motorsport, number 3. They are themselves also quite some ways ahead of third place. 23 seconds separates those two. Matthias Bäumler, by the way, behind the wheel of the Real Pixel Motorsport car. Graphite Racing M, they are your third car in the top 3 for the GTM class. Frank Osterhaus right now behind the wheel of that Audi R8 LMS. They all are, by the way, on the same lap. That is only a very small field that I just realized for the R8s. Only cars. That is as big actually as the LMP1. So yeah, these R8s most definitely had quite a sign-up drop during this season.
We got something going on with the Court and Storm.
Once again, battling is that first place between Casper Court and Michael Storm. So those two have most definitely found themselves once again. And also Mark Torres not too far behind, as Stellan Lindenberg is starting to drop off of those 3. So it seems like Lindenberg not really as fast as his teammate of Jonas Budden and Wilhelm Wieberg.
So is it safe to say that Michael Storm is eyeing Casper DeCourt for first place?
Well, most definitely Casper DeCourt right now is in the eye of the storm, so we have to see how this one is gonna go. Maybe Michael is gonna storm his way from 4th all the way up to 1st place, as we have a car on the inside being slowed. That's Julian Ribelow. Don't tell me there's another car that has run out of fuel. And yeah, I don't hear him accelerating much, so I would say that car has run out of fuel or hit the wall quite hard somewhere.
Is he going to make it? I think he's got enough momentum to make it to where he needs to be.
Yeah, Julian Ribelow, the second LMP1 car to run out of fuel. This time, though, thankfully, we don't have a yellow flag, because the last time we have seen a yellow flag in this race, it was a yellow flag worth of half an hour. So yeah, Julian Ribelow able to keep his car under
Storm
momentum.
all over the court. All over him. just trying to make that pass. But as we know, it's one thing to catch somebody, it's something else to get around them.
We were watching the battle for 9th place in LMP2s. Now we're on the battle place in the GT Pros, as that obviously is a little bit more important than that 9th place battle of the LMP2s. Even though both battles are great, the GT Pro is most definitely a 3-car battle here. And let's actually have a look. They are going to be interestingly on the strategies, with Marc Torres in behind 30 laps into his stint. Casper Decourt in first, he is 25 into his stint, and Virtual Motorsports Michael Storm already 19 laps on his stint. So yeah, much more fuel load still for Michael Storm, though he seems to be the faster car of the 3.
Well, we'll see how many more Storm jokes we can get in. We have plenty of time to do that, but this battle is definitely heating up. Looks like he's attempted to pass him a couple times, just can't quite make it stick. Maybe just a little bit of cautious, maybe a little bit of careful driving. So much time left to go in this race. It'd be terrible to tear your car up now.
We can report that in the battle that we shortly were watching, Martin Teilgaard, he had some problems, so he is no longer in that battle, as Louis Foster in pit lane of Nomad Sim Racing HP. Is that actually in... Yeah, it is. Okay, so he is right there in strategy. Obviously, fuel taken for him.
Looks like the LMP stops are starting. Got a few guys, a little bit of action going on in the pit on the lane.
Yeah, Element Sim Racing Fire in pit lane. Tobias Gruber is behind that wheel. Not anymore, as they are switching drivers. Matthias Hoffmann behind the wheel of
Gianluca Matteo also in the pits. Didn't mean to cut you off there, just letting you know.
Seems like the LMP01 stops are in full swing now, with also here his car over to Revsness of the PCDC Motorsports Argon R18 outfit. Keeping half an eye on all of those LMP1 cars, and also keeping half an eye on Casper Decourt, with him still trying to defend off Michael Storm.
Well, by that math, you have one eye left. What else are you watching?
The LMP2s, because you never know. There's always something brewing in the kitchen for the LMP2 cars. As there's one, David Barrowclaw, your current leader of the LMP2 cars. Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew making their way through the leaders of the GT Pro class. David Barrowclaw going around the outside there.
Having to be careful there. Ooh. Close little moment.
But yeah, if you're Casper Decourt, most definitely the storm sirens are going off right into your ear with the storm being right behind you. And quite honestly, if I remember this correctly, Marc Torres within the next 5 laps has to pit. Never mind, he's pitting. So third place driver of the GT Pro category, Marc Torres of Kinetic Racing Velocity, is in pit lane. Seems like he's not going to retire the car over to any of his teammates, as he is still situated in his car. In the LMP1 category, we're still waiting on 2 more cars to make their pit stop. One of them is your current leader of Patrick Pelchat of Satellite Racing number 64. Probably also due within the next 2 laps. I'm expecting him actually to go into pit lane this time, as he is already on lap number 29, and he's actually driving past one more time. So hopefully he is able to calculate his fuel correctly and is able to make this lap here, which is going to be his 30th lap of the stint. The the PCDC Motorsports Xenon car is also a car that we're still waiting on. They are now going to start their 28th lap of the stint.
And Stefan, in your own races, if you've ever gapped a field by over a minute, does that influence your strategy at all, or do you just stay with what you knew you were going to do before the race started?
Well, I was actually in this situation in the Daytona 24 Hours in the G class. We were quite comfortably leading the race by pretty much a full lap, and our approach, especially in such a long race, you never know what happens. So obviously you are a little bit more careful passing people and getting lapped. You're a little bit easier with the guys that are coming up to you. But apart from that, strategy-wise, it's not wise to change anything, because what have the strategy that has brought you up to that point is also going to be the strategy that it is going to bring you further down the road. So unless we actually really see an opportunity to change up the strategy and really be much quicker with that new strategy, you always should stay on that strategy that has brought you up to that gap that you're already having in hand.
Amazing insight from our own resident racer. Taking a look now, Pelchat has come down pit lane. He is making his stop now.
So that still leaves PCDC Motorsports Xenon out there, and they have driven past the pit lane once again with Satellite Racing, having commencing driver swap. Now Pierre-Benoit Lemieux back behind the wheel of the 64 machine.
All right, so let me bounce one more off you. When you come into the car as the lead car, is there anything you're trying to do in your first few laps? Are you just trying to feel it out? Are you going heavy?
I'm sorry.
Frank
no Osterhaus just spun through Repsol. That's your third place GTM car. And he actually had help from Cortin Guinness. It is, as said, going to happen through Repsol, now going through Elf. First, second turn, also still going through Renault. And there you can see Guinness and Wallström already having quite some issues there on the outside. Wallström splits the two, and then Osterhuis, actually, that's on Osterhuis, just running wide there into Guinness. And an extremely long waiting period there for Frank Osterhuis for him to finally
That's
be
agonizing.
able to get spun around. Fach Autotech, the number 111, extremely big wreck for them. That is through Renault, and I think they had help from the artificial turf. Let's have a look at that replay, Rocco.
Yeah, taking a look here, looks like Michael Schlacks just lost it. And then he put the front end into the retaining wall, and that brings out the caution. They've thrown the caution.
Caution halfway through this race. Caution number 2 this time around. And honestly, that looks a little bit like the wreck Fernando Alonso once had here in winter testing in Formula 1. Although Michael Schlacks, as said, did hit the artificial turf, spins himself into the inside wall. Heavy damage for that car. And with that, the caution is out, as already said, for the very second time of this race. With this caution, GSRC is actually going to step away for just a few moments. But don't worry, we'll be back when the pit lane is open for these guys.